They crowed Lufaso was surrounded, called it game over. Lufaso smirked, fired back, knowing the fools were the ones trapped. Their end crashed down around them. It never touched her. The swordsman had been waiting for this moment. He ripped his sword from its sheath and lunged at her. He unleashed a brutal swing at Lufaso and sent her crashing to the ground. She swallowed her pride and conceded. His effort was jaw-dropping, proving they could actually beat her. If it were them, they'd explode into the fight and might just snatch victory from that next looming challenge. The protagonist's game slammed shut, collapsing into a final, pulse-bounding finish. He seethed with frustration. Lufaso lunged, hand shooting out, and at the last second her reversal ability flipped everything, totally unfair. The second they got to play again, reactions exploded into pure chaos. The boy himself ripped a hard-earned lesson from the jaws of defeat. X-Gate Online reigned as a classic fantasy game. It exploded onto the scene 6 years ago. The war system stole the show. Players from every corner of the country erupted into savage, winner-takes-all clashes. Another jaw-dropper, every choice you made carved the story into a new path, forever. Another irresistible draw was the character creation suite. Hours melted away as you sculpted every inch of your avatar. He catapulted his character Lufaso to the next level. She hammered every skill until each one slammed into its cap. He blitzed through side quests, converting every reward into coin to snatch up that killer gear. He carved out his own country and weaponized the war system to steamroll into neighboring lands. He'd been the first to unite Midgard. He refused to kneel before the final boss. Every player knew Lufaso. He'd risen to become the story's semi-official figure. Then everything spiraled into utter chaos. Lufaso ignited a brutal clash with the other players. Then they hatched an event that blew the story wide open. They cleaved the forces in two, Lufaso's army on one flank, the contingent led by the heroes on the other. Forsaken as the official final boss, it erupted into the ultimate showdown for supremacy. Lufaso went down, every top player closed ranks against her, making victory impossible. The event slammed shut, the story wrapped up, and it blew up. Fans went absolutely wild. Crossing the final threshold, the protagonist collapsed into bed and surrendered to sleep. His eyes snapped to the screen. Something was there. At the login screen, a girl blindsided him. She offered him a new role and fired, "You in." Arvanasu, the goddess who forged this universe, slammed a proposal at him. A fire sparked in him. He wanted to roar that the admins couldn't just pretend Lufaso didn't exist. After she lost, the world would sweep it away like it never happened. He had no clue what role awaited him, but he charged forward, hungry to find out. He sealed it with a single, decisive yes. He accepted the proposal. In a heartbeat, everything flipped on its head. Voices erupted in his ears, roaring that the hero had been summoned successfully. The vibe hit them like a slap. They'd made a catastrophic mistake. She was still alive. Gasps exploded through the hall as everyone realized the reincarnation ritual hadn't just summoned a hero. It had smashed the ruler's seal. Lufaso shot back to his feet right in front of them and froze everyone in terrified silence. Madness erupted as strangers he'd never met bowed their heads to her. Panic ripped through her. She had no idea what was happening as her body betrayed her. Every limb suddenly dragging like it was packed with lead. Then it hit him like a freight train. He finally saw the truth. He'd transformed into Lufaso. He was Lufaso now. Everything snapped into contradiction. He was a guy and Lufaso was a girl. Watching a guy play as a cute girl lit a fire in him, so he jumped in and made a female character. Now he was trapped inside the character, frustration clawing at him as her face stayed maddeningly out of sight. Lufasa's jaw clenched. He vowed to get to the bottom of what was happening. And snapped at them, "What's up?" Only her deep breath tore through the silence. That single move slammed the air and hurled a biting gust outward. She snapped, "I don't get this," and grilled them for answers. Shock slammed into him, her voice soaked in arrogance, and pushing him toward the one thing he absolutely refused to do. Guilt gnawed at him. He should have been kinder, and that wasn't even the voice he used when he played Lufaso. She drilled the humans with merciless questions, then barked, "Lift your heads." Maybe this posture passed for normal. If that was the case, she swallowed her pride and forced out an apology for her arrogance. No matter what she said, she dove headfirst into arrogance. Her angelic racial ability, domination, crashed over them, a ruthless charisma that bore down like a vice. Lufaso wrestled his panic into silence, desperate to deactivate the domination and just speak normally. In a heartbeat, the sky let go, and everyone felt the pressure lift off them. He stood frozen. He'd accidentally resurrected the supreme ruler. Lufaso strode up, announced he was an elf, and looked at him like he already knew exactly who he was. With everything at stake, he deserves a clear, honest explanation right now. Even trembling, the elf tore through the explanation, carving the situation into 3 razor-sharp points. 200 years had passed, and Afrit had grown monstrously terrifying. They cried out for a hero, but no one answered at the City X gate. The game's pattern slammed the truth home. This was the world he knew. The moment she stepped in, the elf and the king froze, stunned into silence, and Lufaso couldn't help but feel a sharp pang of pity for them. She swallowed the tension, forced a calm smile, and made it clear she meant no harm so they'd stop flinching at every shadow. She swore she wouldn't lift a finger in this world. Her body had already tasted defeat's bitter bite. She swallowed the loss and let it roll off her, but worry for the folks who'd beaten her clawed at her gut. Now hungry to explore the world, she launched into the unknown as Lufaso handed the reins to the heroes. A king stripped of allies, the throne abandoned, absurd that she could still rule. The Lufaso now wasn't the big boss, just a girl with her dreams ripped to shreds. They mustn't panic. Panic would wreck her vibe, so they shove her from their minds and keep slamming down hero summons like nothing happened. If fate allowed, they'd crash into each other again. Lufaso unfurled her wings and blasted into the sky. She let the king's summons die on the wind and strode on. The protagonist's mind reeled. He couldn't grasp it. They're truly soaring through this world. He unfurled his wings and flying felt as natural as breathing. He plunged in before a single doubt could form. He couldn't fathom why he was in this world, and a strange, burning feeling gnawed at him as he scrambled to understand what it was. The whole situation screamed for hype, and he kept telling himself he should be hyped about it. He was reborn as Lufaso, the character he'd forged from his soul, and walked beside her as if they shared a single heartbeat. One mission remained: make it back home. As he sliced through the sky, he froze, locking his gaze on a black structure. Their blood froze, its base was still there, stubborn and unmoving. And they came face to face with the empty throne. Seeing it in person for the first time hit her like a punch. She suddenly felt the place slip away, while the crowd buzzed, bragging about how they'd flexed their influence. Vowing to hunt shoulder to shoulder or just clowning around, they'd slam sake and turn into total goofballs. Suddenly, someone else's memories slammed into Lufaso's mind. He felt a presence press down on him, and the world warped into something wildly, impossibly strange. She alone must occupy the throne room. Out of nowhere, a girl sprang into view. He bolted toward Lufaso. She practically exploded with excitement, but the protagonist. He froze, heart jackhammering, realizing he had absolutely no clue who she was. At last Lufaso demanded, voice hard as iron, "Who are you?" She staggered back, stunned and aching, slammed by the raw sting of being forgotten. Dina, his advisor, had waited 200 years for her, patience forged into steel. Confusion slammed into Lufaso. His crew had never included a Dina. Then, out of nowhere, a memory detonated in his mind. He slammed the base down atop a buried stash of objects, then deployed an NPC to stand guard. He remembered the surge of adrenaline and boldly named her Lufaso's advisor. His memory held no trace of a humanoid. She was nothing but a planted piece of the setup. The girl sprang to life, eyes blazing. She'd been waiting all those years for Lufaso. A cold realization hit him. He had to rip up his old mindset and steel himself to be unapologetically assertive. Lufaso's voice cracked as he apologized for ever thinking he'd forgotten someone like her. He slammed a hand on her shoulder, eyes blazing, and shouted his thanks for holding the fort. Dina flashed a warm smile and swept into a graceful bow. Lufaso bragged she'd flawlessly guarded the place while she was gone. Reality crashed in. This world was no longer just a game. He confessed how he'd ripped himself free from death's grip, and Dina erupted, unloading every spicy secret about this era. And the heroes who toppled Lufaso. All 7 heroes split off to carve their own kingdoms. 4 eventually died of old age, while the other 3 were still standing and ruling. They once stood shoulder to shoulder with the protagonist, reigning at the very top of the leaderboard. Efreet crushed those heroes and kept thriving. All 12 celestial stars still blazed overhead, refusing to be snuffed out. Dina hunted down half of them. Those 12 celestial stars bore a single, thunderous title, the 12 stars of the supreme sky. They poured into the PCS, moving like friendly monsters. Lufaso seized the Monster Tamer class. Even if its power roared like a storm, he could still snatch it, but it was a fight for his life. Those bosses spawned only during official events, and taming one was like trying to bottle a storm. Success was razor-thin. But what if her fragile mind is the very thing that dragged her here? A sorrow-soaked road unfurled before him, and Lufaso recoiled in stunned disbelief that they were the ones causing chaos now. She convinced herself she had to tear across the world, chasing a purpose that would make this life mean something. She had to unmask the three heroes as players like her, then drag them down. Lufaso snatched up the map Dina had marked with their locations and zeroed in on each pin like a hunter closing in. Suvell was the nearest country, but it lay squarely inside the territory of the hero Megres. Aries marshaled his legions, primed to storm Suvell. The city teetered on the brink of war. The next stop locked into place. Lufaso was set to bolt for Suvell, but Dina pleaded with her to wait. The journey would be long. She couldn't bolt out without prepping everything, and Lufaso, he was stone-cold broke. Dina's gut clenched. Attempting it now would be an uphill battle. Lufaso swore 2 centuries would bury her name. Dina winced at how painfully naive she was. Elf races live forever. Especially with those jet-black wings, he exuded pure angel energy. The protagonist throws up his hands and demands, "What am I even supposed to do?" Dina snaps, "Just a quick gig. Ditch the titles and the fancy know-how. You don't need status or expertise." Realization slams into love. He gets it too. As adventurers, they could pounce on quests and rack up score rewards. She struck first, landing the opening blow. His mission was to charge into a marauding band of orcs. The 2 girls bolted into the forest to stalk them relentlessly and drag them into the open. Orcs were the game's heavy hitters. Slay one and your HP would skyrocket. They always looked ready to crumble. Lufaso gaped as Dina dared to roast a goddess. She barked, "Wrap it up now." Lufaso manned the orc detail, muscles coiled and senses razor-sharp. She smirked, certain her domination skill would crush this without breaking a sweat. Lufaso's stats hit max like in the game, but her nerves were frayed. The protagonist wondered if she'd crumble at the sight of blood. But Lufaso braced, energy crackling around him as he exploded into his transformation. She unleashed her Asper psychokinesis and conjured items in an instant. Those 2 abilities slammed together and exploded into the perfect weapon for this moment. She could conjure an authentic old-school RPG vibe with this. Lufaso erupted into motion, her attacks a relentless storm that cut the orcs down. It slammed into you, raw, merciless, and absolutely not for kids. Her heart went numb, every feeling snuffed out inside her. He watched it unravel right before his eyes. Dina staggered back. They'd never looked so ugly, and worse, more were pouring in. They funneled every ounce of focus into obliterating them. Dina stepped up, ready to obliterate the mess. He braced for the incoming attack, every muscle primed and wary, yet a cold, steady calm slid through him. Every orc lumbered like a boulder in molasses, barely inching forward. They moved like they didn't even care. She couldn't decipher a single lazy step. Either they were counting her out, underestimating her fire, or they planted their feet and flat-out refused to budge. Lufaso kept obliterating every opponent with chilling ease, each one crumpling before he even broke a sweat. It ended in an instant, gone before anyone could even blink. Dina declared she was overflowing with power. Someone needs to tell her to dial it down. Lufaso grinned, joking that after 200 years, her attacks landed like a cheat code dropped straight into the game. She cranked it to 11, and the orcs gaped, eyes wide in utter disbelief. A bolt of truth slammed into the protagonist, ripping the fog from their mind. Weakness never touched the orcs. She revealed herself as the beast. This wasn't even a fight, it was a savage, one-sided stomp. The victory was sealed, it was ours. Dropped like a stone in a heartbeat. Lufaso had never thrown a single blow in this body until now. We blasted through it like it was nothing. Dina said they were the last ones, the kidnapped women crammed into the back of the line. They were unscathed, nothing at all had happened to them. One of the orcs looked like an easy mark, its meat packed a bonus that would flood me with vitality. They swore pulling it out without taking a hit would unlock the perk. Dina prepped the meal so Lufaso could demolish it later. Dean mastered teleportation magic, bending space itself to his will. She'd haul the orc bodies up to the tower to be processed, and stash them away for later. Lufaso was blown away, her sidekick never waited, tackling every task the moment it appeared. Teleportation magic bilayed them out, so they ripped a portal open and shot straight back to the village. 2 orcs still drew breath. They froze, hearts pounding. This was the same one sealed 200 years ago. Before they could sprint away, fate slammed down, snatching any chance to save themselves. Their hideout was blown to smithereens. They slammed the request shut and declared it finished. Lufaso smeared the area with orc stench, turning the smell into a foul beacon guaranteed to draw more orcs, his backup plan. That was enough to wipe the scene clean. They could rocket back to the village. They crushed the mission and pocketed their payday. He listened to their chatter, knowing that even if he cut them down now, fresh monsters would just swarm in. The entire village was flat broke. Maybe they should scout for work outside the village. The instant their panic hit her ears, Lufaso unleashed her transmutation. She slammed the final rune and called forth a mammoth golem to camp out at her side. He thrust it into their hands as a parting gift. Dina declared it a gift from her master, insisting it be used as their divine protector. The village chief said, "No ordinary adventurer would dare pull moves like this." They demanded her true identity, but Lufaso scoffed, brushed them off, and slipped away. "That's a wrap, Suvell, here we come." Dina leaned in and revealed that the presence in the forest was mana. The earth throbbed with mana, undeniable proof they were barreling into Suvell. Lufaso flashed a defiant grin and ignored the old lore that claimed angels loathed mana. Dina jabbed a finger ahead and cried, "We're almost there." Suvell, the country forged by the Megres. Aries keeps storming us, one of the 12 stars. They conquered the journey and reached their destination alive and unscathed. Magic beat at the school's heart as hordes of aspiring mages swarmed every corridor, hungry to master their craft. Ready to light the fuse and blast off. They were hell-bent on meeting Megres. At least Lufaso swore that was the plan. Step 1, snag the intel. The hall swarmed with scholars. It hit her. This world was wildly different from the game she knew. Dina zeroed in on the library as the perfect spot, and Lufaso leapt at the chance. Halfway there, a guide barked that the library lay to the west. They'd ended up in the southern quarter with the bridge looming ahead. He volunteered to guide them across. Dina thanked him, and he stepped forward to introduce himself. He was Gantz, a mercenary who stood at the frontier like a blade, slashing down threats to keep the borders safe. Dina strode in and announced she was Lufaso, and Gantz smirked, calling her energy totally one of a kind. He kept his distance, refusing to get involved, while Dina hammered him for every scrap of information about the country. Suvell sat ringed by a lake like an impregnable fortress, its grounds cleaved into 5 distinct zones. Lufaso's blood ran cold, imagining monsters that could shred the sky and cleave the waves. What would they even do? Gantz erupted into laughter, the same laugh you'd let out when the lake refuses to be a breeze to cross. He was this close to blowing the lid off when a voice sliced the silence and snapped, "Break time's over." He had to rocket back to his post. Gantz pointed them the way, flashed a grin, tossed a quick peace out, and stepped away. Lufaso barked he was a straight shooter and admitted he'd toyed with becoming a mercenary. Lufaso ripped open his stat screen, and disbelief exploded through him. He crumpled, nearly powerless. His strength had all but vanished. Dina snapped that, compared to 200 years ago, fighting levels had plunged. Today's fighters are nowhere near as strong. Finding the Sword Saint, the legendary swordsman whispered about in every dark corner, sent Lufaso reeling. His top level now stood at a paltry 120. Lufaso's mind reeled. She couldn't fathom it with countless players who'd been far stronger back then. Dina snapped the weird ones. They're all from that generation. They had only one life, one fierce, irreplaceable chance. Blasting to level 1000 and walking away alive was legendary. Now no human could ever pull that off. That generation of heroes charged straight into warlords' strongholds, their bravery roaring into full-blown, reckless madness. It hit Lufaso. This world wasn't just different. It was a whole other reality from everything she'd ever known. It was a game where death was a blink, die, and your character sprang straight back to life. In this world, reality ripped up the rulebook and rewrote the laws of existence. Bare moments later, the two, to finally set foot in the place they dared call the library. They stormed through the halls. Could Lufaso really have conjured this inside his own mind? There had to be books chronicling her. She slammed her palm down and dared to ask, was Lufaso really evil, or just a historical ruler twisted by legend? A fierce spark hit her. This was her one shot to crack open the secrets of this world. The archives listed the heroes, but every entry made them feel cold and distant. She scoured every scrap from the 200 years she'd missed. She started reading that the heroes were hauled into ruthless questioning and suddenly became targets. Heroes forged this country, and yet a book like that lay here, lounging like it was nothing. Dina snapped. Honestly, Lufaso was never that hated. A cold knot tightened in Lufaso. She was certain they'd all brand her a total villain. Time burned the age of dread to ash. The rulers stopped cowering at demons' names, and that fearless swagger seeped into every generation after. That shift in thinking slammed into the story the same way history recasts Napoleon and Oda Nobunaga, ordinary men reshaped into towering legends. Oda once committed terrifying acts, yet now everyone treats him like a cool legend, and Lufaso scooped up a book and dove in head first. Dina trailed her, itching to check out the other things too. They crashed down and dove straight into the pages, eyes glued to every line. 200 years ago, Lufaso descended like a thunderbolt, an angel who welded the entire world into one, and to this day, their origin remains a dark mystery. Humans turned on her and wrenched themselves free from her grip. They appeased the demons, the clan obliterated the threat and seized the moment to strike. 7 heroes rallied an army to fight back, but their unity shattered, and the whole force was utterly annihilated. Demons surged, devouring more than half the land and squeezing humanity into shrinking, desperate pockets. Only 3 heroes stood, clinging to a balance that threatened to shatter. Their world dangled by a single thread, ready to snap, no lie. Shock ripped through Lufasa, the world teetered on the brink of annihilation. Unreal, the game they'd played for laughs, had spiraled into something shockingly grim. The whole library convulsed, everything flipping upside down, as if an earthquake had ripped the ground away. Lufaso, Japanese through and through, was unfazed, grown used to it, and kept his cool. She whipped toward Dina, eyes blazing, and demanded, "How often does this kind of thing happen in this country?" She shot back that it almost never drops. Memory crashed over her. She'd given a certain someone the power to create earthquakes. Maybe it was a coincidence. If not, it meant this person was barreling straight here. In that other direction, Dina's instincts flared. She sensed a disturbed man lurking in the commercial district. That spot, Gantz had to be standing there this very second. Gantz exploded into a sprint, barking for the mercenaries to suit up and rendezvous at the border. He burst into the captain's presence as enemy ranks bristled and a key rider came in hot. The numbers were staggering, and they were told to hold tight until the main army checked the castle. They were cornered out of options, and he coolly paused to greet them and steel himself. He contorted into bizarre rituals, clawing at the air to channel his master by the strangest, most twisted methods. Aries, one of the 12 stars, charged in and unleashed a full-scale invasion on the city. He unleashed even fiercer tremors. It's driving everyone into a full-blown frenzy. The alert slammed into Megres himself. Aries was personally spearheading a horde of monsters straight into the city. Right here in this exact case, Megres roared and unleashed Rivia in a fierce, relentless assault. Lufaso braced himself. He knew this would explode into a spectacular, chaotic reckoning. She launched herself with raw psychokinetic force, and she'd sweep Dina along like that. Lufaso bolted, heart hammering, desperate to make it in time to sort this out. Back then, Lufaso stumbled upon a rainbow sheep, a 1-in-a-million sight, and sobs racked its wool. It squandered precious time whining when it should have been unleashing a brutal counterattack. The sheet snapped and bit Lufaso, who swallowed its fury and unleashed a devastating surge of raw power. And it beckoned him aboard its wild ride. Lufaso was still learning, but they knew wrecking everything demanded raw power, so they trained until strength burned in their veins. The sheep would explode into raw power, and Aries would square off against Lufaso. All hell broke loose when they charged into battle against Aries and a ravenous horde of monsters. Chaos tore through the city. Gantz's chest tightened. At this pace, they'd be wiped out. Even though he was the strongest mercenary, he staggered under the onslaught. If this kept up, they'd be wiped out before the army even showed up. Before long, searing pain ripped through Gantz's leg. A bolt of certainty struck him. This was the moment. Hold up, something burst into motion before that could happen. A roaring wall of water crashed in, snatching them to safety. Disbelief hit him like a punch as the guardian goddess Livia swept in to help. A presence surged forward and thundered praise at the soldiers who'd held out for so long. Megres burst onto the scene and saved the day. A thunderous roar ripped through the ranks as every soldier erupted into cheering. He hurled a relentless barrage of spells. His power exploded outward, shredding the monsters to dust. Even Lufaso couldn't ignore the thunderous power radiating from Megres. This wasn't a joke, they were out of options. Megres warped the whole lake into a hulking golem, and the protagonist's observing eye sliced through the chaos, scanning every ripple and seam. Even if Aries stormed in, they could still snatch victory. Aries erupted in fire, Levia surged like water, and Megres stood toe-to-toe with Lufaso. The battle balanced on a razor's edge, so Lufaso slammed his status screen open to double-check. A brutal strike slammed into Megres, wrecking his body and cutting his level and status clean in half. And to top it off, bizarre debuffs latched onto him with no explanation. Lufaso demanded to know what the loser's stigma debuff actually did. Dina said a rumor was circling that he'd been cursed, and every sign screamed it was true. After the freak tore through them, a curse latched onto the heroes and throttled their powers until they could barely even surface. A cold jolt slammed into the protagonist. None of this had ever been in the original game. Megres had to drag Aries down and hold onto Lavia no matter what. Soon they saw Ori burst into the battle, his grand entrance stealing everyone's breath. Megres barely blinked before flames ripped free from Aries. He barked to the soldiers to dodge and ordered everyone to fall back. He intended to vaporize the entire country and everyone in it. Aries unleashed Maze Ultim. One touch kept shredding you, the damage relentless. Megres compelled Levia to unleash her title, to charge headlong into the raging flames. Shock slammed into Gantz. Aries, massive as a mountain, rocketed into the air. Soon Megres realized he had to dive down and smash Suvell from above. Levia hurtled into Aries, but nothing could stop him. He surged onward as the soldiers let out a collective, relieved sigh. The crowd erupted, yelling for Livia and Megres to seize the win. Panic exploded in Megres. He was in deep trouble as the water swamping Lavia's body hissed and burst into steam, and she couldn't recover now. Aries plotted with razor focus, but they couldn't back down now that Megres had something to protect. He was weak now, doomed to keep depending on Levia, and Megres seethed at the sting of his own weakness. Lufa's grin vanished. Every attribute screamed that Levia held the upper hand. On paper she should have won, but Mezultim gnawed at Levia, steadily shrinking her maximum hit points. Every move pointed at the next battle, sapped Levia of every scrap of strength. Megres couldn't trail him for long. Every extra step threatened to draw other monsters out. Dina fixed Megres with a hard look. He had to wrestle with this too and pick up the phone. Years honed Aries into a crafty predator. Lufaso drilled this fighting style into his bones. Tamed monsters always trail the player, padding loyally in their wake. Silence swallowed the feed. No chats sparked. No personalities ever showed up. Sheep are supposed to be peace incarnate. They couldn't harm a living soul. Yet Aries kept storming in after the heroes utterly wrecked Lufaso. Aries figured vanquishing his old foes would send his vibe through the roof, and to him, that made perfect sense. Lufaso swore she'd stop him with her own hands. She screamed at Dina, "Hang on tight." They tensed on the edge, every breath a countdown. They were seconds from leaping. They barreled into the roaring maelstrom, slamming into Aries head-on. Revenge wasn't Lufaso's to hunt. She never raised her hand for any of this. She slammed a devastating hit home. A titanic force plunged from the sky and knocked him flat. Megres' jaw dropped, disbelief crashed over him as his eyes took in the impossible. Was any of this real, or was I trapped inside a waking dream? Lufaso snorted, grinning. Even a wise Cain can have a rough day. Destiny yanked her straight into this moment. She braced to spring into action, and in a heartbeat Megra. Gant's eyes snapped to Lufaso, recognition exploding across his face. Lufaso grabbed Dina and snapped, "Teleport with me." She was about to make Aries say sorry. She swore she'd take Aries down alone. Megra snapped at her, "Chill, just 1 second." A hidden hand tugged the strings, igniting Aries' ravenous thirst for revenge. If he really was who he thought he was, he wouldn't need to introduce himself. Megres spat a warning to be careful, and Lufaso was dying to declare his name alone proved his strength. She swallowed his warning like bitter medicine. They plunged in before doubt could even take a breath. She hunted through her memories for the exact moment she first ran into Aries. She hadn't reached her peak back then. That was when she launched herself onto the path to become a tamer. Her heart hammered and indecision gnawed at her. She had no clue which monster to snag as her first. She skidded to a stop and froze. A rainbow sheep stood before her, a 1-in-a-million sight. It didn't bolt when she braced for it to strike. It turned out utterly harmless. Her very first catch was a frail sheep, and she latched onto it, heart blazing with fierce devotion. She erupted with power, flinging her old weaknesses aside like dead weight. It hit her like a lightning strike. Aries was the one she'd known the longest. Memory deserted the protagonist. Lufaso's mind snapped to a crying sheep. Memories surged from her marrow in an instant. Could those be Lufaso's memories, crashing back into him? They pulsed with an energy the protagonists had never known. You didn't even have to know him. Lufaso's memories sliced through the noise, impossible to ignore. Every shred of doubt crumbled away. Their goals could snap into perfect sync. Aries slammed down in front of him and shot out, "Who is Lufasa?" He staggered as words tore free from his mouth. He could actually speak. In a heartbeat, the power of domination slammed into Aries, trying to drag him under. He crumpled, sobs ripping from his chest. The moment he spotted Lufaso, she was peeling off her cloak. Aries' jaw hit the floor. He was convinced someone was pulling a prank. Because Lufaso had to vanish, wiped clean, no trace left. Lufaso swore she was the one Aries had known. Aries bristled, unconvinced, and fury lanced through him. He snarled, "Vanish, fade into nothing like the ghost you are." Lufaso barked at Dina to step back, then strode up to the monster. It wasn't a ghost and it wasn't a dream. It was painfully, undeniably real. He slammed his mind shut and refused to believe her, no matter what. Then she'd unleash every ounce of her strength to prove just how much he'd grown. The two catapulted into the fray, charging headlong into the fight. A surge of adrenaline ripped through me. Lufaso crackled with electric hype, every nerve buzzing like he was about to explode. Ever since the protagonist burst into this world, finally she'd get to throw down in a real fight. That feeling shoved her heart into overdrive, hammering against her ribs like a war drum. Lufaso's memories froze Aries as forever tiny and unbearably cute. She unleashed everything she had, and he was snatched up like a feather. A heartbeat before he hurled him to the ground. Memory slammed into her. Next time she'd unleash everything, no holding back. Could she truly unleash the full force inside her? Her flames coiled like a caged beast, primed to burst free. Adrenaline surged through Lufaso. He was electric. She lunged to siphon every ounce of Aries' power and lock it away. At long last, after ages, she could pull him into her arms. Just one worth 200 years. It wasn't over yet, not even close, because Aries barreled toward her, not slowing an inch. To end the fight once and for all, Lufaso lunged and unleashed a brutal punch straight at his face. She locked eyes with him and demanded, "After all this, you still don't believe me." Their intentions snapped into perfect lockstep with Lufaso's. The protagonist snapped and sent that fool crashing to the ground. Now the same shock ripped through him, exactly like the first time. Lufaso shot out her hand, beckoning Aries to join her. It still fell agonizingly short. Maybe she should unleash a little more love on him. Then a girl suddenly swooped in. She hurtled into Lufaso's arms, collapsing into his waiting embrace. Recognition slammed into the protagonist. It was her, hair igniting into a blazing rainbow. This girl was Aries, war incarnate, striding through the world in human flesh. Everything blew up during a chat with Mazel, the player and one of the 7 heroes. They cracked up and went all in, designing characters who looked wildly different from one another. Everything spiraled out of control the moment they unleashed Aries, one of their epic flops from way back. He froze. Aries stood right there, and disbelief ripped through him. Her level blazed at 800, the same as in the game. Her setup stayed razor-sharp, every detail locked and flawless. For 2 relentless centuries, he pushed himself to the breaking point, refusing to rest. Lufaso staggered back, stunned, then she declared she's on a quest to snag the 12 stars. Aries surged forward first and had to follow her lead. He couldn't refuse her request. Aries lit up. She'd seized first place again. He lunged at the chance, adrenaline roaring as he grabbed it. Now he rode shotgun beside Lufaso as his new sidekick. Oblivious to who she was, Aries shot Dina a bright, friendly wave too. A wave of grief slammed into Dina, stealing the light from her eyes. Aries had wiped her from his mind. She snapped at Aries, annoyance lacing her words. She was always behind Lufaso in the tower. Finally, Aries' gaze snapped to the quiet figure who'd been melting into the background. Disbelief slammed into him when she opened her mouth, and Dina rolled her eyes at the absurdity. Lufaso couldn't judge. She'd totally blanked on who Dina even was, and she insisted Dina had her back ever since she returned to this world. So poking the bear was off limits, and Aries swore he'd never risk it. He blurted the truth, and that blunt honesty stung even more because it was borderline rude. Brushing past the sulking Dina, Lufaso zeroed in on Harry. He had a question burning on his tongue. They demanded to know why he invaded Suvell. He snarled that he'd struck because he could never forgive the humans who betrayed Lufaso. Lufaso dreamed of a world where demons no longer terrified anyone, but they stormed into his nights, crushed his hopes, and tore his world to pieces. If she'd been there, they wouldn't be mired in this mess. That criminal was being paraded like a hero. Aries cracked under the pressure. He knew he owed Lufaso big time. Her loyalty to Lufaso was ironclad, but she never imagined anyone would cherish her this deeply. The main character stood stunned, heart hammering, and totally hyped. He felt Megres' warning about who truly pulled Aries' strings slam into him. Lufaso swallowed his pride and apologized, his gaze steady. He hadn't come for revenge. Even if rage urged him to get back at them and he quietly cheered for her, he stayed unshakably chill. And that's exactly why. He swore he'd guard those vibes with his life. Nobody would dare mess with them. Right then, Aries snapped and blurted out everything about the demon that had been talking to him. It was Mars, a demon who'd been hounding him every single day for hundreds of years. They demanded we band together to crush Suvell and avenge Lufaso. Our main character blinked. He'd never even heard of the 7 luminaries before. Dina cut through the noise and spelled it out. 80 years ago, they branded the 7 demon generals with that name. Scratch Ifrit and his kid from the roster. They crushed every rival, basically the strongest there was. Mars cackled, reveling in how utterly weak Lavia was. One wrong step and Suvell could plummet. This was his chance to silence one of those clueless heroes forever. They finally burst into the juicy part, only after fighting through the chaos Megres and La Villa stirred up. He struck gold finding Aries after months of trying to get her riled up. I pleaded, argued, and practically dragged her into facing Suvell. His gamble exploded into triumph. They could drive Suvell to his knees and strike down one of the 7 heroes. It should have gone exactly like that. Aries showed up late, and Mars' temper detonated. In that instant, a surge of power slammed through. Mars snapped around, bewilderment blazing in his eyes as he scrambled to grasp what had just happened. Mars froze, disbelief roaring through him, as a lone human vaulted into the fray to take on the monsters. He froze, every nerve screaming. Who was that hooded figure who had come to see him? Lufaso barreled into the demon's presence, grilling him on whether he belonged to the 7 luminaries. Blue skin and eyes blazing with impossible colors hit Lufaso like a punch. He instantly knew he was staring at a demon. Mars zeroed in on the figure trailing Lufaso, and a cold jolt hit him. It was Aries. A bolt of disbelief shot through him. Why was he standing next to a human? Where was the fury that should have ripped them apart, toppled Suvell, and avenged his master? Aries snarled that she would never forgive humanity and loathed the 7 heroes. This wasn't Lufaso's dream. She hadn't asked for it, and every fiber of her rebelled. She snapped her fear like a twig, hesitation gone. She'd never aid the demons again. Mars had already seen this coming. From day one, doubt gnawed at Aries and insecurity weighed him down. One of the 12 celestial stars had been his secret weapon. Mars had waited like a coiled storm, but now the moment had arrived and she was useless. It hit everyone like a gut punch. He'd survived after befriending the demons. Mars cracked his knuckles and vowed he'd take every last one on himself. Aries roared, ready to throw down with him. The last battle's wounds still clung to her, raw, gaping, and throbbing with every breath. He vowed to face his failures and bring Mars crashing down. The demon's grin widened. He knew Aries couldn't stand against him in that state. Mars drew in a breath and channeled a coiling storm of magic into his fingertips. He lunged, his demonic sword flashing as it aimed to cleave his foe. He carried those swords like a badge of honor, each blade a member of his crew. And the secrets he'd buried in silence. He hurtled at Lufaso like a lightning bolt. He bellowed his might, flaunting every ounce of strength. Lufaso shut that nonsense down with one thunderous punch. Mars froze, disbelief blazing, as she registered she'd been obliterated in a heartbeat. He spectacularly mortified himself. Her mind recoiled. How could a general be this weak? Apparently the original demon's strength had crumbled. Humanity lost to them and took savage hits, but that was the deal. Without that, everything would have shattered far earlier. One of the protagonist's lingering doubts finally snapped away. He'd been stumped about how they kept the balance. Looking back, if a battle annihilated an entire squad, they'd have been slammed with brutal blows too. Lufaso's mind raced as he scrambled to stitch the fragments together and grasp what that meant. Only someone like Ifrit could muster the raw, savage power to go toe-to-toe with her. Lufaso crushed Aries in an instant, then shot Megres a smirk and declared Mars was already taken care of. Megres' side reeled, disbelief burning. Years of suffering couldn't just end like that. He was itching to talk to her, praying she'd swing by his crib, Aries froze. Megres had just called her too. Lufaso flashed a cocky grin and vowed it'd be chill, while Aries scowled, openly despising the heroes. They thundered up to Megres' palace. They were greeted by a pack of grinning men who screamed, "Con artist," with every sly smile. Then came the twist, ogres swaggering in silk and jewels, at least that's how they looked. They froze. Lufaso was a walking catastrophe, and far too important to be out in the field like that. As they slid past, Megres snapped, "Lufaso, what do you make of this?" They were the elite sworn to defend the people, but they gorged on power and ruled with cruelty. Megres thrust the proof at Lufaso, forcing her to stare down the weight of her own mistake. The instant they set foot there, Lufaso can stride into the light and reveal her face like she owns the room. Megres implored her to unveil her face, his curiosity roaring to see it. In that heartbeat, Lufaso ripped off her disguise, her true form erupted into view. As Megres imagined it, the vision exploded to life inside his head. There he was, Lufaso himself, unmistakable. He'd already checked one goal off his list. A desperate spark ignited inside him. Maybe Lufaso's skin hit a player just like him. The instant his eyes landed on her, his gut screamed she wasn't the same, she was a whole different person. Everything about her screamed she belonged to this world. Her eyes snapped to Lufaso, regret burning in her chest, fear freezing her in place. If she'd been a player, she'd know the heroes and Lufaso both volunteered to clash. Only the world's residents stared at Lufaso, dread rooting them to the spot. A bleak cloud swallowed everything, and the protagonist's chest tightened with the lonely knowledge. Rage boiled in Megres as she demanded to know why she'd been resurrected into this world after so long. And if it had been forged just to taunt them. After they'd plunged time and again, Lufaso stared at the wrecked world, breath gone. Her mortal enemy had risen from the grave, and her wrath burned straight for him. Her presence crackled with a different energy, and it hit him, the same books that ripped heroes to shreds. A different reason fueled the remorse burning in Megres's gaze. The country's bookstore groaned under a mountain of hard-hitting books brimming with heroes. It had to be Megres. He hunted the perfect, cutting words to hurl at the heroes. Maybe guilt chewed at him. He felt he'd let the demon invasion loose and caused Lufaso's downfall. His reckless streak refused to die. It was exactly the same as before. Lufaso wore her victory like a banner, while dread and shame gnawed at him. Guilt smashed him flat, sealing his tongue. He couldn't summon a scrap of remorse for his position. He vowed to do what was right, while Lufaso stood unflinching, utterly without regret. Hearing that, Megres froze, shock ripping through him. Back then, she was buried under an avalanche of responsibilities. Lufaso felt nothing. Anger never sparked in him, only a cold, blank calm. She treated the battlefield like a game, sliding people across it like pawns, while the protagonist watched from the sidelines, not part of the war. He swallowed hard, straining to imagine what Lufaso would say. He'd answer on his own terms. They revolted because Lufaso didn't deserve to lead. Megres and the others bristled. Their frustration came from skills riddled with fatal flaws. Lufaso snapped for him to stop blaming himself. The guy looked so pathetic Lufaso couldn't even bring himself to look. The whole country hailed Megres as a hero, and it should hit with the blunt, no-nonsense clarity of 2 centuries ago. Megres snapped that they were all too shy and demanded they lift their eyes and actually see the world. That's why he vowed to forge a nation where elves could stand tall and proud. 200 years ago, that dream blazed inside him. His peers erupted in savage laughter, jeering at him for daring to call it a lofty dream. A hard-won triumph carved out of a ruthless world. His peers burst into laughter, firing off bold dreams about the future. Megres savored those warm memories. They cracked his stoic mask, and a smile split his face. He vowed he'd do his best to heed Lufaso's advice, his voice catching as he thanked her for the words. Lufaso sprinted to check on Livia, drained from the fight with Aries. She was barely standing until helping with the transmutation surged power back into her. Megres shot her another grateful smile, voice ragged. His current form couldn't heal her without bleeding away his own strength. Lufaso blasted off on a relentless hunt to seize the 12 celestial stars. Next stop, the royal tomb of the Black Wings. The Libra scale waited there, cold as a verdict. This was Lufaso's tomb, raised 2 centuries ago by her most diehard fans. Libra loomed atop it, guarding every weapon and piece of loot Lufaso owned before she died. Rumors slammed into Megres. Anyone who dared climb up was annihilated, no questions asked. Locked inside that tomb, the legendary weapons were humanity's shot to ignite a fierce comeback. He clung to the hope Lufaso would leave behind the weapons she wouldn't use. Megres wanted to bring something as an apology, but his look rooted him to the spot. Lufaso snatched a brand new disguise. It turned her into someone you wouldn't recognize. He owed Megres everything. He ripped himself free from the self-destructing game and threw himself into helping her, far more than anyone expected. Megres stuck to Lufaso's heels, and they barreled for the exit. Worry carved his face, tension buzzing under his skin, and Lufaso dared to hope he was finally feeling better. If the winner kept acting like that, she, the loser, had to flip the script. Megres called out, hope thrumming in his voice as he wished her a great trip. It ambushed her, igniting a fierce, grin-splitting joy. When Gantz discovered her true identity, his jaw dropped and the world tilted beneath him. Compliments bounced off Lufaso as she slipped toward the exit. She was leaving and only wanted to say goodbye. She was about to bolt when Gantz spoke up. He had something to say. He shoved the issue aside, daring to trust they'd fend for themselves on the journey. New mission: snatch the 12 celestial stars and unmask any other players lurking out there. Only 2 of the 7 heroes survived. One might even be from her world. Her journey ignited. This was only the beginning. Nothing's decided, so much can still erupt at any moment. Mars, barely clinging to life, stared in stunned disbelief. Lufaso had returned, and he couldn't force himself to accept it. The demon clan's one true terror had returned. It exploded into a living nightmare. He sprinted straight to a demon and laid everything out. She felt the chill. A dead piece crawling back onto the board would rip the whole position apart. She axed Mars off her map. To her, he was nothing but a tragic NPC, a background soul drowning in sorrow. Libra tore through the crowd, cutting down anyone who dared try to reach the tomb. They begged and screamed that humanity lay at the demon's mercy. She tore through every last one of them. They plunged in on instinct, not a single heartbeat of doubt. Back on the highway, the crew barreled forward, their road trip far from over. Lufaso unleashed a golem, blasting the whole operation into overdrive. Everything started with Dina. 2 days ago, she pitched the idea of building a transport golem. Cruel twist, her teleportation magic could fling only one person through. Staring down those limits, Lufaso dove into the transmutation and they blasted off. They swept into the village, pressed up against the tomb's cold stone. Adventurers swarmed the tomb's entrance, strapping on armor, sharpening blades, and trading grim nods before the raid. Rage boiled in Aries' veins, and primed to obliterate those clueless adventurers. Lufaso snapped, chill out, because life roared through her veins. The tomb mocked us, completely empty. Danger crackled in the air. Say Lufaso's name and Aries snapped, fury igniting in an instant. My jaw dropped. Every single one of the 12 celestials was like this. Even after they thundered up to the tomb's yawning entrance, people jammed every inch, shoulder to shoulder. Something suddenly snapped loose and clattered to the floor. Dina barreled over, asking, "What's up?" An adventurer swore that 2 months ago a squad of explorers ventured inside and never came back. Something's gone horribly wrong. They were supposed to be near the top and would have sent word by now. Once again, 4 adventurers barreled into the tomb. People had tossed caution to the wind. All signs pointed to Libra annihilating them. They were mowing down anyone who dared come close. Libra tore through X-Gate Online, emerging as one of the game's fiercest powerhouses. The star ripped off its disguise and revealed a level 910 golem, a hulking colossus with terrifying, jaw-dropping strength. She unleashed a guard-shattering skill that struck with surgical precision and smashed a massive swath of the battlefield. She outmatched Aries, the warmonger who kept raising nations, but Lufaso was a fool to believe it. She had no clue how brutal the dungeon would be, but the adventurers were absolute juggernauts. She clenched her fists, vowing to stop the star with her own hands. Lufaso surged forward and swept the girls inside. An adventurer barreled into her path, stopping her cold and demanded, "What were you thinking?" The last team grew so formidable they earned the country's recognition and never returned, and the protagonist thanked him for his concern, but shrugged it off as unnecessary. They strode across the threshold. Aries hurled his flames outward, flooding the space with brilliant, blistering light. They'd barely blinked when a hulking golem thundered into view. In the final battle, Lufaso slammed a model into existence. They trailed through the tomb, and he faced Lufaso with an unreadable calm, no trace of hostility. 200 years later, he still bowed before her. She was his master, etched into his soul. We thought that was the end, then the truth exploded into view. The golem burst to life, and slammed into Dina within seconds. Confusion exploded in her chest, and she ripped into a run, shrieking for help. Lufaso staggered back. Her presence was so feeble the golem pegged her as a rival, then instantly wiped her from its mind. The protagonist vowed to snatch her to safety before she turned into toast. Right then, something exploded into view. A squad of people lunged out and planted themselves right in front of Dina. They dove to her side, refusing to let her bite the dust, scrambling to check if she was okay. The protagonist froze, pulse hammering. Could this be the high-ranking crew they'd always talked about? They were all battle-hardened adventurers, poised on the cusp of level 40, while the golem loomed at a colossal 150. Lufaso's gut clenched. Chaos was about to erupt. One blast like that, and the golem would rip them to pieces in seconds. So she unleashed Aries. He shot forward, throwing himself into the fray to wrest the chaos into order. He tore the golem to pieces in seconds. Shock sent the adventurers reeling. The team leader barreled over, slapping him on the back and whooping with praise as he demanded to know how he pulled that off. Lufaso shoved him aside, stunned. He'd been a trembling wreck just moments before. He grinned and dropped the bomb. Aries wasn't even a girl, he was a dude. Dina came straight to him, gratitude blazing in her eyes as she thanked him for saving her life. They strode forward and declared their names, John, the leader, then Richard, Shu, and Nick. The girls stepped forward, hearts thundering, pushing out smooth introductions, while their nerves fought to make them stumble. Worry clawed at Jean. Lufaso's team was disastrously unbalanced, and since Jean wasn't exactly innocent, he swallowed his words. That clueless leader kept driving the protagonist up the wall with every blunder. He tore into her decisions with relentless questioning, fretting so loudly it shredded her patience. John barreled forward, desperate to help even as everyone rejected his aid. Before Lufaso could even choke out a no, Dina lunged in and agreed. They boasted they'd have a blast all the way to Libra and then exploit them for their own gain. Smart move, throw a little muscle up front to shield them. They could pull off a sham, ally with the monsters, then put on a show that they'd slain them. They surged forward, clashing with monsters as they advanced, and tore through the dungeon. They blazed onto the 106th floor, and even Jean's jaw dropped. He couldn't believe they'd made it this far. I stumbled into a horrific scene. People sprawled across the ground. It hit them like a gut punch. They were staring at the team sent out ages ago, the ones who never came back. Lufaso felt the iron-cold certainty. This was exactly how he'd end up. No mistaking it, they'd clashed head-on with a mega golem. They probably hurled themselves between the blow and their buddies, sacrificing everything, devastating, since golems can't recover their HP. 2 centuries of damage stacked into a towering mountain of scars. Monsters and humans swarmed them, launching a savage, unrelenting assault. The adventurers shrugged it off and barreled straight toward Libra. Lufaso slammed a hand out to cut them off, barking for them to stay right where they were. It slammed the group into a storm of confusion. The protagonist slammed it home. It was the best move. Nobody there could survive Libra's attack. Jean bristled at her choice, questioning it as a guilty, daring voice inside him admitted he was being a bit foolish, just not enough to back down. Lufaso's team could topple a golem with a single, earth-shattering blow. Questions slammed into a locked door. Lufaso sealed her strength behind a calm smile, letting no one glimpse how fierce she truly was. After a tense back and forth, the group rallied behind a single choice. Lufaso surged ahead. I stepped up to meet Libra, alone. She hauled herself onto the summit, chest heaving and roaring with triumph. Libra's eyes locked onto an intruder, muscles coiling to spring an attack. From across the crowd, the protagonist's gaze locked onto her silhouette. Recognition hit them like lightning. Her look and outfit hit her like a snapshot, every stitch and expression unchanged, exactly as she remembered. The moment her eyes landed on the intruder, Libra coiled into a lethal stance, every muscle primed to strike and take her down. A countdown roared to life, every tick hurtling toward extermination. The protagonist peeled the glasses off her disguise, every movement slow and deliberate. With a sly grin, she declared it had been ages since they'd last seen each other, then dared, "Have I forgot my face?" Libra gaped as the scene before her shattered every expectation. She crunched the odds in her head, hunting for any rational answer, then slammed the verdict. It had to be a mistake. When someone you thought was gone forever suddenly reappears, your heart stutters and confusion slams into you. That's totally normal. Suddenly it snapped into place. She'd kept vigil over the tomb for 200 years, and it had all been for nothing. She still believed she could save her and braced herself to set things right. As she stepped forward, Libra's voice cut through the air. Stop. One more step and she'd ignite the intruder removal protocol, snapping it into motion. Lufaso snapped, none of it matters, and barreled forward. She surged forward, each step devouring the distance. He barked, is the Guardian planning to sit back and do nothing about her? Libra braced, pulse roaring, and primed her strike. He launched himself at the protagonist with brutal speed. The blow slammed home dead center. Dodging wasn't even a possibility. A searing blast of power tore through the air and slammed into Lufaso. The attack seared him, pain exploding into a white-hot blaze. She felt her HP plummet, life bleeding away in a heartbeat. The attack fizzled and was swallowed whole by Lufaso's raw, crushing power. Lufaso barreled straight through the attack. He recoiled and Libra froze, utterly stunned. She exploded forward, closed the gap, and finally reached her opponent. Libra lunged, her sword snapping through the air as she aimed a strike at her. Her strike was seized mid-swing. They channeled her power, and their bodies burst into blinding, radiant light. It was her repair ability. She could weld a target back to perfect health, forging them into a golem-like, unbreakable form. Libra stood rooted, eyes locked as her body stitched itself back together before her, jaw dropping as her mind exploded. Lufaso actually muttered an apology for keeping her waiting an eternity. She stormed in, snarling that she was finally here to take her. A bolt of certainty struck the maid. This was her real mistress. 200 years of relentless vigil at the tomb finally drew to a close. She crumples into the protagonist's arms. Breathless silence swallowed the battlefield as the last clash died out. A fierce relief crashed over her. She'd calmed her down, but then she froze, unsure what to do next. How do I break this to Jean's team, who were probably tearing their hair out waiting? Lufaso plunged down. The girls erupted with relief the moment they spotted her, back, safe and sound. She fumbled for words, mind racing as she hunted the right thing to say. Her eyes snapped to something wild. The adventurers froze in place, every breath snatched away as if a ghost had just stepped into the torchlight. Dina's stomach dropped. She knew one tiny spill of anything that could get them in trouble would blow the whole thing sky high. She suddenly unleashed a hypnotic surge that froze them in their tracks. Lufaso's jaw dropped. She intended to slip a single, surgical change into their memories and rewrite the whole story. They'd crow they'd already arrived, insist Libra had been ill from the outset, and brag they'd wrapped it up in a flash. A bolt of suspicion struck the protagonist. Had she masterminded this from the very first move? Dina threw her head back and laughed. This was exactly why she dragged the squad along. Lufaso's jaw dropped. Her brilliance struck him like a thunderbolt. She was on a whole other level. She could snap into demon form in an instant if it meant helping her mistress. Worry twisted in the protagonist's gut at the thought of leaving the adventurers like that, but relief slammed into them when they stirred awake a short while later. They roared and laughed like thunder but were solid through and through, and Lufaso flashed a grin and waved them off. She and her crew burst out of the dungeon, racing for the open air. They charged in and stopped Libra dead in its tracks, no lie. She crumpled under defeat, out cold and motionless for a tense, breath-stealing minute. He grabbed her, shook her awake, and bellowed, "Wake up." Her eyes snapped open at last. Relief crashed through me. She answered their commands and slammed through a final check, every system roaring to life. Her body sat pristine, unchanged as always, glaring proof that Libra was a golem, one of the dungeon's forged constructs. Golems never tap SB, they're not endless engines, their powers are finite and locked behind strict limits. A hush bound only Lufaso and Libra's creator, they alone harbored this little secret. Aries swaggered up to greet the maid. She snapped back, "My gender's as confusing as ever, the rudest thing anyone could blurt." She sprang forward and greeted Dina with a grin that crackled like fireworks. And spat, "You're a total stranger." They shoved the poor thing aside again, as if it had been erased from everyone's memory. The tomb scrubbed her from even the golem's memories. Libra would consign her to that same oblivion. The chaos was so raw that Libra froze, wondering if that feral streak ran through her. Dina clawed at her memories, still fighting to drag the lost scene back into focus. Still, luck refused to show its face. A glitch swallowed her data for 200 years and left her adrift and utterly lost. We could resurrect the data, but it would swallow months. By the end, despair crushed her, leaving her hollow and defeated. Libra's face was a blank mask. You couldn't pry a single thought from her. She kept vigil for nearly 2 centuries for Lufaso, pure, ironclad loyalty, so the protagonist stepped forward and offered his hand. to leap beside her and plunge headfirst into this journey. So it happens right this instant. The maid didn't hesitate. She slipped in beside them, eyes blazing, determined to see her mission through. They'd already seized 2 of the 12 celestial stars. Now the hunt was on. A long road still stretched before them, miles to sprint to claim every last one. The new destination lay 2,000 kilometers across the ocean, and they waved it off like it was a quick jaunt. At the mountain's foot, Parthenos of Virgo carved out a village and now dwells alone, cut off from the world. Parthenos conjured a shimmering barrier so frail monsters and fragile plants could finally chill safe, their fear banished. It was a massive relief that the stars weren't wreaking havoc on anyone, but that mountain. It was Lufaso's hometown. In a jaw-dropping move, she banished the entire winged race and seized their sacred land, shattering the protagonist's certainty. Aries snapped, demanding where the weaned race refugees were living now. They'd taken shelter in Gijallarhorn, a country forged by one of the 7 heroes. The name slammed into the protagonist, yanking a buried memory roaring back to life. They had to make a brutal choice, smash into the capital, or race straight to where Parthenos was right now. A chilling possibility struck her. Murak, the hero, might be a player just like her. She sprang into motion, determined to track down and meet the 7 heroes along the way. The group surged toward the city. It stood on jagged bedrock, turning every step into a grueling trial. This country had fractured into rival factions, and a merciless war raged between them. One, the Old Guard faction, swore White Wings were the race's pride. The other surged in a riot of color. Murak clenched his jaw to stay chill, but the faction brawls erupted, and he couldn't stop them. Libra declared himself utterly useless. The winged crew obsessed over wing colors, igniting non-stop drama that turned every day into a battlefield. The instant Lufaso appeared, everything spiraled into utter chaos. Born of the winged, she turned rogue and ignited a ruthless hunt that sent every hunter after her. No matter how shredded they were, the instant White Wings unfurled, they owned the scene. That was their whole vibe. Black Wings unfurled from Lufaso, and they recoiled, branding her a monster. When she took command, she outlawed every trace of hate. Once she was felled, the White Wings slid right back into their old ways. The player inside Lufaso reeled, disbelief roaring through him as the impossible unfolded. Merc was razor-sharp, but if he didn't stomp out that beef, everything would explode into chaos. Dina snapped, "Where do we roll, white or black?" Lufaso unleashed a spear of inky black at the spot he was sure the colorful wings had flitted to. Her assistant lay out cold. They crept forward with razor-sharp caution. The winged were ancient, almost 1,500 years old, and her face still seared itself into their memories. First stop, we thundered into the city of the black-winged folks. The staircase stretched like a marathon runway, built for flyers to sprint and blast into the sky. Dina planted her feet and refused to climb that towering nightmare. It felt like an eternity. Libra grinned and barked for them to chill. She'd shoulder the whole fight and carry every last one of them. She unleashed her airjet, a roaring blast that catapulted her forward. Shock froze the main character. She'd somehow unleashed a basic golem skill. The jet's thunder ripped through the night and yanked everyone wide awake. She lunged for the brakes, but Libra had already swooped in, scooping everyone up. And the shot rockets into the city. They crashed down into the beating heart of the crowd. They surged closer, curiosity crackling, everyone desperate to know who they were. Lufaso seethed. The star had blown everything to pieces. Dina scrambled to explain, breathless as she hurled apologies at the people they'd startled. Even the grizzled old man tipped his hat and praised their jaw-dropping, one-of-a-kind entrance. He clocked their exhaustion and blurted, "Crash at my place." Lufaso suggested they track down Merak tomorrow and finally crash for some real rest. They bolted to their rooms, slamming the doors and surrendering to the night. The main character's blood ran cold as arguing voices schemed to hurt the neighborhood kids. They pelted the black-winged girl with rocks as she fought to shield herself. Her mom slapped the winged girl and tore into her for that insolent attitude. She'd forgotten her right hand never lifted. She battered the air with her fists and hurled curses straight at God. Everything felt rotten. Despair coiled in her gut as she wondered why she was still living like this. The world stacked the deck against them. God watched it unfold and smiled, a cruel face hidden behind a saint's mask. Every desperate plea hit stone-cold silence. No one would rush to their aid, whatever nightmare unfolded. Her heart blazed with one hunger, to be stronger than anyone else. She was still learning the ropes, but she blasted through every doubt and turned everyone into believers. She swore she'd rip her mother out of this miserable life. Every scrap of inequality exploded into the open, and every last scrap of nonsense in the world would be obliterated. That dream lurked in the shadows of Lufaso's past. Not even the main character could summon that memory, his mind slammed shut. Libra noticed a restless fire stoke inside her during her guard shift. She found her mistress restless in the dead of night and slipped out to investigate. Now, the main character was sure. This was Lufaso's past, a truth she had never even imagined. She clung to moments, banning discrimination among them, but none of it flipped the game. If she still drew breath in this world, her parents had to be alive here as well. Every single memory exploded into being inside them, brand new and theirs alone. The player who possessed her body was him, if that's true. He clenched his jaw, desperate to know where Lufaso's true soul had gone. Back in the Demon King's castle, darkness waited like a caged beast. La Luminarius, the tribe of 7 demons, converged, their shadows snapping together like lightning. One demon spat, "To fall to one of the 12 stars is an utter disgrace to our tribe." She burst outside to confront whoever had taken down Mars, then cut in with a sharp apology for being late to the meeting. She couldn't even guess who she was one step closer, and she'd be burned to a crisp. Memory snapped into place, a stunning pair of black wings unfurling from her back, her beauty alone freezing everyone in terror. The demons fell silent as realization slammed into them. It had to be Lufaso. If she still drew breath, the demon tribe would be hurled straight into chaos. They'd pinpointed her inside Gijallarhorn, a huge break. Jupiter had to team up with her and tail every move she made. If he unearthed something crucial, he had to sprint back and shout the revelation to the tribe. Especially Venus, this is her battle, she's the one to own it. Back in Lufaso, they fired themselves up, primed to spend the next day roaming the city without a single care. They hovered like hawks, ready to snuff out anyone who tried to stir up trouble nearby. Maybe while weaving through the city, they'd unearth something jaw-dropping. Lufaso couldn't wait to hunt Merak down and expose whether he was a player. Dina dropped a bombshell. Merak was buried under the king's affairs right in the middle of the war. The whole mess started with Lufaso. She couldn't pretend she wasn't neck-deep in it. Aries had already sworn she'd seize all 12 celestial stars during the trip. If that's true, she's sitting on explosive intel we need to hear. Igakoro's the goat beckoned her to the demon race hangout. Dina's voice snapped back into their mind, her old words struck with eerie familiarity. The instant she spotted him, she had to pounce and seize him. Right now, the war between the winged folk screamed for attention. That battle had to be handled first. Lufaso threw on nondescript clothes and melted into the crowd, desperate to avoid suspicion and recognition. She arrived at a clearing where a black temple brooded. Recognition slammed into her. She'd heard of it before, a temple enshrining the statues of this world's god of creation. Shock slammed into her like a punch to the gut. The statue inside loomed. It was Lufaso herself. Then a shadowed member of the winged crew strode forward and demanded to know if she was a traveler. Her jaw dropped, and she froze the instant she laid eyes on the statue. The protagonist nodded sharply. This temple existed to exalt the supreme, infamous governor. The kid agreed. After all, the world had already branded Lufaso the evil aggressor. Locals hailed her as their hero. In this land, and for those with mixed wings, every eye locked onto her. They saw her clearly. If she could only hear their story, it would rip the mask off Lufaso and lay bare who she really is. The young guy leaned in, eyes flashing, and warned her that not all winged people wore white wings. That difference ripped through society's past, sparking ugly, destructive events. They refused to see them as friends, shutting them out just because their skin wore a different color. She stood apart, black wings and all. Her beauty made every rival fade. They couldn't just cry. She refused pity and carved her worth on her own terms. After crushing every nation beneath his iron heel, she slammed a ban on discrimination and treated them like equals. Her relentless hustle let them snatch their pride back. Praise slammed into Lufaso, leaving him oddly exposed. Being flattered so openly felt downright strange. Awkwardness exploded as the guy launched into wildly over-the-top antics. A knot tightened in my gut. It was odd that he was omitting something. One of their own, hooked on heroin, turned on them and booted them out of their homeland. He hadn't forgotten that. It burned like a brand in his memory. Resignation slammed into him. He was certain there was nothing he could do. After backstabbing Lufaso, bending her to his will, and flinging open the gates for the demon horde to pour in, maybe they had the mercy to not haul them out with their own hands. That hit like a gut punch, absolutely twisted. This time he seethed with white-hot fury. Lufaso had to challenge the rage burning in the townspeople's hearts, and they freeze, every nerve screaming, while saying this insult King Merrick. Then the winged man exhaled a long, weary sigh. That fool of a king proved himself the worst of them all. He threw his head back and howled, chest shaking and raw, at the absurdity of still calling himself a hero. Libra unleashed her system across the city of the skies, lightning-fast scans ripping every rooftop and shadow into her HUD. She flicked through the surveillance feeds, hunting for who was still standing and who was falling apart. It happened in a heartbeat. To spot a demon-faced stranger prowling the shadows, every movement dripping with menace. Every detail screamed disguise. If they were exposed, Dana would be done for. She coiled like a spring, muscles primed to obliterate the threat and strike. She skidded to a stop right in front of the man who was supposed to be disguised, and shock cracked across his face. He squared off against a towering golem in the heart of the city. Libra's eye flared as she fired a piercing alert across everything, warning everyone about the demon race. If he dared to linger, she'd heave him out the door. He snapped bounce. The man stalled, hesitation rooting him to the spot. He shot her a bewildered look, questioning what she was on about. He was just a normal traveler. She snapped that she'd seen his skin shift color and watched him melt into his clothes to hide. That slammed the truth down. He was a demon in disguise. He exhaled in defeat. They'd seen right through him. That's all it took. Then he lunged at Libra with a savage punch. She snapped her arm up and stopped it cold. Her eyes went cold and sealed the truth. He was hostile. He slammed into offensive mode. The battle exploded into motion. It was clear he could command the wood element. The demon grinned, praising her sharp eye. She was right. He commanded the raw, untamed power of nature. He was Jupiter, a colossus of the demon race, and he demanded the puppet's name. Libra strode forward, eyes blazing, and proclaimed she was one of Lufaso's 12 stars. Jupiter realized she packed the heaviest firepower, and the rumor he'd heard that she'd been taken out in the tomb was dead wrong. He seized a skill and ignited the dormant power coursing through his left arm. As the fight erupted, Aries threaded the city's streets, his mind a roaring storm of thoughts. His only choice now, vanish into the background and never trouble his mistress. We had to confront whatever was eating her alive and stop it before it blew up into chaos. The anti-people barrier sprang up in an instant, moon magic, thrumming with hungry, hostile light. He felt a faint aura too, obviously planted there as bait. The star bellowed, daring the presence to reveal itself. Recognition slammed into me. He was Igakiros. Igakiros emerged from the shadows and greeted him. Years had passed since they last met. Every inch of him screamed he'd come to save the lives of those 7 heroes. His resolve cracked. He was moments from surrendering to the demon tribe. Their goals entwined with his, so he threw his lot in with the demons. With a grin and a shouted challenge, they beckoned Aries to join the crew. They joined forces, hell-bent on crushing the heroes. He couldn't accept the invite. His mistress was Lufaso, the same tired tale he'd been fed 1,000 times, nothing new under the sun. Igakeros didn't drag him into swearing loyalty. He was quietly plotting to line his own pockets. The star spurned it. His mistress was back. Igakeros' eyes flashed. He found it wickedly cool. He ached to follow her like the old days, but unless he took out the heroes, history would snap back, and he wouldn't let that slide. He hatched a plan to wipe Merrick off the map and reduce the whole country to ashes. They hurled a curt goodbye at Aries and turned away, treating him like air. The instant the demon dipped, Aries froze, eyes locked as he watched him vanish into the shadows. He burned with the conviction that the stars themselves wanted all 7 heroes wiped out. He had no right to stop him, but temptation clawed at him, should he spill the tea to Lufaso. He vowed to keep watch over the country a little longer. If they tried to mess with his mistress again, he'd erupt into motion and strike without mercy. Dina seethed, left dangling for what felt like forever as her patience frayed and fury rose. In an instant, a shadowy silhouette tore past her. It revealed itself as a downright weird person. Heart-pounding, she couldn't fathom why they'd tucked their wings away in a place like this. Maybe this was our shot to snatch up vital intel. Heart-hammering, she slipped into the shadows and trailed the figure. Wait were others skulking alongside that hooded figure. They all looked top-tier and plunged into animated conversation. Just as they'd feared, the group couldn't trust that treacherous king. They hurled offers and pleas at him, but he shot them down. He'd never accept the white wings could be stained. No choice left. They had to pulverize the ones who'd already stained their wings. That meant they'd have to roll up their sleeves and dive headfirst into the dirty work. Flowery speeches wouldn't cut it. Someone had to roll up their sleeves and dive into the grime. Word hit them like a thunderclap. The other faction was mobilizing for war. Jupiter rallied to their side even without wings. He championed the people with white wings. That was undeniable. He'd aided the group before and slipped them intel. Jupiter had vanished and they were left reeling, desperate to know what had happened to him. News slammed into Dana. Paranoia crackled through everyone. Rescue was impossible, so she snatched up what they'd given her and ripped it open, hunting for any sliver of hope. This country stood ready to explode into civil war. Ages ago, someone struck the match and set the fuse burning. It turned out to be Jupiter, yet he failed to materialize. Something had clearly gone down. The whole country was about to erupt into a deafening roar. Meanwhile, Jupiter clashed ferociously with Libra, fighting desperately to keep the upper hand. He stared down an opponent forged from steel. They towered with impossible power, the worst kind of foe. She read his rhythm and snapped back with effortless counters, reducing his strikes to nothing. He shifted his stance and redirected his attack. The end loomed. Any moment he'd be toast. Rage boiled in Jupiter. He hated every second of it. He tore himself away and snuffed the brawl out. Libra exploded into motion, refusing to let him get away that easily. Prepped to the teeth, he knew the city's every turn far better than she did. He bolted, vanishing in an instant. Chasing him would be sprinting into fog and burning up every second for nothing. She clocked their speeds and felt a cold truth slam into her. Catching him would be nearly impossible. Libra's gaze cut through the chaos. Her analysis of her opponent was complete. Next time, she'd hunt him down and make sure he couldn't escape. As the group converged, the report slammed into Lufaso's ears. Dina ripped the veil off the war and dropped a bomb. The so-called Jupiter was likely just a fake name. The protagonist staggered as a bombshell revelation struck, his jaw dropping in stunned silence. Libra tore through the silence and laid out the whole scene, dropping the bomb. The so-called Jupiter was real. She was on empty, out of return bullets, and screaming for maintenance. She'd burned through every last one shielding the royal tomb, her reserves now completely gone. She fired off what went down on your walk, but Aries sat like a ghost, eyes glazed and miles away. He brushed it aside, insisting it was nothing, certainly nothing worth sharing. The protagonist sent the tea spilling. Everything boiled down to church affairs, and the war had already erupted. Right now, if this country and Marek collapse, it would spell absolute ruin. It would rip apart the balance the three heroes had fought to forge, and the demons would surge in through the breach. Only one bold move could set everything right. They had to hunt Jupiter down and seize him, pull it off, and they'd snuff the war out before it even sparked. Every clue screamed that the two Jupiters the girls mentioned were one and the same guy. He sprinted straight for the secret spot Dina had found. Hurling humans into a crumbling country was a reckless, pointless gamble. Unmistakably a demon in disguise, they had to trap him and drag him in alive. Lufaso burned to drag the guy into the open and force him to publicly spill the tea about his deeds. It warped him into a ruthless, full-blown villain. Protecting him burned hottest. His safety came first, no questions asked. Rage boiled in Jupiter's veins. The golem had just knocked him flat. He'd engineered every move to unfold without a single snag. He baited the factions into obliterating each other so he could personally take Murak down. Libra strangled the city with a chokehold. He couldn't even get within striking distance. A demon sauntered up, shoulders hunched, and admitted in a gravelly whisper, "I failed again." Rage boiled in him. Why were they letting Lufaso run wild with no one to rein her in? She should have lunged in and stopped it cold, but she let it happen. Doubt slammed into her. Did she truly believe she could take on that ruler alone? She swooped in, offering her help. She'd plant herself against the golem, pinning it down to buy Jupiter time. But the catch, you've got only 20 minutes on the clock. They sealed the pact with a fierce handshake. She just had to spark the magic stone to send the signal. Sure enough, Venus pounced on the opening, and they snatched victory. Meanwhile, the protagonist wrapped things up, declaring it finished. They're cranking out fresh rounds for Libra. The stash was monstrous, and just like that, our odds of capturing Jupiter exploded. She hadn't seen Dina in ages, so she blurted, "Where have you been hiding?" Her sensor went blind, couldn't lock onto her at all. Lufaso shot back with a grin, "Don't sweat it, I used teleportation." Shock slammed into the maid, leaving her speechless, because another teleportation magic loomed alongside X-Gate. That sent a cold shiver racing up the protagonist's spine. She shoved it aside, convincing herself it wasn't a big deal. Teleportation had been extinct for 200 years, never a single line in the original game's rulebook. Lufaso froze, wondering how he'd never noticed something so blindingly obvious. How had he swallowed the lie that this was normal until now? He locked his gaze on Dina as memories exploded inside him. She returned and the stars snatched her, hurling her into a ruthless interrogation. They seared her entire testimony into the maid's memories, an ironclad guarantee it could never be erased. The NPC warped memories and blinked across the battlefield, unreal that an NPC could wield memory manipulation and teleportation so masterfully. They swarmed her, firing a relentless barrage of questions. Was her teleportation real, and was her magic the X-Gate? Dina blurted it out without a second thought. No cap, she claimed the power as hers. She didn't even try to hide it. Rarity clung to her, and Lufaso had been summoned to this world for that very trait. She feigned cluelessness, prodding the issue and relentlessly grilling her about who she really was. She'd endured 200 years, fully aware that no human ever lived that long. Dina blew everyone's minds when she confessed she was half-elf. It hit me if she was mixed race. Suddenly everything made sense. He froze, his memory yielded no trace of anyone like that. When they grilled her, Dina fired back. I've been training alone this whole time. Questions died on their tongues. There was nothing left to ask her. Now Lufaso burned with shame for having doubted Diana so completely. We should have unleashed her hawk-eyed scrutiny from the start, not faffed around with this. A nagging doubt still gnawed at her. A crucial memory was slipping from her grasp. Dina boasted she could teleport Libra anywhere she pleased, because the X-Gate's restriction left out inorganic materials and items. She was a golem, the maid herself confessed it. No matter which way she looked, she couldn't lock onto Jupiter in that area. The assistant crackled with hype, dead certain they'd pull this off. 10 minutes, that experiment would devour every second on the clock. Her mistress's sharp nod ignited the command, go. They backed the protagonist, smug and convinced nothing could go wrong. No way Jupiter could blaze into view in such a short time. And suddenly, a deafening explosion tore the air apart. Lufaso shot outside and through the window caught sight of flames racing outward. In the palace, the dwindled crew lined in, trading weary murmurs with the king. They plotted how to wipe the filthy faction off the map. The white-winged ones vowed to drive the stained-winged ones out of the country and wipe them out. Merak faced the moment of choice. He had to pick his next move. This place belonged to the mixed-winged, and dread coiled in his gut. After the whites lost their hometown, they grudgingly let them stay, and that shaky truce detonated into an even wilder brawl than before. The mixed-winged lay shattered, unmistakably the victims. Merak's kingly swagger cracked. He doubted everything that made him a king. No way his dad actually reigned over the winged crew. Hold up, his mom wears the crown. He was born to rule. The crown should have rested on his brow from day one. For that person, every day barreled into them like a heart-pounding, white-knuckle thrill ride. Lufaso always barreled forward, carving her own blazing trail. Admiration roared through Merak for what she'd done. It slammed into the screen, jaw-dropping and epic to watch. Beside her, he shrank into a walking joke. The door crashed open as someone barreled in, screaming that chaos was erupting outside. The White City came under attack. Everyone shot to their feet as panic ripped through the streets. A crowd of white-winged people screamed for help. Jupiter loomed, massive and impossible to ignore. To blow the lid off the attack, he jabbed an accusing finger at the Black City, and the whites exploded in furious outrage. Jupiter pinned his hopes on his buddy to step up, then jabbed a finger at the sky. A demon tore onto the scene, bellowing they should wipe them all out. That pushed the white-winged crew into a white-hot fury, who plunged headfirst into the revolt. They snatched up their weapons, primed and hungry to strike. Rage boiled in them. They hungered to avenge their wrecked homes and vowed to protect their squad. The protagonist rocketed above the city, streaking past skyscrapers as the lights blurred beneath them. A punch to the gut told him the truth. Things had spiraled from bad to worse. The madness disease raged at full throttle. It ensnared every gaze and detonated chaos on a colossal scale, pure, next-level elemental magic. It blew my mind. Jupiter would never do something like that. Lufaso shot a breathless rundown to Aries of everything unfolding before her eyes. Worry slammed into him, sharp and undeniable. Jupiter wasn't the only force. Others had slipped into the mix, shadowy players lurking just out of sight. She sprinted off, hell-bent on hunting down the demon. They fired the question at Aries. What would he do in the meantime? He fired the question at her. What would she do if one of the 12 stars suddenly showed up? Would she lay her life on the line for Lufaso after everything that went down? The obvious move, pummel the responsible party until they beg for mercy and fix what they broke. Her loyalty fired him up, but he bit back. He didn't want anyone thinking he wanted an entire country turned to ash. Aries' chest swelled, and he thundered his thanks to his mistress. Clarity slammed into them. Now they knew exactly what to do. The protagonist reeled as a wave of confusion slammed into them, shredding every certainty. The question struck like it was about something painfully real. Desperate, Lufaso lunged, but Aries tore free and bolted away without a single word. She instantly pegged it as the work of the ram Igo Kiros. Her subordinates were a walking disaster. Aries was one of the weakest. Charging into the fight would only get him crushed. She prayed he wouldn't hurl himself headfirst into the maelstrom. Jupiter roared with laughter. Icacarus had nailed it. Only one move remained: unleash him and watch the factions tear each other apart. They could even topple Merak in the fray. That would be the ultimate win. Just 10 minutes flat, he'd already wrapped the job up. Before he could rock it off, a voice barked, "Who are you running from?" A shock slammed through him the moment Libra suddenly stepped into view. It should have been impossible. Golem couldn't possibly have raced back in under 20 minutes. If they charged into battle now, a win would be a long shot. The maid tensed like a drawn bow, every muscle coiled. She was ready. Venus botched the mission to pin her down this time. The two exploded into a no-holds-barred brawl. Libra snapped Lufaso's bullets into the magazine, each round slotting home with deadly intent. She lunged, vowing he'd never slip from her grasp again. And he anticipated every move, countering before the action even began. At last she unleashed a brutal strike that catapulted him into the air. It scraped across, leaving only a few shallow scratches. Jupiter fought to muffle his movements, squeezing every sound from his steps. Libra scoffed it was utterly pointless. Countless legends swirled like storms around the 12 celestial stars. One of them blurted something about Libra. The instant she zeroed in on someone, she tore across continents, hunting them relentlessly to the ends of the earth. Right then, understanding slammed into Jupiter. They finally grasped what was meant. She refused to yield, charging forward with freakish, unstoppable intensity. Her relentless barrage shoved him to the brink of madness as he clawed desperately for escape. Even when he crashed into a pile of rubble, Libra stood right there, waiting, coiled like a spring ready to snap. She detracked his every step and pinned down the exact second he'd show up. She snapped at him to stop resisting, and now he had no one left to back him up. Power roared in him. He could unleash the final attack, Brachium. A bolt of disbelief struck him, the ultimate ability, a cosmic force capable of tearing stars to ash. At that moment, Jupiter implored her to wait, begging that they could still chat. Tears blurred his vision, and surrender surged through him the moment the countdown slammed into zero. The instant Libra declared he was done fighting. She ripped her ability free and let it erupt. Ordered to take him alive, she moved like a viper and had him in custody before he could blink. Right on cue, Aries barreled into Igakiros, just as expected. They ignited a fresh battle so he could try to stop him. A brand new star blazed into existence. Demons descended on the city, igniting chaos on every corner. Agokurus knew in an instant his attempt to stop him was no bluff. He proved his loyalty to his lord in blood, hunting down and annihilating the 7 heroes. They hurled every power and spell at each other, the battlefield erupting into a storm of crackling magic. It blasted onward, never letting up. Just as he'd guessed, Aries' heart slammed. His opponent towered over him in raw power. He didn't hesitate for a single heartbeat, or ricochet out of the fray. He coiled like a spring, primed to unleash the final, crushing blow. Something hit him and raw panic ripped through him. Igokuraz pulled off a slick ruse. He hurled a clone into the line of fire to absorb the blow meant for him. A brutal wave of magic slammed into Aries. He gritted his teeth, planted his feet, and braced for the blast. He snapped his head up. The attack slammed into him and bounced off like it hit stone. He stood there, untouched. Someone hurled themselves in front. Lufaso lunged forward, throwing his body between the threat and him to shield him. The room erupted, everyone grilling Igo carries about his moves. Recognition hit him in a flash. There, too, stood his old master. He erupted into a whoop, heart hammering, alive, kicking, and buzzing with relief. Chaos roared all around, but they slammed forward anyway. In the end, he ripped off his disguise. Agakara's gaze locked on her the instant she leapt into the fray. He tensed, ready to throw down the second he found hers, then slammed into a new plan. Fear clawed at him for her safety. The protagonist couldn't topple a man who truly cared for her. Loyalty gripped him like iron, and she snapped at Igakuro's, "Lift your head." He should have listened before Aries, but Lufaso's every move shouted she wasn't here to hurt this place. She had to shatter the spell choking the citizens, and she'd forgive his weakness this time. Now he could channel his power into her, never into the demons. He knew he had to follow her, and her words hit him like lightning, sparking an instant, electric connection. At last, Igakuro snapped back into human form, fired up and ready to roll with her. He hurled himself into his master's shadow, maybe because demon blood thrummed under his skin. He flat-out ignored Aries' demand and tore off. At least they slipped out of the fight. Igakuro's couldn't imagine the factions standing down now. His magic slammed into the bad vibes already inside them, blowing that smoldering darkness into a roaring storm. That's why the civil war refused to end quietly. The protagonist shouted to Libra, who'd already sensed Jupiter's presence, and sprinted after him. Out of nowhere, Dina burst onto the scene and shouted she'd found a way to end the civil war. Chaos would erupt the moment Libra snatched the demon and hauled him before them. Their plan to brand him as the ultimate villain might actually work. Igakuro's would seize the chaos, wrestle it into order, and ask for their trust. But the combo flow detonated, spewing a relentless barrage. He looked ready to explode, desperate to blurt out something huge about Dina. He snapped, "You're the stealthy guide everyone's been whispering about, aren't you?" He alone clung to her memory, while everyone else had already snuffed her out. Meanwhile, the two factions squared off, tension crackling as they surged toward a brutal, no-holds-barred clash. This was bad, pure rage blazed across the faces of both sides of the winged crew. Out of nowhere, a voice ripped through the silence, screaming for them to stop. Every move they made fed the demons' hunger, when they should have been reaching for peace. Merak plunged into the chaos, desperate to cool it down before it exploded. He hit Lufaso like a ghost from the past, every feature identical, but one wing was gone. He froze, eyes wide and trembling, shock rattling every fiber of him. Loser vibes clung to him like a shadow. Deja vu turned to nightmare. His legs had been snatched before, now his wings were ripped off. Rough feet calloused and unyielding. Even as a hero among the winged, he'd never soar again. Even the factions scoffed at his desperate pleas, their silence rising like a crushing wall. Lufasa's jaw clenched. This place was seconds from exploding into a bloodbath. She didn't have a second to react before someone barreled in. Libra slung Jupiter around like a limp sack of potatoes. The winged people froze as a hulking golem loomed into view. They recognized her too. She flung the demon into their midst and left its fate in their hands. They couldn't piece it together. She'd spoken next to nothing. Dina dove down like a comet, yanking everyone's attention straight to her. She implored them to hear her out. Turns out this guy was a minion of the Demon King, the one who set loose all this chaos. They need to zero in on every opportunist who'd cash in on a civil war. In a heartbeat, everyone unleashed their fury on Jupiter. Lufaso's jaw dropped as Dina, impossibly smooth, had the winged people dancing to her command. Better to spell it out step by step, so the amped-up ones actually tune in. Dina snapped, warning the demons would be the first to latch onto this chaos. So everyone slam the brakes and chill. Shut out the noise, lock your focus, and expose the true enemy. Before Jupiter could even place the voice, the winged warriors surged forward, determined to rip the demon apart on the spot. The protagonist's jaw hit the floor when Jupiter suddenly bellowed at Dina for reasons nobody could explain. She smirked and declared she'd planned to betray him from the very first moment. He launched himself at her, but Libra snapped forward, struck him from behind, and slammed him to a dead stop. She was about to make him regret attacking without her say-so. She'd warned him ages ago. She snapped his excuses shut. Every condition to eliminate him was met. Jupiter kept hunting for answers, desperate to unmask who Dina really was. Libra struck him down before he could finish. His fate was sealed. He was finished. Savagery coursed through her. Relief surged through Lufaso. She'd thrown her support behind him. She lunged, desperate to snatch the words he'd just said. Merak rolled up. He demanded, "Are you the young golem's master?" He beckoned her to his castle, and a bolt of realization hit. One jagged problem still demanded her attention. That would blast the hassle away and make everything a whole lot easier. Lufaso pounced on the invite. She pounced on the chance to see if he was a player like her or just a clueless noob. You're telling me it's inside the palace. Merrick challenged her, drop your hood, show me your face. The protagonist slammed his signature down, sealing his agreement. She ripped the truth wide open, exposing her real identity. Merrick reeled, stunned to his core. His gut screamed Lufaso, he just knew it. A jolt of nostalgia tore through me, insane that she was still kicking. Again, despair carved his features before her eyes. It mirrored Megres's perfectly. When the dust settled, neither of them were players. Lufaso swore he'd changed a ton, but he looked drained and far weaker. Murak snapped, everything's a total disaster. From the jump he was a flicker, too frail to shoulder a kingdom, never meant to claim a crown. Back then, She-Aliath and Duby flanked him, 3 fierce allies with his back no matter what. They towered before him, a living wall. Merrick hung back in their wake, eyes pinned to their retreating backs. Even Dina, of all people, felt worry twist in her gut. The cane trembled, straining like it was about to snap. Like the other heroes, Megres felt a gnawing dread coil in his gut. Merrick proved no exception. Megres leaned in, itching to sling a razor remark. Merrick would soon bite the dust for pulling the same stunt. Clashing head-on with the 7 heroes now would be an instant catastrophe. Merrick spat that Lufaso would have been better off staying the queen she once was, and rage boiled in her veins. Her body snapped forward, she lunged at him. A voice screamed he was a fool, yet the protagonist knew to his bones that neither he nor the original Lufaso regretted the fight. She endured a minute of his regret-soaked whining. As Lufaso, she leaned in with a wicked grin, itching to watch those guys humiliate themselves and play the victim. That vibe made her skin crawl, she couldn't stand it. She willed them to thrust their chests out and stand tall. He stood among the heroes who toppled Lufaso. She wouldn't so much as listen to his pathetic whining. Tears flooded the king's eyes, cracking his royal composure. Every showdown spelled the brutal truth. He stood no chance against her. 2 centuries slipped past, and the world stubbornly refused to change. Lufaso shot back, you bet I have, even if it's only a little. His advice can't pull this country back from the brink. He swore he'd fix everything with nothing but his own raw strength. She clenched her jaw, praying he wouldn't humiliate her again after he'd already beaten her once. Instead, he had to prove he had the power to sweep the mess away and set everything right. The protagonist plunged back inside, sinking deeper into the interior. She never pictured herself bellowing at someone like that. She botched the moment, the room went silent, and mortification ripped through her. She felt like she was dying of embarrassment. Lufa also wanted to scorch that scene from memory, fast. Libra ripped through the report, pinning down every last detail. She barked, delete it now. If anyone recorded or even photographed it, wipe every trace. Libra snapped, what do you mean by photos? Aries and Igokaros gaped, minds blank, neither had the faintest clue what that was. Cameras never surfaced in this world. It was pure fantasy, where memories were conjured, not captured. Once more, a sharp unease dug its claws into the protagonist. A sudden blank hit her, something had slipped her mind, and she frantically clawed through her memory to pull it back. The day she stepped into this world 200 years ago, she raged that no one remembered her face. Dina snapped, hurling the word photos like a grenade, evidence that shouldn't exist in this world. She spun to the assistant and snapped, follow me, we're going to chat. A torrent of things she wanted to say roared inside her, all meant for whispered words behind closed doors. She ripped off her mask and refused to fake it any longer. Lufaso tore through the nonsense, demanding to know who she really was and roaring that the advisor's story was a flat-out lie. Dina's face hardened and she nodded sharply. She agreed, because it was all a lie. Lufaso's tower lay in chaos. After taking so long to return, she should have at least cleaned it. Dina blurted a lie without even trying to make it believable. The blow landed out of nowhere. She never saw it coming. She didn't even belong among her citizens. Everyone had forgotten her. Again the girl agreed, a fierce yes snapping from her lips. She wasn't a mastermind. She knew an NPC set up like that and coldly weaponized it for her own gain. NPC short for non-player character, the game-controlled background figures puppeted by the code, not by you. She flashed a sly grin that practically screamed she was a player too. A massive question still loomed, unanswered. A fire of curiosity consumed her. How had Dina bent the stars to see her as an advisor? Dina tore into their minds, rewriting memories and leaving Aries and anicaps completely duped. She hit the bullseye. She injected a lie straight into their heads. Golems have no brains, so hazy memories wash right off them like rain on stone. A jolt of clarity hit her. She finally grasped why the other golems couldn't recognize her. She might have slipped that memory trick straight into Lufaso II's mind. Dina swore she'd crossed paths with Igo Kuros before. The pieces snapped into place, everything clicked. Piece by piece, the girl's real identity peeled away its disguise and snapped into focus. Dina blurted out the truth. She couldn't fake her own memories. Her will roared to life, stronger than she'd believed, and she'd crash and burn over and over before finally nailing it. She was forced into the tower's NPC advisor role instead and had to play it. Shock ripped through her when she realized there was another player. She swallowed her words and snatched back what she'd just said. Dina stormed into the beta, handpicked to tear into the new half-elf race and push the update to its limits. She dug up every secret of the tower and memorized every quirk and scheme of the people inside. She froze, shock ripping through her, because she knew secrets she was never meant to know. She breezed in and out of the demon castle at will, slipping through its gates as if it were her private playground. In a heartbeat, her blue hair snapped into shimmering gold. Her plan imploded the moment she underestimated Lufaso. Now she's shredding the playbook and pivoting on the fly. She kept an entire arsenal of tricks tucked up her sleeve. Every stat she flashed was fake. That level 300 was a bold lie, a brand new trick nobody had seen in the game. The examining eye snarled like a beast. The admins scrambled to craft a counter. If it proved true, Lufaso couldn't wait to test the limits of her true power. The instant his gaze landed, Dina towered at level 1000, raw power humming around her. She squared her shoulders, steeled her nerves, and reintroduced herself. Her true name, Venus, a blazing star among the demon crew. Her eyes snapped to steel. She ignited the epic life-or-death battle. Venus unleashed her elemental gold magic. Her insane power could be unleashed on Lufaso like a lightning strike. After slipping the blow, he ripped back into action. The protagonist unleashed a salvo, gunfire shredding the silence, bristling with an avalanche of new spells. She ripped open reality and yanked her X-Gate magic into the light. It blindsided her. She never saw it ricochet and slam right back. That move blew my mind. She was a walking cheat code, undeniably overpowered. Next up, elemental water magic surged forward, crashing like a tidal wave. It tackled every roll like a pro, switching gears on a dime and never missing a beat. Razor sharp, the protagonist wove through a hail of relentless attacks. They were practically neck and neck. Venus trailed the pack, every step a savage fight to close the widening gap. Her frame was a shadow of theirs, far weaker, and the protagonist unleashed a brutal strike that slammed into them. That impact catapulted her into the air. Now she felt Lufaso's real power surge through her, raw and undeniable. This time the burn seared through her like white-hot iron. The protagonist barked at her to fall back. She had no chance of winning. Not even Megres, a fellow level 1000 mage, could bring her to her knees. She was a beta tester who'd never even hit start. She only wanted to rebalance the skills. She'd bet her life she hadn't even bothered to hunt down shortcuts or upgrades for her attack combos. Lufaso met every max-level player head-on and tore through them, reigning supreme over them all. Her words dripped honey, but doubt flared in Venus. Could she really forgive her that easily? Tricked betrayal slammed into her. She finally owned up. She'd been propped up by everyone else just as much. She refused to nurse a grudge over the deception or the whirlwind that swept her up. It had to be. Everything was engineered to erase the demon crew from existence. Venus's grin crumbled. She'd actually believed victory would come that fast. She snapped, "Say that again." If she survived, what fate would crash down on her next? A crackling surge tore the air as they slammed the ritual into motion, calling the X-Gate into being. She left the protagonist reeling, unsure what she could unleash. Right then she cursed the sky. What she'd counted on as a total cheat betrayed her. Venus ripped a blazing star, maybe a meteor, out of the heavens and hurled it down. Her strike slammed into her opponent, and Lufaso's blood ran cold. This attack could tear the kingdom apart. The spell crawled by, every gesture a hair-trigger nightmare, demanding razor-sharp precision. Using the X-Gate to shave seconds off the summoning was a brazen, unfair cheat. Venus dove in, voice fierce as she snapped, "What do I do now?" She'd been gunning for this from the very start. Lufaso's eyes ignited. She planted her feet, clenched her fists, and shouted that she'd accept the challenge. This ends right here, for good. Fear died in her chest. She charged headlong at the meteor. Maybe the Lufaso inside her thundered, "You can do this." She slammed her iron fist down and ripped their guard open with the defense break. Everything rode on her, only her power could decide their fate. She rocketed forward and smashed a fist into the oncoming meteor, and he barreled straight through it, sending it hurtling away. Venus's jaw dropped, shock ripping through her. She crashed to her knees, every breath stolen by the image she'd just witnessed. The protagonist surged forward, eyes blazing, and asked if she still wanted to keep going. She snapped no and folded, admitting defeat. Lufaso's pulse thundered as she dared to fling open the curtain and spill every secret she'd pulled off so far. Venus revealed she rolled in as a player the instant Lufaso was sealed, then froze when she realized she'd become the exact character she'd been puppeteering seconds before. It hit with the exact same punch the main character took. Back then, prodigies burned brighter than stars, and many surged all the way to level 500. Lufaso demanded answers about the game's oddities, and if those changes showed up afterward, she agreed. Are they players or relegated to nameless extras never written into the story? They blinked out one by one, snuffed like candles, leaving no sign they'd ever existed. It felt like we'd plunged straight into the novel version of the game's world. The X-Gate's coolest feature was its novel system. Every action you took got seared straight into the annals of history. It bombed there were barely any players who'd been novelized. Only a handful of writers were picked from a sea of players, so when Dina, just a beta tester, was plucked into the novel, it blew everyone away. Venus stood apart from everyone, loneliness crawled under her skin, and she never felt she belonged. She wasn't alone, she had friends. They were the few who refused to let go of the real world. The main character had already written every last one of them off as dead. If this world was forged from the game's rules, the Demon King had no chance of wiping out humanity. The big war came with one cold rule: squads were capped at just 12 players. She scoffed this world didn't play by that rule. If they willed it, they'd wipe out thousands of players in a heartbeat. If they were obliterated even without that, they were nothing but dead weight. Lufaso clung to the idea that this place was the game's world, a wild possibility she'd never dared imagine. Frustration boiled over in Venus. She turned on every last one of them with burning hatred. They ripped every last thing from her real world and tossed it aside like it was trash. The Demon King snuffed out her chance before she could even draw breath. Cornered, she duped the luminaries and clawed her way to the top. That's how, later on, fate hurled her straight into Lufaso's path. She remembered that one forgettable girl and seized her identity. She figured she could hurl her into the Demon King's path and force her to cut him down. She swore she'd drag Libra all the way to Jupiter and burned through sleepless nights scheming and training with him in the shadows. She tore her promise to pieces and handed her straight to him. Alarm flared in Lufaso again. She demanded, "Are you my enemy?" Venus denied it. Right from the jump, she radiated calm, not a trace of hostility. She tried to use her like a pawn. That was open hostility. The main character fired back, "I can keep serving you as always," and the blunt reply slammed into Dina, leaving her staggered and speechless. She steeled herself to forgive and let every single thing that had happened slide. Hidden behind her smile, Lufaso couldn't care less. She still hadn't repaid a single favor to the people who'd helped her. Someone scheming behind her back set her pulse racing, and a lethal sidekick, pure storytelling gold. Venus's heart slammed as she blurted, "Am I only a player, not Lufaso at all?" Laughter ripped out of him, and at certain electric moments, the two were completely in sync. Spotting someone from her original world, she let her pranks slide. Megres and Murak weren't players. A thin spark of hope flared that the other heroes might still be alive. Maybe those two burned bright as the world's only irregulars. Dina duped and used her like a pawn, and yet she never lifted a finger against her. All along, every move she made secretly fueled Lufaso's rise. She vowed to obliterate every demon, and as a character, a final showdown with the Demon King was inevitable. She shot her hand toward Dina once more, a silent dare to join forces. It tugged a sigh from her. Every sign screamed Lufaso. She should have anticipated it, but it still blew her mind. Now that she had seized the order. Until the day they toppled the Demon Lord. She'd step up as her advisor, guiding every move. She sank into a deep, reverent bow, this time by her own will for her mistress. Her true status burst from the shadows. The Star Group burst onto the scene in an instant. And hunt down Lufaso. They demanded answers, what had gone down, and what that meteor had been before. That moment slammed through everything like pure, gut-wrenching horror. Her mouth went dry as she hunted for the words to tell Hyde she'd fought Dina. No one had found the spark that ignited the civil war or the grudge that set the factions at each other's throats. No outsider could mend it. Everything hinged on Merak's next move. The people of the White Wings reeled as the king's decision slammed into them. Even after the demons had toyed with them like puppets, every move, every sacrifice sprang from one burning wish to make the kingdom better. Silence swallowed their cries. Merak knew his weakness had ignited a wildfire of arrogance in their hearts. The instant Lufaso's words slammed into his mind, he barked, demanding to know who'd sent them to speak. He activated his race's intimidation, crushing everyone under a cold glare, and snarled that mercy was a mistake, no forgiveness for their rudeness. They'd be fools to think he'd keep coddling trash like them forever. Merak bristled at putting on that act, every instinct screaming no, but King Duty called and he fell in line. He pinned his hopes on it, knowing a mountain of problems still waited to be tackled. But he'd steamroll them so she could drop the worry and finally kick back. Lufaso reeled as Merak's menacing aura slammed into him. A private smirk curled at her lips. For now she poured herself into the kingdom, crushing every goal in her path. But the journey's vessel. The room slipped into a snug, cozy hush now. If she could carve out more room, they'd cram it with jets and go full tilt with every wild upgrade. She tracked down Igo Kiros, hunting for any juicy intel. The demon's endless gossip clawed at his thoughts. Levitain burst into motion. A kingdom of swords forged by the legendary sword King Aliath became the arena where Lufaso was summoned. It hit her like a punch. She'd just kicked up a hornet's nest. The star insisted on getting the full scoop firsthand. Levitain ripped open the veil of magic, and a brand new hero burst into existence. Flashback snaps to Lufaso, coolly lounging in the shadowed royal tomb. Inside Levitain's throne room, silence hung like a blade. The palace staff froze, their words choking on a single jagged ch. Haunted by what they'd done. The summoning ritual ripped open the air, and the hero appeared. They unleashed a classic anime protagonist this time. Meet Minami Jujuse, a plain Japanese high schooler who ghosted through the halls, unseen by everyone. Suddenly, a desperate voice tore into his mind, begging for help. Sei strained to follow the voice, desperate to respond. But then he plummeted, stomach flipping as the world blurred, and the ground thundered up to meet him. A thunderbolt of truth struck him. He'd been summoned to a world called Midgard. A crowd barreled in, voices rushing to explain why he was there. They begged him to annihilate the demons and topple the supreme ruler. Sei's memory snapped. He'd been told to be someone who helps others. Doubt gnawed at him. He couldn't picture taking anyone out. Leaving someone begging for help would eat him alive. He jumped in, sure his dad, a cop through and through, would never abandon someone in need. No matter how much hype roared through his veins. He was way out of his depth. The talent to make it happen just wasn't there. Sei started training. Consumed by weakness, he collapsed and surrendered to Friedrich. Friedrich, the sword master, carved out long hours to forge him into a fencer. Luck crackled through Sei. The world's strongest swordsman stood right beside him. Friedrich couldn't speak human language. Every attempt to reach him smashed into silence. Beastman tore through languages like a pro, yet Friedrich was a whole different story. The vice captain ripped through every translation for C, and by default, doubled as a knight. Everything about her screamed she should have been a total knockout. She towered like an Amazon come to life, fierce and impossible to ignore. Duty slammed into the night. He had to translate Friedrich. They spewed the most painfully pointless drivel I'd ever heard. This guy's backstory slammed into you like a legend, epic and unforgettable. A fierce pride for his race ignited in his chest. He padded through like a massive housecat, lazy stretches, velvet paws, sudden swats, and that spoiled, insolent swagger. Sea froze, confusion clawing at them as they scrambled to untangle what was happening in the kingdom. Then Cruz exploded into the fray, an elf who came to save. Every member of his squad had converged. He steeled himself. Now he was about to meet his painfully cliché crew. He steeled himself, tightened his cloak, and strode straight to the throne to meet the king. He stood on the brink, heart pounding, ready to launch into his journey. Adrenaline shot through C. Everyone in the room could be his new crew. First to stride into the light was the nation's pride, the holy sword, Friedrich. Right behind him strode Cruz, master of sacred arts and the king's advisor. Then Alfie burst onto the scene, a rising prodigy from the Magic Academy who'd become the ace we desperately needed. The wise king handed them hulking metal golems, clanking iron colossi that marched at his command. 10 spy division guards lurked in the shadows, primed to explode into action and back them up. At last the hero exhaled, relief exploding in his chest. Now a squad would rally to his side. The king snatched up the finest treasures, making them theirs as well. The hero and his crew stood on the brink, adrenaline crackling as they prepared to burst into their mission. When Ced walked away, a roaring sea of people surged forward, greeting the group with a thunderous celebration. His mission to save the world had only begun to ignite. He'd been certain he'd fail, but he rose in defiance and became the hero. She thrust her chin up and stared at her crew with fierce, unshakable pride. Suddenly, black feathers plummeted down over their heads. Out of nowhere, it materialized. Crews exploded into frantic screams, shock ripping through their bones. Their jaws dropped. Lufaso herself stood right in front of them. Now the generic protagonist's heart slammed as he recognized the truth. This was the supreme ruler. And that's only the beginning. A demon towered above them, its hulking form a living wall that blocked their path. The demon king himself loomed, impossible to ignore. Even entire crews stood dumbstruck, unable to fathom the storm raging in his mind. Because the two biggest bosses on Earth stormed onto the scene the instant they stepped out. Sia's heart slammed against his ribs. He knew he'd landed himself in deep trouble. Lufaso's eyes snapped to the kid across the way. He felt it in his bones. That kid was the hero. Everyone buzzed, gossip crackling through the crowd. For some reason, the demon lord materialized before her and spat out those classic anime lines. Hold up if you want the whole story, slam that rewind and let's jump back a bit. She'd never suspected this world harbored a ritual to call forth a hero. If Leviting pulled it off, the summoned class would explode out of the shadows and claim the mantle of the hidden hero. The whole game doubted it was a hero, then Alioth cracked the mystery. It wasn't even a selectable class. Alioth blasted through levels, stormed to the top of the leaderboard, and stacked a jaw-dropping arsenal of epic abilities. His favorite was the one that ripped him back from death, reviving him even when his HP hit 0. Unlocking this class at level 1 rockets your stats to stand shoulder to shoulder with the top ranks. The demon race felt the summoning tear through their realm and recoiled. They knew the hero hunting Alioth was deadly. They were out to snuff him out before he could even level up. Any second now, the demons would unleash their goons to take him down. The Sword King forged an ironclad barrier around the kingdom, so any demon trying to crash the party was signing its own doom. Soul Succession was a heroic power Lufaso had to master down to the marrow. Inside the barrier, it supercharged the player and drained the enemy of strength. The catch, the moment you used it, it would drop you dead and instantly zap you back to the city. Alioth, the Sword King, was shattered by the Demon Lord and had his sight torn from him. Still, he forced himself up and slammed a towering barrier into place to shield the people. Inside the kingdom, calm should sweep the streets. The moment they crossed the barrier, Venus's gut snapped. Danger was already waiting in the shadows. The instant they slipped beyond the kingdom's borders, they were branded prey. The Luminaires waited in the shadows to strike. That's an instant checkmate, pitting a level 1 hero against a level 1000 boss from the opening bell. It was the perfect opening to bring the Luminaires crashing down too. She barked for them to hold their ground on the road. She was going to love Teen Solo. The perfect moment arrived. She could crush her enemies and rocket the hero to victory. She rocketed over the kingdom and saw the barrier blazing. Those Luminaires couldn't get close. Before they could blink. Then the demon lord himself ripped open the heavens and appeared in the skies. He greeted her, announced himself as Ohm, and we slammed back into the present. While Ohm towered over the humans, flexing pure menace, he spat Lufaso's nickname Algar, the word demon's hiss for the one who brings death the moment she's found. She pounced on the opening, pinning the trembling humans beneath her and announcing her name like a dare. Lufaso blurted, eyes wide. She never imagined the demon lord would show up in person. He shot back that only two beings made his blood run cold, God and Algar. In a heartbeat, he found himself staring down Algar, the very being who should have been sealed away. She alone broke free from God's scenario, an unbeatable being, and her words sent the protagonist reeling, utterly baffled. Ohm clamped his jaw shut, only speaking when forced. He goaded her until she erupted into savage, uncontrollable violence. Lufaso cackled, grin splitting his face as he readied himself to give him exactly what he wanted. The Demon King roared, itching to unleash the rusted strength that had slumbered for 200 years. It just sprang into being from thin air. They exploded into a brutal, no-holds-barred brawl. And the hero's crew froze, rooted to the spot. He was completely lost, no clue which way to go. The fight erupted into pure, heart-pounding chaos. Enough talk, just watch. He froze as his buddies screamed, panic ripping through them. How could they possibly take down these two monsters now? Their power shredded every limit into dust. He planted his feet like a boulder and dared anyone to move him. Everything came down to one brutal truth he could see. A relentless downpour of abilities and attacks tore through the air. Cruz slammed a barrier into place, shielding the group from a barrage of falling debris. It hung overhead, primed to rain down. As Olm expected, no true rival had dared stand against him in ages. Lufaso felt raw power pulsing through him, so massive that laughter died before it could form. He was crowned the game's final boss, but she could blow past him. Her HP had just cratered. She could still wipe 50,000 life away with a single strike. She knew that path led straight to her downfall. Keep it up, and she'd lose in the end. The king stilled, pride igniting in his veins. After 200 years, he still towered above Alieth as an unstoppable force. He felt her pull her punches. She was holding back far too much. Maybe he hadn't earned the right to witness her unleash every ounce of her power right now. Lufaso yanked at her hair, stunned. Her strength had never been different from Alieth's or the other heroes. Ohm sneered, demanding the supreme ruler be far grander and mightier than this. Before she was possessed, her power dwarfed anything she can muster now. Doubt gnawed at him. Was she really pouring everything into this now? And Lufaso snapped, I haven't the faintest idea what you're on about. That blindsided him and sent him reeling. Ohm's eyes snapped open. He realized the goddess was already making her move. This landed at the absolute worst possible moment. No way they'd crack the goddess's gambit like this. That term sliced through the noise and hooked the protagonist's ear. Every heartbeat, every battle, every breath obeys the goddess's script, no exceptions. Out of nowhere, the tea betrayed him. He kept spilling it, soaking everything far more than it had any right to. Ohm slaughtered humans to carve out and claim more turf. The raw truth, his people had to clash with humans to survive. It was carved into their blood, defensive beasts who would vanish if they ever stopped fighting. When they vanished, their pieces scattered like shrapnel and ignited into mana. These guys recycled demon bodies into raw fuel for magic, and that's the brutal truth. That's how the goddess breathed life into the demonic folk. Ohm found himself cornered, forced to wrestle with them. Lufaso was left in the dark. The game never spilled this backstory. Beyond that, a fierce curiosity burned in her. She had to know what the demon lord would say next. When he spoke, his voice betrayed him. He sounded nothing like one of the demonic crew. A hero from the squad leapt into the conversation and cut them off. Cruz snapped, demanding to know what it all meant and how they could disrespect the goddess like this. The goddess who pours love into every race would never stand by while they obliterate one another like this. The king agreed. She never set out to save this world. That act ignited the war. Lufaso had once been a living nightmare, but there was no reason to seal her before we tore the demonic horde apart. The heroes wasted no time. They lunged in and ripped her away right under the Demon King's nose. They stormed the ceiling above her, and even Megres, revered for his wisdom, erupted into reckless action. One of them actually struck her, while the rest were just deliberately playing fools. When Lufaso went wild, she still fought tooth and nail for humanity. They struck her down first, the demonic crew crushed the heroes, and the world's power level plunged. Whoever took out the ruler now choked on regret, locked inside that suffocating headspace. Ohm proclaimed Algar could be the first to pry the truth loose and shatter the script. He charged out on a mission to obliterate demonkind that had crushed every challenger before and unite the fractured world. Before he could finish, Venus's magic flared and an X-gate tore open right behind him. She hurled a meteor and it slammed into him. The other allies exploded onto the field, weapons flashing, and plunged into the fray to throw down two. Libra barreled in and snatched her mistress away. He retreated from the battlefield, the only smart move left. Starting a fight would have been suicide, but the protagonist jabbed a finger at the hero's mast in the entrance. Even so, the star snubbed her, snatched her up, and slipped away. The Demon King exhaled a hollow sigh after narrowly evading Venus's relentless onslaught. He slammed a barrier into place, sealing their conversation from prying ears once and for all. He barked, "What do you think you're doing now?" Dina declared it a calculated ploy to win their trust, still wearing the mask of the Demon King's right hand even now. They scoffed, declaring this Lufaso a pale shadow of the powerhouse it used to be. Doubt gnawed at Ohm. He barked, "Were you the one who weakened her this much?" Venus flat out denied it, swearing someone as quietly humble as her couldn't possibly have pulled off something that epic. That only the all-powerful goddess herself could unleash it. Rage boiled in Lufaso as she glared at the heavens, demanding to know why the stars had banished her to this retreat. After Dina sliced open a tiny portal to the spot, Libra snagged the conversation out of thin air. Realizing she couldn't topple the demon lord, she snatched the perfect moment and bolted. They were in the middle of an important chat, and frustration roared through her like a caged beast. Venus burst back in, shouting that the lord's target was Lufaso, no doubt about it. Relief crashed over the heroes the moment she left, and Olm slipped away a heartbeat later. A yawning chasm split her familiar world from the game's reality, far wider than she'd ever imagined. The goddess never meant to save this world. Her refusal ignited the war that ripped the world apart 200 years ago. The supreme ruler's age-old goal slammed into her world, nothing like anything she'd ever known. The goddess's script was about to surrender its secrets. She ached for more time to trade words with the demon lord, if only it were possible. It struck them like a thunderbolt. They were in Vanaheim, an ancient land where the winged race ruled the skies, the hometown that forged Lufaso. That's where Parthenos hangs out. He ousted the winged people and slammed a barrier over the place, sealing it off. Dina said she was healthy, and my jaw dropped. After 200 years, she was completely unchanged. Parthenos looked like a regular human, yet in the game she manifested as the goddess's devoted maiden, an uncanny NPC that left even top-tier players reeling. Paired with Lufaso, her support skills flashed into a clutch, fight-winning lifeline that turned the tide. If she still drew breath, she'd be ancient, and she wouldn't last a single step on this journey. They ripped through the barrier like it was paper, but they still had to treat her as an ally. The crew sprang into the search, and Aries jabbed a finger at something. It loomed, a house, silent and waiting. Lufaso closed the distance, his steps slicing through the silence. Could this really be the exact hideout where Parthenos had been holed up the entire time? She rapped sharply on the door. A girl stepped into view. She wasn't the one they'd been hunting. She declared she was hunting down a friend who lived here. A girl named Virgo burst into the room and demanded, "Are you really the Lufaso my grandma kept talking about?" Virgo bore immaculate, snow-white wings and grinned, saying she'd devoured a mountain of her grandma's stories. If Parthenos was truly a pure-blood human, then Virgo probably sprouted half-wings. The protagonist's eyes ripped across her face and the truth hit. She wasn't mixed. Maybe she was adopted. Maybe Parthenos shaped her the instant she took her in. They stormed inside. Virgo marched them straight to her grandma. She clung to the belief that her master would return and die last year. She lunged to shout that the celestial stars had dwindled to just 11. Virgo revealed her grandma was still lingering, bound to the world by unfinished business. Lufaso's breath hitched, blood running cold. What had happened to Parthenos? She seemed to have turned into an evil spirit. Virgo's pulse spiked. Her spirit had slipped away into the unknown, and she couldn't sense where it now drifted. Virgo had watched her grandma burst into that form and stitch the barrier shut again and again. She'd barely finished sealing the barrier. She wasn't going to show up again anytime soon. When Lufaso suddenly felt like they'd slammed headfirst into an immovable wall, Igokuro boiled everything down into one razor-sharp line. This was the moment they had to smash the barrier. He coiled, then exploded into the barrier without a moment's delay. He hurled himself into action before his master could even give the nod. He spun, a grin blazing as he faced his lady, heart hammering, hoping he'd nailed it. Rage snapped through him. He was livid at himself for being a total goof. Igokuro sat crushed and despondent. Parthenos was still a no-show. Maybe she was in Vanaheim, up in that city that hovered above. Aries warned they'd likely stumble onto Lufaso's mother's grave there. It was her hometown. Libra insisted, eyes hard, that as far back as she could remember her master returned to this place every single year. Maybe they'd finally get to pay their respects after all these years. To the protagonist, it looked like a stranger's grave. Then the gut punch hit. It held Lufaso's mom. She finally caved and said yes to the visit. She hungered to unearth the buried truths of her past. Then the group rocketed skyward aboard the Tanaka jet, all because Venus railed against climbing. But at last they touched down in the Supreme Ruler's hometown. A tidal wave of memories from her past crashed through her mind. Aries' worry spiked when Lufaso went bone-white. She snapped she was fine and barked that getting into the city came first. With Parthenos nearby, they tore through the scene, hunting down every clue. Libra gushed that the city sprawled endlessly, while every street for Lufaso seethed with bitter memories. Once the stars realized this, they snapped into motion, primed to tear the city apart at the first hint of their master. She barreled in and doused their fire. They couldn't be running around doing that. These guys, are you kidding me right now? Not a single word she spoke reached me. It hit Lufaso. They were doing this out of care. If this keeps up, the city would be obliterated, nothing left but ash. When she finally snapped and barked at them to stop, they dropped into deep bows, every movement a wordless apology. The group surged toward their ruler's house, the very streets that forged her. A small cabin sat there, memories crashed over Lufaso. Her father loathed her the moment she was born with dark wings, and her mother obsessed over appearances. Even the stars clamored to make her father pay for that, but he'd been dead for years. Her memories of that cabin seared into her, impossible to forget. Her old self exploded into her current self, fusing them into one blazing identity. The protagonist stood there, brand new, raw, and untested. Every memory of Lufaso's childhood clung to that place. Her entire life burned toward tracking down the relic she discovered 200 years ago, the very thing linked to the goddess. Thoughts swirling, Venus snapped, "What do you mean by that?" Lufaso slammed out the truth. That goddess was the one tearing everything down. For the first time the stars heard it, every one of them reeled. The ancient supreme ruler stayed eerily low-key, then a voice ripped through the quiet, asking them to let her answer that question. Suddenly a figure burst into view. They bolt forward and wrap the protagonist in a fierce hug, whispering a stunned greeting after years apart. For a heartbeat she froze, completely unmoored because this person was a total stranger. Then she learned she was a ghost, and a simmering envy burned every time she watched the winged one soar. She clung to the belief her master would return, sacrificing everything and bending her life to obey every single order. Reality slammed into her. The girl was there. The figure snapped into view, Parthenos himself. She commanded a tribe utterly devoted to the goddess's ultimate hype girl who fanned worship into wildfire. Long ago Parthenos sacrificed herself, her devotion to the gods burning brighter than life itself. This forged the ancient Lufaso. She fantasized about ripping that life away and claiming it as her own. Killing her would be too simple. It's way cooler to force her to choose her own fate first. She wrenched the girl forward, Aliath right beside her. He bulldozed her complaints into silence, treating them as nothing but background static. She burned to see the world with her own eyes. She'd never once set foot beyond the sacred castle's walls. She had to plunge into the world's truth, the very realm the goddess adored. Back in the present, Parthenos rebuffed Paradise's invitation and sprinted straight back to her mistress's side. Lufaso choked out an apology, every word jagged as he said sorry for making her wait forever. She ripped through the small talk, desperate to figure it out. Parthenos bore the grim truth about the goddess's situation. "Hold up one quick thing before we dive in." Curiosity seared through Parthenos. How much did her mistress still remember? That revelation slammed into the protagonist like a sucker punch, leaving them reeling. But the secret was about to explode out of her. She couldn't keep it under wraps any longer. Parthenos blurted it out. Lufaso had proclaimed that the goddess would unleash something colossal. She prophesied that her memories would unravel and vanish from her mind. Libra ripped the future open with a single, chilling prophecy. He couldn't shake the question, why did she act so weird sometimes? She ripped off her cloak of hiding and stormed up to Parthenos, demanding to know why her past self had sealed off the city. She flung explanations aside and chose to show her. And she urged her to come along alone. If that dormant menace stirs, it will tear everything apart. The two rocketed to Vanaheimer's peak, wind screaming, past as the summit tore into view. They'd hunted for the answer, and it was waiting down there. When did the protagonist finally rush over to check it out? A bolt of clarity hit her. She understood exactly what they were talking about. Down below, the sky dragon, one of the 5 dragons that ruled the lights, lay coiled in a deep, thunderless slumber. Alavinus wields gold and water. The 5 dragons lay claim to every other element. Lufaso froze, disbelief burning. How could she, at her level, possibly vanquish those beasts? Normally, they'd collapse into a sleep that drags on for ages. The moment real danger rolled in, they all snapped awake. Parthenos slammed up a barrier. It couldn't seal a dragon. It was nothing but a staged calm, built to sell the lie of a peaceful world and keep the dragon from ever stirring. If Aries and the others kept unleashing chaos, that risk would snap into reality. They choked out an apology for the chaos they'd caused, but they'd stop them with seconds to spare. Only a handful of the winged crew bore the dragon's secret, and Murak had to be among those few. They revered those areas as hallowed ground. Fate had saved it for the protagonist. After everything, I flat out refused to worship that thing. If the goddess dared rouse them, the world would implode on the spot. These weren't guardians anymore, but walking engines of annihilation. Lufaso vowed to end the goddess's game, then a brutal truth slammed into her. The dragons couldn't be killed. That's why she sealed them away and hurled herself at the goddess who rules Midgard. Turns out her past self lived on the edge, tossing caution to the wind. Even after everyone's been screaming about how dangerous the world is, Parthenos hadn't pieced together the whole truth. Only the goddess knew the dragons had never dared defy the demons. Maybe they coldly chose to look away and let it happen. Long ago, the ruler hurled the 12 stars into the sky to bind the 3 other dragons. The moon dragon had slipped off the grid and could still be prowling the night. Parthenos begged her to be careful. The goddess wielded an ability called Avatar that could spawn a clone, a living double that moved and acted on its own. No one could unmask who served the goddess in this world. Lufaso's mind snapped to that thought. When she probed the plans her past self had once considered, a cascade of buried truths erupted into the light. No matter how wild it had been, reaching this point slammed the fog aside, and everything snapped into blinding, razor-sharp clarity. The ancient Lufaso was a constant, gnawing thorn in the goddess's side, and she seethed with revolt, plotting to overthrow her. That's why she rose again. The goddess bound her memories into the future. It was her she tore open her own soul and called the protagonist inside her into being. Rage surged through me. This existence felt undeniably pointless, a needless presence in the world. She plunged the real one into the blackest depths and fused her soul into a seal that bound her there. The goddess thrust a brand new role into the protagonist's hands. She booted the real Lufaso to the curb, and in doing so, let her true purpose in this world slip away. This wasn't a shot in the dark. It was the one target she should have locked onto from the jump. Until now, everyone flowed with the current, precisely what the goddess wanted. She tolerated no one who dared to challenge her. Deep down, the protagonist burned to know why she'd been summoned to this world. Nothing made his blood boil like being used, and not even knowing it. She slapped a seal onto him, hurled him into the mess, and baited him into fighting for the real Lufaso. That's why she was certain the goddess wouldn't stay idle. She'd step forward and reach out. From this moment, she strode down the path of the true supreme ruler. She unleashed an epic comeback on the very person who had tangled her in all this chaos. When she met up with the crew, Parthenos' voice broke as she gasped, "Sorry, I couldn't keep going." She crackled with excitement, declaring she was simply stoked that Parthenos had stayed loyal. They tapped Virgo to jump in and tag along in her place. Shock slammed into Virgo, searing through them until their jaw dropped and eyes went wide. Her grandma had hurled her into this mess. Parthenos gone, Lufaso was thrust into the maiden role. Someone over level 300 like Virgo was practically mythical, rare as a comet, and she could still level up even further. Her grandma shoved her into this trap. She couldn't save her. In a flash, the squad's newest maiden burst into existence, Virgo. They blasted off afterward, hot on the trail of the remaining celestial stars. Igakoros grinned and quipped that if they ever teamed up with the demons, he'd already hatched a plan. Scorpius the Scorpion transformed into a vengeful spirit and flooded them with her fearsome strength. She even raised Fraudy to ash, the country founded by one of the 7 heroes, the adventurer King Fexta. She'd idolized the supreme ruler, until that worship detonated into pure white-hot rage. It hurled her beyond every limit, dragging her into a place that left even Igo Kairos reeling. A domesticated monster should cap at 800. This thing was wild, and she'd driven it all the way there. Scorpius zeroed in on Blutchen as his next target. A tiny kingdom hammered into being by blacksmith king Mizar, she hunted down every place where heroes had fallen. That move blasted a path open and made everything easier. Everyone slammed to a halt. It was time to hunt down and recruit the rest of the 12 stars. Out in Blutgen's suburbs, the quiet crackled like a coiled spring ready to snap. Scorpius sealed her opponent's fate with a lethal splash of poison. They were snuffed out before they could even suffer, and it grated on her. They snatched her Lufaso, and she clung to the desperate hope that her beloved supreme ruler could catch this from the other side. Scorpius flashed a cold grin, poised to drench the world in a wash of pure despair. Lately, a tidal wave of information slammed into Lufaso, leaving her scrambling just to keep up. A storm of surprises slammed into them, and the heroes ripped the veil off their world, discovering that mana, the very source of all magic, is siphoned from demons and recycled. Magic blasted forward as pure offense, while celestial art hung back, weaving shields and heals to bolster allies. Venus unleashed divine energy magic through the X-Gate. Mention the celestial, and a colossal problem snarled at the heart of the goddess's plan. Maybe the protagonist had been flung into Lufaso's body to become her player. She figured he'd leap into the game and go absolutely wild with nonsense. Rage flared. This was the very reason she'd picked him as her pawn. While Aries pondered, he couldn't shake it. The ruler had been bristling with worry lately. Ever since she reappeared, she'd poured out relentless kindness. The moment they first met Parthenos, everything changed. Lufaso's expression snapped back into the same cold, haunted stare he'd worn 200 years ago. Soon the real her would storm back into her body, and he'd be ripped clean from this world. Every inch he closed on the final goal dragged him straight into a waiting game over. They barreled toward their next stop. They barreled toward the mobile capital, Blutgang. Their jaw dropped. They'd actually built a warship in this world. They barreled up in the vehicle, engines roaring. Did the protagonist craft this? A squad of dwarves barreled in to investigate. Blutgang, a dwarf nation where alchemy pulsed through every street. No matter what, the crew slipped into the ironclad, roving capital forged by the blacksmith king Mazar. A massive level 770 golem loomed, a hulking behemoth the size of a warship. It repelled the demonic onslaught, and Lufaso froze, her mind scrambling to make sense of it. This screamed mecha anime, giant robots and pure, over-the-top spectacle. Blutgang towered 15 floors high, a hulking, sprawling maze that swallowed the skyline. Libra seared every detail into memory. Mazar herself forged her into existence. It was only a golem, forged to swallow sword strikes and laugh off every punch. Rumor had it the golem could shift into a human guise and unleash a brutal fight at a moment's notice. Its compatibility with Scorpius collapsed into utter chaos. Even the main character clenched his jaw, swallowed his pride, and admitted the truth. That combo detonated into total disaster, hands down the worst ever. Scorpius was a poison master, but his venoms ricocheted off golems like Blutgang. Humans, though, crumpled from a single drop. If every last one of them dropped dead, she'd walk away with the victory. Venus held a sizzling piece of intel, meant only for her right now. Smack in the city's heart, another of the 12 stars kicked back, Carcinus the crab. Lufaso froze. Being in the city had him wide-eyed and rattled, and she couldn't even guess why he was here. Libra vowed to burn every local's face into memory and hunt down Carcinus' hideout. All the while, she pressed on. A grin exploded across the main character's face as he tossed out, "Let's grab a bite." They slid into a restaurant that radiated pure chill, its cozy glow wrapping them like a warm blanket. The bartender exuded cool, razor-sharp professionalism. But for no reason he could explain, panic detonated in him the moment he saw the main character. He crashed to the floor, unleashing a theatrical scream. Totally blindsided, he froze. He lunges for Lufaso's hand and clutches it, crackling with pure excitement. He roared, "I've been waiting for this day forever." She yanked back every word she'd thrown at him. That bartender was a total loser. He swore the regret of letting her slip away years ago would haunt him to his last breath. He unleashed a blitz of shameless flirting on the main character. They staged a full-blown best buds act. He insisted he stayed and waited for her comeback. He knew she was the toughest to beat. Even after 200 years, his heart thundered the moment his master reappeared. Libra exploded forward and slapped him hard across the face to protect her, and drove him back. He shot one finger up, utterly unfazed. He spotted his old pal, a rogue grin curling as he launched into the same teasing he'd always used on her. They called him Carcinus, the impenetrable bulwark of the 12 celestial stars, unrivaled in defense. He cleared a space, beckoning everyone over to kick back and demolish some food. In the end, the main character demanded to know why he'd opened a restaurant in this random place. He blurted it out. After losing his master, he tore across the map hunting whispers and snatching every scrap of intel. He decided to carve out a hub that would funnel in every scrap of intel. From that spark, the restaurant sprang to life, and at last it yanked him straight back to her. The soup he served was lamb, and Aries recoiled, outrage churning in his gut. Carcinus swelled with fierce pride, convinced his reunion with Lufaso had been inked across the stars. His idea had real potential, but Dina tore into him. He'd chosen the absolute worst possible spot. He should have carved out a shop in the trading city. Isolation strangled the Bluet gang. A relentless storm of criticism tore into him. He reeled because, deep down, he'd been leaning toward her. Aries and Igo Karos hurled themselves into agree. She spat, "You idiot," like she'd said it 1,000 times. They tore into him mercilessly, but Karstenis still blazed like a neon sign, impossible to miss. When you really think about it, his situation was untouchable, perfect, and drama didn't even dare show up. Karstenis' true form erupted into view, a titanic crab, its armored shell and crushing claws dwarfing everything around. He chose to embed himself among humans and forge a life by running his own shop. Borderline ridiculous, Lufaso knew every outrageous stunt sprang from fierce love for his master. She declared she was gathering the 12 celestial stars, and she wanted him on her team. In that instant, he shot to his feet, excitement exploding through him. Dropping to one knee, he instantly swore eternal loyalty. Karstenis vanished in a blink, darting out of the shop with zero hesitation. He even dared to imagine he could hand back every bare mitt he'd used to smoke the meat so far. Seeing the other lambs on this death trip gutted him, he nearly snapped. With everyone together, all hell was about to break loose. But it was about to explode into pure, unstoppable fun. In an instant, the emergency alarm detonated across the city, its shriek slicing through every street. A transmission blasted into every city within Blutgon. They braced for war. They were about to go head-to-head with Scorpius. High above, the star cackled, watching the city unravel into a total disaster zone. Her little scorpion minions should echo her thoughts, but that would make one hell of a sweet trophy. They had no idea a single step too close would make their poison leap out and contaminate anyone nearby. She crackled with wicked glee, aching to watch the chaos she'd unleash in the city. Cut to the pilot's cabin. The captain's eyes snapped to the doorway. Scorpius had finally rolled up. Admiral Janel, the top-ranked dwarf, steeled himself and snapped into readiness. He barked orders to the entire crew to prime the cannons for a daring ruse. Right then, everything changed. They unleashed a hail of bullets at their opponent. Scorpius whirled and cleaved every one of them in two, like he was slicing through paper. Even so, the captain roared, "Keep firing, pound them until their ranks thin." Right then, an urgent alert tore through the silence and slammed into them. The golem squad bristled with readiness, poised to roll. Chaos exploded across the field of scorpions as fighters charged and collided with hulking golems. Janel barked an order to prep the main cannon, even if its blast would smash into his golems. All that mattered was to drop the opponent before the poison struck. The crew slammed in rounds, pinned their sights on the enemies, then ripped the silence apart with a deafening volley. He unleashed a cataclysm, vaporizing nearly 600 enemies in one thunderous strike. They were a ragged pack of monsters, charging into battle with no idea what war even meant. Up against foes armed with a perfected strategy, they didn't stand a chance. Scorpius erupted into savage laughter as Janel hurled his allies aside without a second thought. Maybe she didn't even bother with the fun. It meant nothing to her. Repeating the same thing right now. She unleashed a blistering salvo, vaporizing every one of his golems. Half their squad lay dead. She was closing in, ready to wipe out every last one. They wrote her off. They had no clue how lethal she really was. This time their enemy wasn't just tough. It was a monster that obliterated every strategy they'd trusted. Clarity slammed into Janel. There was only one move left. Unleash the balanced squad now. Of course, a snag sprang up. They heaved a colossal monospike from the first floor, just as the demon crew barreled into the party. Meanwhile, Lufaso watched everything spiral into chaos. Din aside, those demon maniacs barged in whenever the mood struck. Clear as day, Scorpius had joined forces with them, cleaving his attack into separate strike teams. The moon's elemental mana answered to Luna. Igakiros recognized it instantly. Luna, one of the 7 luminaries, slipped through the dark like a living shadow, a silent assassin who struck without warning. She passed as a guy, but Igakiros saw right through the disguise and knew she was a girl. If Luna really lived up to the hype, she'd outclass the other luminaries and become a far deadlier problem. It felt surreal. The demons tossed secrecy aside and launched their invasion in plain sight. Lufaso would bait Ego Kuros into tracking her down and taking her captive. Aries and Libra braced to hunt down and wipe out every last remnant of the demon squad lurking in the fortress. Virgo seized the chance and leveled up her battle skills on the spot. Lufaso roared, summoning her, Karstenis and Dina to stand with her and tear Scorpius down. Meanwhile, Luna of the Moon glided through the city's neon-lit streets, a calm moonbeam cutting through the chaos. They smashed Mars the same way they'd crushed Jupiter. Failure wasn't an option. If they faltered, that other person would instantly brand them as losers too. Terra ignited the 7 luminaries, and he was the Demon King's own son. Mistrust flared in Tara's eyes. She only barked, "Don't bite the dust on the way." Luna snapped, fury flaring in her voice. She was one of the 7 luminaries and refused to be brushed off. They slotted her in as a temporary member, desperate, scraping the bottom of the candidate barrel. Not because she was weak, she hardly lifted a finger. It demanded almost no effort. Venus exploded into laughter and shot back, "I can totally do it better." At this pace, she'd never measure up. She swore she'd pull off something epic. Maybe upend the fortress, flip the whole place upside down. Luna carried the bitter truth. The world would always write her off as second-rate. She swore she'd prove she was more than a spy, so no one would ever dare brush her off again. She was on her way when she froze. Someone was tailing her. A cold alarm snapped through him. It was a familiar shadow. Igakuro exhaled a sharp, frustrated sigh. His attack had gone wildly off target. If she kept obeying, they'd strike the feeling from her, and she'd slide into death like it meant nothing. Moments later, he burst into view and planted himself squarely before Luna. It blindsided her. He snarled that she had 2 choices. The first was to give up. She couldn't even think of fighting back. She'd have to hand her life over untouched to her master, and Luna scrambled to make sense of why he was here and how he'd tracked her down. Refusing to give in to Lufaso, she vowed to claim her own death, cold, merciless, by her own hands. Agakiros, a ruthless demon, feasted on fear and reveled in death above all else. He claimed his spot among the 12 stars not for raw power, but because he was deadlier than a demon, so Lufaso kept him on a leash. Luna planted her feet, jaw like iron. She refused to retreat and let her lord be shamed. She slammed both options aside and chose neither. Meanwhile, Scorpius stood toe-to-toe with his rival, coiled like a spring and ready to strike. He charged headlong at a group of Libras that suddenly appeared right before him. Janelle barked, "Let the guards handle the demon squad." I watched a brand new battle explode between the 2 stars. Scorpius realized it in an instant. They were nothing but scraps Mizar had flung aside. Something felt off. The original should have already unleashed Brachium by now. A mystery slammed into him. He had to know why they held back when the moment screamed, "Attack." The unknown attack blindsided him, and without his best weapon, the fight exploded into chaos. Ridiculous, they fumbled for their pincers, blind to the fact Libra could be crushed without them. Janelle's gaze snapped to it in a heartbeat. They needed cover for the squad, but couldn't. Accidentally blasting their own men was far too likely. Unreal, Scorpius was single-handedly going toe-to-toe with 4 level 700 golems. This wasn't even close to a fair fight, totally lopsided, and they should at least knock her down. To still the storm raging inside Scorpius, the Libras were all dwarfed, tiny, and hopelessly outmatched. They couldn't even spark a flicker of interest in her, since they screamed fake compared to the one she knew. Her fire element ripped through the metal, melting it into glowing slag. Before anyone could react, one of them surged in and blew itself apart. The dwarves went silent, jaws clenched. Had they finally trapped her this time? Even after the high-level golem squad's ranks were shattered, they were forced to jettison a mountain of gear in this battle. They should have slammed her to the ground. Scorpius shot to his feet, utterly unscathed. Janelle could barely believe it. She just obliterated the Libra production and sent them scrambling back. This time, it's for her. The captain's world crumbled. He thought it was game over for him. Suddenly, someone tore open an X-gate with X-gate magic and swept the area clean. They swept the golems from the scene, sparing only the nearby living beings. Lufaso snapped his wrist and the snake sword flashed free, hissing like a coiled predator. The moment arrived, he tore loose an inferno of wrath. One brutal arc of his blade sent every scorpion skittering away. At last, they could land the finishing blow and end the battle. That should have wiped out most of the demons and flooded Virgo with enough XP to rocket her into a level up. Mana throbbed from that spot like a living heartbeat. Maybe it was being tallied as experience points. Her eyes widened. She'd never seen anything like it before. Maybe the merge with Lufaso was to blame. Trouble crackled, mana points locked onto her. Squandering that on a level 1000 like her would be sheer lunacy. Virgo deserved more. Lufaso fought to shove them straight into her path. Like a lightning strike, the protagonist tore into view. I watched energy coalesce in her palm, crackling with raw power. Moments before the attack tore into Blutgon, right on Suvell's doorstep. She charged into the monsters, every strike fierce, and shockingly, fear never touched her. The clash with them eclipsed his earlier showdown against those two bosses. Friedrich burst onto the scene anyway. He obliterated every last one with chilling, effortless precision, never even unsheathing his sword. Out of nowhere, Gantz and John exploded onto the battlefield to back up their allies. After Lufaso and Ohm's brutal clash, they hauled themselves back to the Leviathan. Losing Alpi slammed into them like a gut punch. The girl froze, terror pinning her in place. They roped in Gantz, Alfie's dad, to jump in and take her place. Jean's Hawkeye crew would also tag along, say. The generic protagonist's team erupted into a motley crew of wildly different characters this time. The boy staggered back, heart hammering, when he laid eyes on the monster's mangled remains. The veteran warned him he'd have to get used to it, or the journey would grind him down. Declare agreed. He recoiled at the idea of becoming someone who could take lives without a flicker of remorse. They thundered into Suvell to track down King Megres and plead for his counsel. A hollow ache gnawed at him, even as a prickling unease whispered that something was off. The crowd unleashed pure hatred at Lufaso. Even their conversations rang hollow, recycled lines from a bad script. The hero recoiled, flat out refusing, yet a cold doubt slithered in. What if everything truly was the goddess's doing? 7 heroes charged, desperate to bring down Lufaso, who was their friend. He leaned in, burning to hear every gritty detail of what was happening. He seared his dad's warning into his mind and willed his hand never to aim his weapon at the wrong target. Megres threw open his arms and welcomed them with a warmth so immediate the whole group melted into the comfort of home. Crews declared they'd crossed worlds with the hero to forge him into something stronger. Getting to level 1000 was a brutal gauntlet that drained every ounce of grit. Megres admitted, voice cold, that only those from the past could pull that off. They pinned their hopes on the king. Maybe he held the clues to their next move. Drain the entire planet dry. Its mana still wouldn't normally be enough to sustain a level 1000. Somewhere a hidden secret pulsed, the lone spark that could reignite humanity's hope into a roaring blaze. Leveling up demands you flood your veins with raw, roaring mana. Bennett Nosh, the vampire queen, stalked a single continent for over a century, slaying 600 demons. Short-lived humans shattered expectations and surged past the 1,000-year mark. Not a single legit way existed to pull this off. Megres knew the secret and confirmed a way to pull it off, but he slammed on the brakes to demand one burning question first. Doubt clawed through him. He began to question everything he believed about the goddess who made this world. Say you caught a clue in the way it arrived. Crews bellowed, proclaiming the goddess the great creator. It blazed as the emblem of absolute justice and the world's law, the perfect textbook answer, and with that, Megres clamped his jaw shut, daring anyone to pry the secret from him. Shock slammed into the whole group, freezing everyone in stunned silence. They couldn't fathom it, and Megres couldn't either. He still insisted on chatting with Safe first, and spun to face the others, seeking their permission. This time he fired the same question at them, burning to hear his thoughts on the goddess. Safe faltered, choking out that he didn't know this world well enough. His gut screamed. He instantly pegged it as an undeniably suspicious being. He took his first step, the Demon King's voice cut through the silence, and the words slammed into him, dragging him into fierce reflection. He didn't swallow every tale. He paused and leaned in, determined to unravel this world's mysteries. Listen up, here is how the fight went down. 2 centuries ago, sea burned with curiosity. Was Megres just running his own show? The king flat out refused to apologize for ditching his friends back then. Demons swarmed toward Lufaso, and he couldn't tell if he'd summoned them. Megres had no answers, but he moved with razor focus and cold certainty, every action proving he knew exactly what needed to be done. That day everyone behaved unnaturally, like they'd been swapped out for imposters. Mizelfecta, Dube Merak, Aliot all bristled the moment Lufaso appeared, a nasty chill crawling up their spines. It hit like a freight train, intensity boiled over, and emotions spilled out like a dam shattering. Say's gut tightened. She was nearly convinced this was a twisted emotional mind game. The goddess pulled every string, turning everyone in the world into her puppets. No one noticed. The hero stood alone as the staggering scale of the crisis slammed into him. Humanity fought just to survive while the goddess lounged in carefree calm, and not a single soul noticed. Had the demon squad gone full force from the first strike, they'd have turned humanity to ash. They danced through the skirmish, holding back deadly blows so neither side got wiped out. Then spit it out, no sugarcoating. A voice snapped, is Lufaso an enemy or not? He caught her vibe instantly and rode the wave. He couldn't see her as his enemy. Her methods were slapdash and rushed. She was chasing peace like it was a lifeline. Then the hero dropped to one knee. He implored her to join the fight. He was still figuring this world out. He vowed to save this place and take the fight straight to the real enemy. Now picture this, it's nailed down. Lufaso isn't the culprit. After a second, Megres unleashed the so-called secret method to grow stronger. Everything hinged on this single item. The golden apple could be willed into existence by only one being, Lufaso. Lufaso clutched the apple in a white-knuckled grip, eyes locked on it, oblivious to the thunderous power coiled inside it. Dina's eyes blazed as she explained it was an item that showered its holder with experience points. Reality slammed into her. This world wasn't the game she'd been playing. It was raw, unpredictable, and completely different. The finishing blow swallowed every scrap of experience, and mana crept in at a stingy trickle. Grinding as a squad shredded their momentum, and the team's average level began to nosedive. Venus snarled that this had been the way for 200 years, nothing like the game he thought he knew. Believe it or not, humanity's average barely budged. It matched ours almost exactly. Lufaso conjured the golden apple and shattered that insane limit. Reality ripped open. She realized she'd been seeing it all wrong from the very start. Reality hit, the average never dipped. It stayed rock steady the whole time. Legend says that when mana vanished from the world, celestial beings descended to defend it, bent on purging the corruption, the mana trapped inside a golden apple. In this world's folklore, biting into the golden apple unleashed magic itself. It was the forbidden fruit. She branded the goddess insufferably annoying. Lufaso's heart thundered as he prayed this wasn't poison for the winged folk. Compressed mana threatened to stain her pristine white wings. He refused to risk offering Virgo the apple if it could wreck her life. At long last, the protagonist stormed forward and confronted Scorpius. He demanded, "Do you remember what you look like?" She snapped, forgetting. "Impossible, a face like that is seared into my memory forever." She'd waited forever for this moment, so the instant it arrived, she launched herself at Lufaso. Did regret claw at Scorpius. The second he lost her, she haunted his every waking breath. He ripped out every ounce of courage and shouted, "I love you," to her. He snapped and erupted into full-on lunacy. Everything erupted, and Lufaso couldn't tell if she'd always been this fierce. And the weirdest part, brace yourself, your mind's about to get blown. Scorpius exploded into motion, attacking without a second thought. If he dodged again, the next blow would slam into Virgo by mistake. The shadow who ripped her momentum apart and stopped her strike cold before it ever connected. Carsonis himself stepped into view. He grinned and declared she was every bit as wild as he'd remembered. Her mind had warped into a weapon aimed at Lufaso. He steeled himself to teach her a lesson. Scorpius lunged at him, fury blazing that a puny crab dared stand in her path. Their attacks slam into each other in a thunderous crash, sparks and shockwaves ripping the air apart. He towered over her in toughness. The duel between two scissor sword wielders hurled the protagonist into a heart-pounding whirlwind as Scorpius struck with lightning speed and crushing force, yet Carsonis answered with a razor-sharp counterattack. A defensive specialist who'd mastered every move, he seized control of his team's defense and turned it into their greatest weapon. His opponent's firepower roared so ferociously, it nearly evened the odds between them. This was no contest. The crab dominated, claws locking in control. Scorpius primed a vial of venom, coiling to launch its deadly sting. She slammed the distance shut, forcing her opponent to stay out of reach. She thought she was safe. Lufaso burst up from behind, pulling the exact same ambush. He stopped himself, refusing to send her crashing to the ground. He unleashed attack after attack as she tore through the sky. A mere brush of his hand, and his strength shattered every expectation. His sync with the ruler surged, snapping into a far stronger resonance. Carsonis cranked up the hype for her performance. They plunged headfirst into the fray, utterly unfazed. That move snatched victory from the jaws of defeat. Without it, they'd have been crushed. Shock slammed into Lufaso. He couldn't believe he was this calm and razor-sharp. Scorpius snapped back to his feet in a heartbeat after that hit. Baffled and burning with hurt, she couldn't fathom why her master stayed blind to her feelings. Her power ignited and shot skyward, soaring beyond anything she'd ever felt. No, this wasn't mana. Divine energy surged, pulsing like a scorching, holy force. Lufaso never suspected she could harness power like this. Right then the Carcinist's eyes flared, an idea struck them like lightning. History repeated itself, unfolding exactly as it had before. Rewind 200 years. That's when they charged headfirst into a brutal showdown with the 7 heroes. The protagonists dove headfirst into Lufaso's memories, snatching scattered fragments and piecing together more of them. Can you believe the heroes obliterated every one of her stars afterward? The Demon King bellowed his words, and ages ago the hero ignited a shadowy revolt. The goddess who, from the shadows, cranked the flames of chaos into a roaring inferno. Reality slammed me. Scorpius was under this goddess's control too, and was catapulted into a notoriously shady status. No wonder the true ruler was crushed 200 years ago. Lufaso snapped at Carcinus to back off. Only she could settle this now. Memories ignited inside her, detonating her power and blasting it to level 900. The goddess wrung every ounce from his deep love, exploiting it without mercy. Rage boiled in Lufaso's veins. She launched herself, determined to wrench her subordinate free from the goddess's iron grip. She launched herself at Scorpius, daring him to a showdown. Even as poison seared through him, her divine magic erupted, cloaking her in an unbreakable shield. Each searing pulse of pain screamed how far she'd leveled up. She swallowed, pulse racing, and dared to ask how much more she had learned. She hadn't wasted 2 whole centuries lazing around. At last, they burst back into each other's arms. She ached to savor the moment a heartbeat longer. She skidded to a halt and ripped a ragged breath into her lungs. Keep pounding Scorpius like that, and she'd be swallowed by berserker fury. For a heartbeat she almost lost why she was fighting, to lift her up, not to take her down. Every fight was fuel, blasting him straight toward that goal. Fear slammed into the protagonist, freezing them in place. Because Lufaso's true self clawed its way back to the surface. She still hadn't unleashed her full power, and she relished it. Scorpius pounced, seizing the moment. She ripped off her disguise and revealed her true form, a towering, armored Emperor Scorpion. Against all odds, her moves exploded, faster and stronger than anything she'd shown before. She ascended level after level nonstop, growing stronger with every passing second. The goddess teetered on the brink of possession, seconds from seizing Scorpius' body in that very way. A hero's power surging from a hidden force, that's the ultimate classic story beat. A weak protagonist forges powerful friendships, channels their strength like wildfire, and shatters the odds to win. Scorpius even snagged the creator's blessing. The solution slammed into place, stunningly straightforward. Take her down now, before her power swells into something you can't stop. The sting would have landed, but Lufaso unleashed a thunderous blow that hurled the Scorpion skyward. The blast was so savage the protagonist catapulted her clean out of Earth's lair. He slammed his boot into her back, a critical hit as a savage storm of abilities detonated all at once. She calibrates every strike to their HP, pulling back just enough to keep them alive. Compared to just taking her out, this spiraled into a tangled, high-stakes mission. Dina planted herself between danger and Virgo, every heartbeat a vow to keep her safe. Out of nowhere, Lufaso swooped in, snatched Venus, and yanked her back into the fray. The fight wasn't over. Scorpius landed in the exact same nightmare those 7 heroes from long ago did. Knocking her out didn't finish the job. Now everything hinges on Dean's help. Aries and Libras tore into the demons in the city. This gig should be a total cakewalk. Stands shoulder to shoulder with Aga Korosis. Aries pounced on the opening, lined in, and asked Libra point-blank what she truly thought of Lufaso. She seemed totally transformed, so much better than before, way more chill. Libra's pulse spiked when he got word from Ms. Alba 4. They painted her as cold-blooded, under that armor a fierce, stubborn warmth beat where they'd expected only ice. She learned that lesson later in life. Experience carved it into her. If she were still the woman she once was, she'd almost certainly have struck Aries down the moment they met. Would she even be the same now, if more of her past came crashing back into her mind? Aries desperately wanted her to pull through, even as a quiet, stubborn ache of sadness gnawed at him. Even if it was only a sliver, Lufaso, forgetting their time together, hit like a gut punch. Even Libra couldn't hide it. Dina had been acting off lately. Not a flicker of recognition crossed Aries' face. Maybe she's unleashing one of her manipulation quirks. Her golem brain never faltered, but she could still prove utterly unreliable when it mattered. Lufaso jabbed a finger and shouted that Scorpius was acting like one of the 7 heroes. To her, every negative emotion had been ratcheted up to a brutal roar. She panicked, convinced they'd cry foul and call it mind manipulation. Dina said, smirking, she didn't just rewrite memories, she could hijack thoughts too. If she could wield the goddess's power, maybe she could shatter the spell that binds everyone. A tense beat hung in the air. Venus plunged headfirst, roaring she could totally pull it off. She steeled herself, strode over, and knelt to inspect Scorpius' body. The room exhaled a cool, laid-back calm. A fierce urge to leave them alone surged through me. Plot twist, Dina actually wielded the goddess's power. It only unleashed a storm of burning questions about who she really was. She might have been conspiring with the big bad from day one. It unfolded brazenly in plain sight, inches from them, and they didn't even notice. This whole mess struck with maddening, surgical precision. The 12 stars in the 7 luminaries pulsed as one, locked in a flawless cosmic dance. Only one being could shadow their every move and bend demons to its will at the same time. Dina and the goddess could have been born from the same face, no joke. She jolted back to reality, eyes blazing, and declared she could fix Scorpius. But you're tampering with that. That could brand her as the goddess's sworn enemy. Lufaso was on board, declaring it possible, but she'd be the one watching her back. Venus whimpered as the protagonist snapped, remember that promise. The girl was clearly terrified of the goddess. Who could honestly claim they knew? She swore she was a player too. She could have been lying the whole time. Memory slammed back, she'd heard it. The goddess could seize an avatar and command it in this world. Resolve flared in Dina. She shattered her enchantment and freed Scorpius. Agakuros pinned Luna beneath him and flexed, raw power rippling from his muscles. He sneered, certain a sham demon like her stood no chance against a real one. Luna stumbled into the night, the city swallowing her whole. She was hopelessly lost. She reeled from his words, heart hammering. What did he mean by saying her kind were fashioned from divine playthings? Every time they bit the dust, there wasn't a body left to bury. Each one just vanished without a trace. Even if they transformed back into raw mana. Demons like Agakuros carved a trail of corpses behind them. Deja vu slammed into him, pull off the mission, then vanish into the night. That should have slammed into her ears long before now. Right as Luna closed in on the buried truth about her kind. Something slammed the moment to a halt. A figure burst onto the scene and yanked her to safety. He bulldozed into Agakuros, sending him sprawling. That hero was unmasked as Terra, the founder who forged the 7 luminaries into existence. He blurted, "I'm sorry I'm late." Even after he'd warned her, "Watch your back." Agakuros launched himself at them like a living missile. He dug in, muscles screaming, desperate to drag them both to Lufaso. Terra seethed because he stabbed his own kind in the back and tore his plans to shreds. Time ran out, he snapped into motion and bolted. He recoiled, stepping backward. Tara's gaze slammed into Lufaso's, their eyes locking in a charged, silent dare. He spotted her at once, those jet-black wings gave her away. Not a single word passed between them. Half his power gone, he still tore through everything like a feral beast. He had to rip his plan apart and improvise, right now. He hurled the words at Luna. Saw every demon twitch like a puppet on strings, pulled by someone, yet he still threw his lot in with that woman. He dared trust only a select few demons. Luna was one of them. Tara snapped, "Don't let your guard down." Those words snapped like a drill sergeant barking orders at a soldier. A rush of feeling crashed through her, distracting her and nearly flipping her thoughts. Lufaso's eyes snapped to him, curiosity burning. Who was this dude? He streaked across the sky like the star of the show, and she felt her role unravel. Was she even the hero anymore? He scooped the demon girl into his arms like a flawless hero, and the whole rescue made my blood boil. Meanwhile, Dina snapped off her mind manipulation. Scorpius lay unscathed, about to snap awake, and the protagonist practically burst with excitement. She blurted out that the guy they'd seen tearing across the sky. He bore the Demon King's bloodline. That blindsided Lufaso. Most demons bore blue skin and coal-black eyes. Ohm's kid bore skin startlingly human-white, like someone plucked from our own world. And you'd never guess it was one. Venus flashed a sly grin and teased that Lufaso never once acted like a girl. She leaned in and unleashed the truth on her. Deep down, she was a guy. That hit like a lightning bolt to the chest. The protagonist hadn't even let that cup betray them. Not a single drop of that tea hit the floor. Lufaso snapped that ever since she'd been in this body, girls sparked nothing in her. Chaos spilled everywhere. Everything was a tangled mess. Suddenly, the Libra copies loomed into view, right beside them. They scour the data until the protagonist's identity snaps into focus. They proclaimed they'd been waiting for her. She had to race straight to the royal chamber of Blutkong. Her master awaited her arrival. He wasn't the king. Recognition slammed through him. This was someone he knew well, King Mazel, the man who forged the golems. We've returned to the demon palace. Terra zeroed in and found Venus in a heartbeat, and blurted that the king had bolted, whisking a squad of elite guards with him. After the showdown with Lufaso, Ohm cranked out a stockpile of implants. Tara's gut screamed that Venus had pulled the strings. Suvell, leader of the 7 luminaries, had suddenly whisked her in. She looked human, uncannily like Tara. She could conjure the X-Gate, an ancient spell only the most seasoned mages could pull off. Only the Demon King could unleash divine magic. A chill crawled up my spine. Something about that woman felt deeply wrong. Was it her powers or the raw, magnetic pull of her presence? He burned to figure it out, and she second-guessed every step beneath the luminary's unblinking gaze. Venus threw back a laugh and snapped, "I'm only here for the planning." Tara snapped, "Wasn't I the one who lured Scorpius out during Luna's invasion?" When Demoness erupted in a low, amused chuckle and nodded, sealing his consent. Rage boiled in his veins. It was meant to be a stealth mission, and she turned it into a blazing, neon-lit spectacle. There it was, undeniable proof they'd sent an intruder. Luna should have slipped in like a shadow and pulled off her move before anyone even knew she was there. The real kicker, summoning Lufaso, was a stray tup, dangerously shady ritual that made my skin crawl. Everyone knew Venus pulled this. She'd snatched the X-Gate right out from under someone else's nose. She'd been steering Lufaso straight into a clash with the Demon King the whole time, too. After a long, breath-stealing pause, she ripped the lid off and spilled the tea on the last question. She confessed she'd masterminded the entire battle. Tara snapped his sword up, aiming the blade straight at her. He burned to learn her grand plan. He relished toying with everyone, and Venus was seconds away from blowing the lid off. Not while Luna held sway. Confusion exploded across the demon girl's face. She slammed her hands to her ears, panic surging as she fought to understand why the world had gone silent. She snapped, "I'm just a doll." A tattered, impoverished doll, cut off from her true identity, condemned to exist as nothing more than a mere toy. "You just dropped that bombshell." The prince snapped, "Zip it," and shut her down. He wouldn't let her toss another diss his way. He unleashed his authority and ripped her from her spot among the 7 luminaries. She shouldn't dare strut in front of him and expect to walk away unscathed. She scoffed. He outpaced her expectations. She said her goodbyes. Next time they crossed paths, they'd be enemies. Tara's breath hitched as she realized she was charging a crackling magical attack aimed straight at Luna. Magic burst free, and he hurled himself to help her. But the demon seized the opening and bolted. Back in Lufaso, Dina unleashed the scandal. She'd been kicked out of the 7 luminaries, and the town exploded. After their chat, they surged forward with the Libras to hunt down their so-called master. The original exploded onto the scene and roared that every last demon in the area was toast. Relief hit her like a punch. She finally exhaled. Her crew was safe. Libra's gaze cut to her other golems, perfect copies, and they snapped their heads in a crisp, formal nod. Lufasa's brow knotted as confusion erupted. She scrambled to make sense of the bizarre situation. She counted the golems out. The conversation suddenly spiraled into something pretty odd. Igacaros burst onto the scene too. He planted himself a step away, refusing to close the gap. He crashed to his knees, begging his mistress to forgive him for failing to finish the mission. She waved it off with a grin and admitted she'd messed up. She hadn't thought ahead. The other stars descended on him, ripping him apart for botching the mission. Lufaso demanded he learn from his mistakes and never do it again. He was unbearably nice. His craving to be loyal was almost nauseating. They rallied the entire squad and thundered back toward Brutgum. Janelle tossed them a quick greeting, eyes fixed on the spot where the ruler would soon appear. Now that she'd been unmasked, she ripped off her disguise and snapped, "Why was I summoned?" It refused to be captured. If they tried to fight her, she'd obliterate them in a heartbeat. Even now, they unleashed every charm and plea to win her over. In this world, people recoiled at the mere whisper of her name. They slapped on normal faces and hustled to act casual, and Lufaso admired every ounce of the effort. Janelle tore the veil away. The so-called master wasn't noble. He'd been born a commoner. They marched them straight into the royal district. The group surged forward and claimed a spot. where a hulking golem lounged, utterly unbothered. This golem pulsed as the brute king's beating heart and anchored his very soul. It harbored their great king's memories and bore a flawless replica of his personality. A freight train shock slammed into the protagonist, knocking them into stunned, trembling silence. She froze at the doorway, pulse racing. Was he in there? A voice roared from inside the crystal, slicing the silence. Did you really come to see me? After a long, aching wait, Lufaso and her crowning creation, Libra, locked eyes with Mazel. He didn't just bolt from the fortress. He tore himself away and left the man he used to be broken on those stones. Lufaso gaped, his love for the golems flared so fiercely it turned him into one of their own. But Mazel insisted, voice sharp, it had to be done. Back then something about him rang wrong, like a cracked bell. With his original self going haywire, he tore a copy of his consciousness and shoved it into the processing golem. The instant he figured it out, he realized something was puppeteering him from the inside. My heart ripped as his mind unraveled, and he morphed into something utterly unrecognizable. His copy edged in on the original, and the original unraveled into something alien, pure terror. For a while there were two missiles, perfect copies that mirrored every twist, each reeling with every change the other underwent. Everything ignited the moment he stormed back from the goddess's realm, a searing grudge locked dead on Lufaso. Marek smoldered in chaos, Vanaheim had become the goddess's playground, and Fekta wandered aimlessly. Bennett prowled like an unsolved riddle, but her icy heart melted for the ruler. Danger screamed at Mazel whenever Lufaso appeared, but killing her was a line he refused to cross. His copy vanished, her face flooded his every thought, and he should have seen the endgame coming. After they took her down, he forced himself back to normal. Too late, the demon lord stood in his path. Victory slipped through his fingers, and he paid for it with his arm. He watched his friend fall, felt his arm ripped away, and saw the peace he'd been dreaming of in this world shatter. Musel's jaw clenched when he realized he was stuck in the past, and he snapped, "Let's talk about something else." Heads up, this might already be yesterday's headline. Ravenous curiosity slammed into Lufaso at the thought of the goddess, if that was the tea. Orvinus had ignited every shred of chaos, and he didn't even know why he was tearing everything apart. They should have known she was bound to the demon folk, their fates chained together. The truth about demons, every last one of them was a magical creature, no lie. Their faces gave it away. This wasn't breaking news. Igacaros agreed they'd been warped into utter weirdness, their oddness impossible to ignore. Aries snapped, "What do you mean by magical creatures?" Magic was raw mana ripped from the world and forged into explosive effects. Demons weren't alive, they were forged to masquerade as life itself. Remorse never crossed their minds, they felt nothing for the evil they'd done. Demons were pure offensive magic, an attack spell that carried humanity through. It slammed into them like a thunderclap, everyone staggered. Lufaso felt the connection surge between them, and his jaw dropped. Everything about this was utterly insane. Igakairos declared the rules had exceptions, Terra was one. He was a spell ripped from the void by a different user, the Demon King. They strode through the world as magical creatures, convinced they were alive, when all along they were nothing but hollow, soulless puppets. Until that moment, Mizzle clung to that single thread of truth about the goddess, nothing else. He begged Lufaso to help salvage the wrecked golems, tossing them all away tore at him. He could cannibalize the parts and forge them into new gear. Maybe he could scavenge parts from Libra's units and forge a devastating new weapon for the original. He refused to raise her level, but he could ignite an untapped, explosive potential inside her. She locked eyes with Mazel and proposed they join forces, just for now. He hit the deck, his wild ideas always ambushing him like sucker punches. Lufaso squared his shoulders, stepped back, and signaled Libra forward to face the first test. They unleash Astria in its first live test. When it hit full power, every cannon roared to life, erupting in one earth-shattering blast of raw energy. The blast detonated like a collapsing star, dwarfing everything around it. It blasted a whole mountain into vapor. One shot like that could obliterate all 7 CS. Epic doesn't even begin to cover it. Power pulsed through her. She would crush any enemy who dared step up. Libra roared, "Where's the enemy that demands this kind of firepower?" Lufaso's face hardened. He wouldn't hand her anything that dangerous. Meanwhile, high above Midsker, in its atmosphere, Home stood there, solid and waiting. After years on the trail, he finally caught up to his prey. The figure snapped, "What do you want?" Aware Olm had been on watch, the king roared that he was hunting the secret treasure hidden aboard his ship. Behold Castor, the other half of Gemini, among the 12 celestial stars. Castor swore he could hand it over. Olm burned to seize the key to the heavens. Not a chance his master alone could claim the heavens. He stood under Lufaso's banner and openly swore himself her loyal servant, but he'd never bend a knee to the Demon King. Let out a sharp, almost amused laugh. The truth hit him. He was weaker than a single star. He grabbed the challenge with both hands, hungry to prove himself, and shot back, "You think you can take me down?" Battles weren't decided by brute strength alone. They were won by armies, and Gemini was the most powerful star, commanding the largest, deadliest legions. They barreled into battle to take down the Demon King. His mortal enemy loomed right in front of him. He had to be taken down. He wielded Argonautai. He rips open the veil and summons the souls of ancient heroes roaring back into the world. The king's elite guard was annihilated in a heartbeat. Every spirit clocked at least level 500, and a few smashed straight past the 1,000 mark. Castor's eyes snapped wide. He instantly recognized the demon's power. He might dare confront his master, but he only had a ragged handful under his command. She outshone him, exposing him as the weaker leader. He readied a crushing strike, one move from ending the battle. The god who wore 50 names like masks. A savage nature spell that erupts like a furious storm, unleashed as an unstoppable assault. The instant he squeezed the trigger, bullets screamed straight at his opponent. Every trace vanished. He gripped the key to the heavens like a lifeline, refusing to let it go. Lufaso shoved 200 years into his palm. One slip, and the whole world goes up in flames. He did it all to catapult his master into the next level when the time came. An ambush slammed into Castor out of nowhere, knocking her completely off guard. He snapped his head up and caught sight of something. A massive, nightmarish eye erupted into being right in front of him. Meanwhile, they slammed on the upgrades Mazar suggested and bolted. But every star blazed with insane intensity, riding the scene's electric pulse. Scorpius latched onto Lufaso, clinging like she was the last, irresistible bite of his favorite snack. She'd been latched to his cruise since she woke up, eyes fused to the main character. She'd been alone so long her sanity was splintering, but she clung to the edge with raw, stubborn will. Her level plummeted to 800, maybe the deep-rooted rage that fueled her had just been snuffed out. She planted her feet, jaw clenched, and refused to yield. Libra burst in, ordering her to cool it with her master. The protagonist snapped, "Play nice." They were totally not vibing. Some stars couldn't even spark a proper conversation, it seemed. Scorpius's curiosity about Dino ignited, and even Carcinus leaned in. It shocked her again. Now they demanded answers about her existence. Libra slammed it down. Virgo had swooped in as their new ally, stepping into Partheno's place. Proclaim the assistant as the scenario. It hit her like a punch to the gut, leaving her reeling. Lufaso's instincts screamed Virgo was off, and he spotted it in a heartbeat. She stared right through the room, 1,000 miles away. She blurted, "Do I even belong with you?" Her level was painfully low, and she couldn't contribute a thing. She occupied the squad's absolute bottom, the lowest ranked, the world's ways a blank to her, and the others almost strangers. She'd barely clawed her way into level 300 in this world. A surge of confidence could flip the whole game. They were cruising when the carriage suddenly slammed on the brakes. What became of Lufaso? They sprinted over to see what was going on. A surge of figures seemed to sweep past. They surged through. Venus swore the route would spit them outright at Dropnir. A land ruled by beasts shattered the day Emperor Dubi, one of the 7 heroes, rode in and tore it apart. They roared his title, Dubu, King of Beasts, and knelt before him like subjects bowing to a living monarch. Dubi bent an army of wildly different beasts to his will. Even Libra barked thief as he ripped off every last thing Lufaso had gathered. But it hit me, some of the travelers weren't even from the beast crew. Scorpius figured it out. They were gearing up for the hunting festival, which was almost upon them. They tore the tamers' captured beasts free and unleashed them, sparking a brutal showdown. Her breath-hitched cold shock slammed into her when she realized she already knew far more about it than she should. To the star, it was a fact burned into their bones. She plotted to unleash the monsters at the hunting festival, launching her opening strike in the game. If they hadn't ripped her free, she would have razed all 3 of those countries to the ground, no lie. Not a shred of remorse flickered across Scorpius's face. The hunting festival promised a wild, perfect chance to slay boredom. Lufaso urged Virgo to dive in, too. It blindsided her, leaving her reeling. They had one shot to reignite her confidence, but the protagonist cut them off. She insisted she didn't need to be distressed. Soon, she'd match them blow for blow. Hype hit her like a spark. She exploded into action and ripped into the work. Meanwhile, Seisho Jin slammed his name onto the hunting festival roster, eyes blazing with hunger for the hunt. Cruz and Gantz slipped out to gather intel, sprinting straight for a nearby drop. Everything snapped back to that earlier chat with Megres. That whole golden apple thing, to him it still lingered as a wild theory, an unproven whisper, not a single scrap of proof. Long before magic existed, winged beings claimed the skies and ruled as the relentless collectors of the mythic age. It later transformed into golden apples, known as the forbidden fruits, and a winged being darted forward and bit into one. He pushed her too far and ignited the goddess's fury. She snatched his wings and hurled him into a human body. Some of those winged beings tore free and shot into the sky. Others staggered away with their wings stained. One of those descendants seized the power to siphon mana. Her black wings stamped her with the taboo and turned everyone against her. That was Lufaso. Everything boiled down to Megres's theory. Yet everything slammed into place for Say. Turns out she could summon a golden apple after all. The winged beings tore into it and walked away unscathed. It felt like the goddess was pulling the strings. They crippled their wings to plant a guilt that would gnaw at their hearts. Megres locked eyes with the hero and demanded, "What do you think?" He should get why he wanted to chat alone. If they heard it, they'd implode. It would wreck them and cross a hard, unspoken line. They came hunting for strength, and only the symbol of sin could grant it. The truth was coming for them. Eventually, they'd have to stare it down, and it would hit like a freight train. They shot him a savage side-eye and treated him like he'd lost his mind. Resolve blazed in him, and the king demanded, "Why?" The boy crowed that his dad was a cop. In this world, a badge is a knight's sword. Pride roared in him. When he was a kid, he'd worshipped him as his ultimate hero. He slammed handcuffs onto an innocent guy and hauled him away. He shoved forged evidence and scripted testimonies into the record, every piece a lie. His dad's instincts screamed that something was wrong, and he raced off to dig deeper. Everyone ganged up on him. He barreled on and trained his sights on the wrong man. The innocent man chose to end his life, and the cop stood railing, numb with disbelief. Guilt gnawed him raw until he quit his job. From that day he hammered into his son, "Never make that mistake again, no matter the jeers or how fiercely they hated him, always do what's right." It hit Magra. What he'd been missing back then was courage. A bolt of truth hit him. He finally knew why this guy was a hero. Hope ignited. Maybe he could change this country. Still clueless about Lufaso, Say burned to meet her. Everyone swore she wasn't the chatting kind, yet. Megre insisted it was the exact opposite. She kicked back and laughed with her friends, then became a ruthless force that crushed anyone who dared stand in her way. If that was the case, they had to bolt for Dropnir. A hunting festival was exploding into life, and they'd soon unearth something. Then the hero roared his next destination to the crew, and the swordsman made a panicked dash for the exit. Shock slammed into them, then they shook it off and fell in line behind him. They stormed onto the sprawling open plain that served as the capital of Dropnir. They hadn't even blinked before a massive crowd exploded into view. Even a handful of legendary adventurers clustered there. A squad of girls who were gloriously weird, each a walking wild card that turned every moment sideways. But it's cranked up to an insane, top-tier level. Jean goaded the hero with a wicked grin, daring him to finally admit which one was his type. Heat flooded his face and his breath snagged when a random combo exploded onto the screen. Curiosity clawed at him. He needed to know why. The winged girl blasted into the competition, even as a tremor of fear danced in her eyes. If trouble ever found her, he ached to be there, ready to leap in and help. They ignited the hunting festival. Participant 760 exploded into the spotlight, impossible to ignore. There she was, Virgo, the winged girl herself. She dwarfed everyone else, probably the single most powerful force at the whole festival. The festival laid down rules that were shockingly simple. They stormed the capital, hunting down every monster. Each one carried a different value, and the more they felled, the better off they'd be. Friedrich turned out to be the competition analyst, and he unleashed a scorching volley of cutting comments. Before that, Lufaso slammed a special sword into Virgo's hands, daring him to use it. Its name was La Pautel. It drained every last mode of mana, forged it into crackling celestial magic, and unleashed a thunderous blast. She exploded into thanks, gratitude blazing in her voice for his kindness. She squared her shoulders, heart hammering, ready to unleash every ounce of herself. Weirdly, every monster at the festival crumbled like tissue paper before her. She never let her performance slip for a second, and the team erupted into thunderous cheers. Even the protagonists threw their weight behind Virgo, and she burst into radiant joy. The other participants pushed themselves to the breaking point, every muscle screaming with effort. They couldn't even touch her score. Even Say trailed behind. Those weirdos crushed us into dust. Then out of nowhere, what just blasted onto the scene? Something insane just went down. A towering dinosaur erupted from the nearby forest, barreled through the festival grounds, and sent the crowd into a screaming stampede. He gaped disbelief, clawing at him. This kind of thing couldn't belong in his world. He barely registered the movement before the dinosaur barreled straight at him. Virgo shot in like a comet and snatched him to safety. She cleaved through the beast's lunge with her sword, halting its attack midair. With one thunderous swing, she sent it crashing to the ground. Fail to stop it now, and chaos will erupt everywhere. Every fiber of him screamed it. He was utterly outmatched by her. That didn't stop him. He could still step up and have her back. He hurled himself into the fray, joining the others to take on the dinosaur head-on. Matched the winged warrior stride for stride. With the hero at her side, Virgo surged forward and drove home the final, decisive strike. She beamed her thanks at him while he winced, convinced he'd barely lifted a finger. A thunderous announcement blared. The hunting festival is roaring back any moment now. They locked eyes and traded names. He rocketed skyward in an instant. Because the dinosaur sprang back to its feet, it toppled again just moments later. Both of them froze, bafflement choking the air between them. Virgo lunged and delivered the final strike, silencing the creature before it could unleash any more havoc. Lufaso armed her with this power, held back for the heart-stopping moments that decide everything. Libra dropped a bombshell. She wasn't the one who felled the dragon. Arrows rained down in a brutal attack. Only a handful in all creation could pull off a feat like that. It had to be the archer of the 12 stars. That's Sagittarius, the ace long-range marksman who picks off enemies before they even know he's there. Lufaso froze, heart hammering. Why had he shown up now, when even Dina couldn't track him down? The crew converged on the table, roaring with hunger, and tore into the feast. The crowd erupted in thunderous cheers, hoisting banners and roaring for Virgo's epic win. The hunting festival closed as she claimed an undeniable triumph. She felt it in her bones. This win would blast her confidence into orbit. Libra caught a presence skulking outside their ride, a watcher, not a threat. As far as her gaze reached, a hulking feral fox padded over, nostrils flaring as it sized them up. The fox snapped, "Is the person on that list with you?" Virgo seized the top spot on the festival's MVP roster. Sent by the Emperor, the fox darted in to parley with the champions and summoned them to the barracks. They were burning to know, but the fox's mouth was clamped shut, only a messenger. No one's forced to come, but if they showed up, the whole place would ignite. Lufaso paused, mind a whirl as he hunted for his next move, and spun to Virgo, pressing her for her 2 cents. She flashed a wild grin and jumped at the chance, totally all in. If there was even one thing she could do, she burned to help. They shoved the message into the messenger's hands. He bolted moments later. They'd planned to bolt out of Dropnir the next day, but that plan was about to be torn to shreds. The whole squad snapped into action, surging out to hunt down Archer. For Aries, the protagonist shoved one more dangerous mission into her lap. They came for a chill break, but a massive storm was already boiling beneath the calm. The elite crew of top hunters burst onto the scene. It even dragged Say into the fray. A shady figure loomed, every move screaming suspicion. Shrouded in a cloak, a figure prowled, every twitch screamed suspicion. A guy burst into view, thanking them. The warriors had answered his call. He answered to one name, Captain Kaneko of Dropnir. Kaneko stalked the shadows. She was a cat. I nearly exploded laughing, clamping a hand over my mouth. It was too much. He rang up everyone, begging for backup. The festival was his gladiatorial stage to spot the fiercest fighters. The town cried out, "Retrieve an object from that exact spot." We stormed MT, H. Nipjord to snatch the elixir rumored to be perched on the summit. Shock slammed into the whole crew, freezing them mid-step and stealing their breaths. Still, the hero had stared down wilder madness before. A legendary relic everyone swore had vanished 2 centuries ago. It wasn't gone. The divine ancestor had hoarded it on the very crown of that peak. The country's guardian lay dying, and only the elixir could pull him back from the brink. If they lost the guardian dragon, demons would descend like ravenous vultures and swallow the realm whole. Say felt the job scale slam into them, colossal, undeniable, and the pay would be hefty. Shower mad respect on everyone who stepped up. They dangled a single precious drop of the elixir as the reward. The hero lined in, a single burning question clawing at his tongue. Kaneko swore he could heal legs frozen in place, one drop and they'd spring back to life. Hope surged through him. He could charge to Megres' side and help him. Could he actually mend her legs? Aiding even one of the 7 heroes would pay off in spades. A demon's voice ripped through the silence. A roar of disbelief tore through the crowd. Wild as it was, they still held the elixir. The demon burst into view, looming inches from them. He ripped a spell into being and blasted it straight at Kaneko. They lunged to silence him before chaos erupted. Virgo planted themselves behind them like an unbreakable shield. They slammed a crackling force barrier into place with a heartbeat to spare. The demon wouldn't dare face them alone, and decided to make a break for it for now. Surprise slammed into him before he could react. The guy vanished into thin air. Kaneko knew it. Every roaring surge and razor-sharp mastery of his water magic flowed straight from a luminary. Mercury-bent water-type attacks to his will, unleashing them with savage, pinpoint precision. 2 of the warriors were already down. They screamed that the demon outmatched them. Say had to concede. This gig chewed up regular folks. Marshal hardened troops into the mountains. Don't hurl reckless adventurers at it. Karaniko snapped. If they could've, they'd have done it ages ago. The mount of the elixir rose as sacred ground, ringed by a crackling barrier that slammed shut on any beastfolk or monster that dared approach. The sacred wing pulsed with pure mana, a shimmering barrier that stopped demons from simply strolling in. It's safe for now. The moment they learn it's here, they'll spring into action and close in. If the elixir slipped from their grasp, the guardian dragon would vanish, and the whole country would be reduced to ashes. This clash dangled the entire kingdom's fate over the abyss. Hold up, he asked for a second, then sprinted off to gather his crew. They waited poised, ready to spring into action and help the instant things got real. Kaneko froze, shock detonating through her like a gut punch. Because some serious trouble was brewing. The people there are absolute powerhouses, walking storms of raw strength. Fried stole the spotlight, his older brother and the squad leader. Everyone played it cool, their energy folding into a quiet whisper. My jaw dropped when I found out those 2 were related. Say stood as the hero. Landing him on our side was a total game changer. Is Virgo bursting onto the scene? The new crew braced themselves and charged up the mountain. Libra sprinted for the forest too, her steps eating up the distance. She zeroed in on Sagittarius, tearing through the streets after the trail of clues he'd scattered nearby. They were crafted for her eyes alone. He practically vibrated, itching to strike up a chat. A voice burst out almost instantly. His eyes snagged the doorway she'd arrived. The boy from the hunting festival exploded into view. At this point, he almost never let an opponent even glimpse his face. Hold up, this guy's a Sagittarius. Libra's magical disguise backfired spectacularly. He snapped back into his true form, one of the 12 stars this time. Lufaso was nowhere in sight, so he urgently asked to be put through to Libra instead. Suspicion flared. She was convinced he was scheming with her mistress. He couldn't stop himself. He blurted out that he was working with Leo, the lion, the one who swore no fealty to Lufaso, lurking like a viper, biding his time to strike and seize the throne. Libra lined in, razor-sharp focus, ready to hear him out. The whole saga ignited with the Sagittarius' original form, the centaurs. Half man, half horse, they thundered through life while everyone branded them monsters. Not walking on 2 legs made them targets. Every passerby tore into their appearance. That's why humanity branded their kind enemies, even though they could click with each other. Leo seized the reins and rewrote the whole story. Beasts like Archer, written off as monsters by everyone, bent the knee and swore undying loyalty to Leo. Libra stared at the throne as the truth slammed into him. He wasn't cut out to be king. A world shackled under a guy who'd gone full monster. Count me out. This was his final warning. Bolt back to his mistress now and forgiveness could still be his. Let that happen and they'll brand Sagittarius a traitor, wiping him from existence. He forced out an apology and confessed he'd chosen years ago, every move a sacrifice for the kids. They'd brand themselves Lufaso's enemy if that's what it took. He loosed an attack arrow that screamed into the golem, igniting the fight. But she shoved Carcinus into the line of fire as a living shield, never hesitating. Bam, his hostile vibes were exposed as real. Libra coiled like a predator, poised to bring him down. Arrows screamed through the air as they traded shot after shot, with poor Carcinus jammed square in the middle. Duty surged through him. He was only doing his job. He froze, disbelief ripped through him. She treated him like a tool, taking only the talents he could offer. The archer wasted no time. He lunged and snatched the boat that never missed, his secret weapon. Not even a golem could dodge that. She steadied, fired, ripped the arrow from the sky, and put him down. Movements slammed together in a fierce clash. Panic slammed into Carson when Sagittarius vanished. Even with Libra hunting him down, every trace had vanished. He snatched the arrow mid-flight and darted away. Libra unleashed a slick move, swallowed her pride, and admitted she was outmatched this time. Up on MT, Nibiord, the story snapped into focus. Shock hit Cruz like a punch, freezing him dead in his tracks. Because the cavern teemed with glittering monocrystals, the barrier must have birthed them, and each one was worth a fortune. The whole place looked ripped straight from a classic RPG dungeon. The hooded figure snapped. I've been carrying that thought like a burning coal the whole time. That gorilla knight was a wreck, staggering and barely holding itself together. Jean's chest clenched. The woman seethed at being mistaken for a beast, even though she was human. A thunderous strike slammed into Porzon, catapulting it out of her hands. They shoved that aside and buzzed, trading wild guesses about when Mercury would finally show up. They barely had a second to breathe before a weird noise ripped through the air. The crews barked orders, driving everyone to huddle tight around him in an instant. He conjured a barrier. A tidal wall of water barreled toward them, a spell-fueled attack. Kaneko was right. The demon must have shattered the barrier and slammed into the mountain party. The elf teetered on the edge of collapse under the onslaught. Virgo dove in, snatched victory from the jaws of disaster, and the water vanished without a trace. His grandma's defensive spell flared to life and slammed up a shield that saved him at the last second. Crews gaped, disbelief burning in their chests. She unleashed a mana deletion, a forbidden technique only the goddess herself could pull off. She swore she was nothing but an ordinary winged one who lived in the forest until today. The mage couldn't buy it. No ordinary winged creature would ever do such a thing. They surged as one and shoved the guy spiraling out of control back. He snapped them to attention, insisting they decide right now, surge forward or bounce back. Voices clashed and everyone went stone still, deciding whether to charge or retreat fried their brains. It slammed down onto the hero. They circled up, tension humming in the air, to decide the squad's next move. He declared he was ready to charge ahead. Convinced Mercury was just trying to scare them off, they plunged straight into the teeth of the current. Cruz threw up a desperate wall and barely stopped the attack. Maybe the demon was starting to crack. Maybe they had seized the upper hand. The crew's minds fried, completely unable to grasp the raw, bone-shaking force of Virgo's power. She stormed in and blew the whole game wide open. They roared her name, a surge of adrenaline crashing through her as the battle raged. Confidence roared to life inside her. Aries, the hooded enigma, slid in like a shadow and assessed the hero. He looked fragile, but his swagger electrified the room. Earlier, Lufaso barked at Aries to back up Virgo. No one else could pull it off. They were mirror images, forever flanked by the heavy hitters. Not a single celestial star had ever faced a struggle like this. They'd always been the top dogs. Aries would have obliterated that Mercury in a heartbeat. He flat out rejected it. It sparked nothing in him. He roared for Virgo, never letting his voice die until the very end. He sat back, calm as a coiled spring, and watched how it would all unfold. The squad tore up the slope and stood atop the peak before they could catch their breath. The exact spot destined to hold the elixir. The moment it hit them, before anyone could even blink, the demon had already snatched the elixir. Now it was time to spring the trap on him. The demon was flat out swamped, its focus ripped away by everything else. Focus locked onto Virgo. Doubt ripped through her. Who was she really? She ripped his magic away. Let's be real, who even cares? Anyone who pulled a stunt like that forfeited any right to walk away. He gritted his teeth, ready to stop at nothing to take her down. He unleashed his magic once more. They unleashed a storm of blows, but each one skittered off him. Nothing would stick. He wasn't coming back overnight. He'd need a long, brutal climb to get back on his feet. They lunged, snatching the chance and charging headlong into whatever came next. Mercury slammed Gantz to the ground, snarling that they were fools for not knowing their place. Still, even after being sent crashing to the ground, Say hurled himself at the demon. But God hurled the attack straight back at him. The hero delivered a solid, gutsy effort. His strike snapped into a boomerang and screamed back at him. The winged predator lunged again, wings thunderous and talons bared, and jaws dropped across the crowd. Against all odds, it actually worked. The Luminaires towered at level 300, untouchable to ordinary adventurers. Now, even Mercury was starting to clock what was going down. The frontliners clawed for every second, buying time with each brutal clash. Those in the back bolstered the front line as the girl healed them and flipped her attacks on the fly. Racked by weakness, the hero unleashed every last thunderous strike with desperate ferocity. At first glance, he looked like a rookie trapped below level 40. His punches slammed with the raw force of a level 80 Gantz. It sounded insane. This demon would annihilate him before he could even become a threat. Every move he made blew up in his face. Shaking from the guardian dragon's resurrection, Mercury seized the opening and tore into the mountain. He sneered, convinced he could snatch the win and crush those dumb humans. But the winged girl was different. One beat of her wings, and every injury the adventurers suffered vanished. This shattered his plans. Defeat wasn't an option. Even puppets go wild for them. They clung to things they were determined to keep safe. They burst into existence at random, forged entirely from raw magic, demons. If they ever stopped fighting humanity, their mana would bleed dry and they'd wither into nothing. If they pulled it off, the mission would end and they'd vanish. The demon's doom was sealed from day one. Earlier, Luna slipped into the palace and struck up a conversation with Mercury as he lounged there, totally chilled. Her hair lay lifeless and her skin looked sickly, completely wrong. She swallowed hard, voice trembling, and confessed that to roll into human cities she had to be sneaky. Mercury saw through the lie. She donned a mask and pretended, everything just to blend in on Earth. He grinned and declared she looked stunning like that, even if he hadn't caused it. Right after he blurted, "What's up?" He weighed every word he spoke to the prince, like a tightrope walker testing each step. Mercury hurled himself at the Demon King's feet, pleading with him to unleash the key to the heavens on them this instant. Ohm barked, disbelief blazing. Why would you even ask that? He snarled that demons, no, just one of them, would be more than enough. Mercury shoved a vial of dragon's blood at him, bartering it for his turn of the key to free Luna. That's what lit a roaring blaze inside him. Primed to seize victory in that battle, he'd barter his soul to the demon or the goddess and charge forward like a man possessed. A voice ripped into his mind, asking the tiny, helpless puppet if he craved more power. He wasted no time. A bolt of shock tore through him. The voice belonged to the goddess herself. His life was just another scene in her little play. She was about to cast him into the wings as a side character. A fire burned in him. He'd become so strong he'd never lose again. The goddess unleashed a brutal surge of power that slammed into him. Their departure sent the adventurers reeling. No turning back now. He ripped the Mercury spell from his arsenal and walked away. He cranked the magic inside him so high it devoured his memories, he forgot who he even was. He watched his identity dissolve like ink in water. They pinned their last hope on Terra to protect Luna in the end. When his water blasts rocketed straight at the crew, Aries hurled himself forward, landing squarely in front. Gantz's eyes zeroed in on him, recognition struck like lightning. The star snapped at Virgo, "You have to bounce, now." Urgency tore through them. They had to sprint back to Lufaso. She still tore herself apart worrying about those people. Escaping would be brutal. That water magic raged like a living storm. Wings beating, the winged one implored Aries for help, even though he stood as her master's sworn enemy. He signed, and Lufaso's face crashed back into his mind. They tasked him with watching over Virgo. He lunged, yanking them into his arms and sprinting away, buying them precious seconds. It boiled down to him and Mercury, alone. I dove headfirst into figuring out what was up with this dude. He hurled every attack he had, but the crazed mana swirling around them relentlessly rebuilt the water after each blow. He unleashed every last shred of power and smashed this madness into oblivion. Outside, even Kaneko halted, confusion ripping through him as he tried to grasp what was unfolding on the mountain. Sei and the crew burst in, hearts racing, shouting they'd secured the elixir. Relief crashed over them, uncoiling the tight knot of tension in their chests. But the crews shouted it was all thanks to the winged girl. She thrust it into the hero's hands. He lunged to save the dragon, while she charged back up the mountain. He lunged to copy the move, but Gantz cut him off. That didn't take courage, it screamed boneheaded stupidity. The mountain clash exploded into chaos, torrential rain crashing down from the skies. The ram of the 12 stars barreled into the fray. He lunged to help Virgo again, only to be slammed to a halt. They unleashed brutal power that crushed everything in their wake. If they were barely holding against a level 300, facing a level 800 would wipe them out. Weak now but fated to eclipse everyone, he sets his jaw and avoids any gamble that would snuff him out before the journey ends. He wound up that way, he couldn't even summon the strength to save a girl. He staggered as strength ripped out of him, his limbs turning to jelly. Crews erupted into panic screams as even more monsters swarmed in. All the celestial stars snapped awake. They throw down, colliding in a savage clash as their true forms burst into sight. A legendary clash erupted right before their eyes. The poor wizard clutched his chest as craziness slammed into him, teetering on the brink of a heart attack. Still, Say burned to figure it out. What was that thing looming in the skies? And as he locked his focus, recognition slammed into him, Lufaso herself. Before long, every star fell to its knees, begging her forgiveness. They'd scattered searching for Archer when the mountain suddenly exploded, spewing a thunderous wall of water. Each of them erupts into a new form. The drought-stricken region nearby plunged into utter chaos. Aries tore into the aquatic beast, then shot through the air to thunder a savage scolding at those fools. He couldn't hold them back. They burned to jump into that fight and back him up. Libra dropped a bombshell. The hero's crew was watching everything. Lufaso froze. Their arrival sent a ripple of fear across their faces, eyes widening and breaths hitching. They stormed in like an invading army, turning the whole place into a living nightmare of pure hostility. The boy surged forward. She wondered if he'd lost his mind, daring to challenge her out of nowhere. Snagged their attention and asked, "Got a minute to chat?" Everything flipped the moment. Megres cut through the chaos and told her flat out she wasn't his enemy. He hadn't earned the hero's mantle, but since fate shoved him into it, he'd fight to prove he mattered. First, everything came down to forging peace with Lufaso. He smirked, saying he didn't need to be tense. Just walking up to her ignited a wild storm inside him. She cut through the silence and asked what he wanted. He could ask for anything. She was buzzing with confidence in that moment, ready to fire back answers to his questions. Pressure mounting, he ripped the silence open and fired the opening shot. "What are your plans for this country?" A heartbeat later, she shot back, "It's nothing, actually." She'd come solely to put her subordinate through a ruthless test of strength. Then anchor that truth deep inside you and never let it go. Every clue screams Virgo, she has to be Virgo. The clues snapped into place. They were all in the same crew. All the signs screamed she had to be that powerful, too. She'd gone head-to-head with the hero before, and then he belayed. She stood there stranded, cheeks burning with humiliation. Retreat was impossible. They launched into a frantic hunt for anyone who could help. She mustered every scrap of courage and burst out, "Can Lufaso fight with us?" Silence slammed into them, stealing every breath. She agreed, left, and laughed in disbelief, stunned at how easy it had been. It all came down to one fact. Virgo answered to her. No way was it getting left behind. The boy's eyes widened. The ruler was disarmingly chill, casually chatting like it was nothing. Doubt surged through him. He suddenly realized she might not be a total villain. Lufaso ripped through the oncoming water spell and snuffed it out before it hit. And in a heartbeat, Say yanked back her words. She couldn't even call the woman, straight up terrifying anymore. The hero's request hit the protagonist like a lifeline, an electrifying, wildly welcome surprise. Was her relationship with him imploding into total chaos? If she belayed, the goddess would slam a power-up onto him at will, and that would be her undoing. Kicking things off on great terms landed us a massive early win. She also said that, after years without seeing him, he seethed with hatred for Gantz. The memory game was pointless now. Dina ditched it and tore Jean's memories open, who imploded with panic the instant their faces slammed back into his memory. Even with an alliance, the hero's crew still looked hopeless, outmatched and powerless to act. The water mass hungrily drank mana, and Lufaso watched Virgo sprint in to smother it. She commanded Parthenos, the exact power she'd unleashed in the original game. Demons radiated raw magic, so that spell slammed down like a world-shattering power move. Lufaso barked orders, pushing everyone to roll with her as they charged back to the mountain. Jaw dropped and hearts hammering. They couldn't believe they were about to face those winged terrors. Virgo was mid-heal, pouring life back into Aries. They barreled in at the very last second. Healed, Aries stormed over to Lufaso, and biting back his pride, apologized for not winning solo. Forgiveness erupted from her. She forgave him. He did his job. He shielded his buddy with ruthless, unyielding determination. Massive gut punch, water absolutely wrecked his stars combo. If Lufaso or Ego Karos had taken the reins of Mercury from day one, the whole story would have flipped. She didn't swoop in to fix it herself. She handed Virgo the spotlight, backed her every step, and fanned those sparks into real confidence. Lufaso lunged forward, clapped his hands, and tried to squeeze every drop from the water. It refused to calm, energy crackling like a live wire. She slammed her will into the spell, squeezing the magic down into an even tighter, denser core than before. The hero squad froze, every eye locked on her as her power surged. At last, the legendary crystal of pure mana erupted into being, a diamond. As the cruel one reveled in it, the ruler snapped. Virgo finished the job. The girl faltered for a heartbeat, shoved her doubt aside, lunged, and she did it. They surged together and slammed the demon to its knees. Sei sat transfixed, eyes glued to her performance the whole time. Finally, the protagonist erupted with roaring praise, pumping Virgo up for the sheer effort she'd poured in. A grin split her face, joy blazing like sunlight. Meanwhile, in a far-off land, a manufactured life's last spark gasped and went dark. The Demon King uncovered his plans and believed, with ruthless certainty, that every move he made was for Luna. He feigned concern for the dragon as bait, lured him into the trap, then executed the rest of the plan all by himself. His son swore banishing Venus would fix everything. The plan blew up in his face. Suddenly the demoness burst into view, eyes alight, tilting her head as she asked, "Something bothering you?" Ohm jabbed a finger and declared, "When Mercury begs, his eyes burn with fierce, unshakable determination." And the truth slammed into them. Were they really nothing but puppets? She shot back, "Feelings are not." The goddess forged them as tools, born only to be wielded. A doll that springs to life on its own, pure nightmare, its creator must seize the reins. And in the end, they're flung aside like worn-out props. Ohm insisted Mercurius had never once raised a hand against the goddess, and it was true. If a runaway puppet went on a rampage, we'd haul it straight into the trash. That brutal fate slammed into him. He feared he'd be tossed aside the same way one day. Dina clung to that belief. Maybe it had already unfolded ages ago. Moments later, news of Mercurius' fate hit her like a thunderclap. Luna wailed for him, tears carving hot tracks down her cheeks. Tara lunged forward and wrapped her in a fierce, desperate hug. He cradled her in silence, letting the hush soothe her. With him defeated, the adventurers reclaimed the elixir and raked in a fat reward. Lufaso hungered for nothing and abandoned every last thing to Virgo. The Emperor summoned the adventurers, and on the road Sei nearly wound up engaged to the Emperor's daughter. Dodging that attack was near impossible, so they had no choice but to surge forward and slam the elixir into the sentinel dragon. They surged forward and reached it. The hero instantly realized Virgo lived and breathed the forest. From the moment she first opened her eyes, the forest was the only world she'd ever known. The moment she stepped among the trees, nature wrapped around her and she felt reborn. Cruz froze. He'd heard the winged folk always avoided places like this because the mana repelled them. Virgo stood apart. She never cared, forged by her parents' iron grip and the strange way her mana adapted. Even Lufaso plunged into the manor's richest chamber and glided out without breaking a sweat. Sei's jaw dropped. Virgo still had those white wings. They blew everyone's minds. Mana wasn't just what you could see. Lufaso's parents had white wings too. That hit the hero like a spark. His curiosity about Virgo and her family erupted into an inferno. They could be relics that survived 200 years. Absolutely insane. They wasted no time and pinpointed the clearing where the dragon lay curled up, dozing like a sleeping mountain. Shock hit them like a punch to the gut. His breath caught the moment he saw the dragon, gravely wounded. Suddenly, a squad of shadowy figures erupted from the underbrush and spotted them scrambling to heal the dragon. Ready for the knockout punch, a squad of beast folk burst into view, fangs bared and fury blazing in their eyes. The world branded them monsters, or at least that's the image folks clung to. One of them sneered, firing a razor-sharp question, "How are you any different from humans?" They parleyed and sealed deals with razor-sharp words, yet people still sized them up by their looks. The hero rallied to their side, but the monsters weren't mere beast folk. They were twisted, alien horrors. Kainako thundered at the monsters to stand down after they'd almost killed the dragon. Rage exploded through the group as bone-chilling vibes radiated off them. She snapped at the sergeant to cut it out. They'd always been ignored anyway. The last hope fell to Leo, only he could save them now. In that instant, Cruz's eyes locked on the name, and recognition hit him like a lightning bolt. It blazed as one of the 12 celestial stars, one of the 4 cardinal powers that held the world's balance steady until Lufaso showed up. He'd cast the stars aside ages ago and rocketed back to level 1000. The beast folk howled for revolution, poised to throw every claw and fang behind Leo. Slaying the dragon was only the opening strike on the march toward that goal. At last, the showdown erupted. The yawning gap between the 2 squads. The beast girl exploded into savage laughter the moment Leo sneered that humans were pathetically weak. The truth slammed into them like a gut punch. Friedrich was supposed to be the ultimate sword saint. The beast boat's crew teamed with dryads. Triton, Sarges, and Lemia burst onto the battlefield, ripping the night open with savage fury. It catapults everything to a whole new level. Virgo was the lone force, refusing to break, darting and dodging every blow Dryad unleashed. Lamia cracked a fierce grin and admitted she'd grown stronger, but she still needed more practice. They floored her with a single brutal, bone-jarring blow. The hero rocketed in, snatching her into his arms a heartbeat before she could get hurt even worse. At the exact heartbeat before the final blow slammed down, another figure dove in. A dude burst out of the trees. He shrugged, insisting he was nothing more than a random guy passing through. He couldn't tear his eyes away as chaos ripped the place apart. Clueless, he leapt in anyway, desperate to intervene. There he stood, Castor himself, unmistakable. The beast folk froze. At a glance they knew he belonged to a whole different leg. Dryad planted her roots and refused to budge. A figure barreled straight at him. A crackling bolt of his lightning magic slammed into him. Breathe easy, Castor wasn't hunting for blood. But if they kept charging ahead, they'd better brace for impact. The fallout's about to hit. When the dust settled, they tore themselves away and bolted, every step a fresh sting. They refused to bite the dust. Virgo finally got her shot. She plunged it into the wounded dragon and watched healing blaze through its battered scales. But the wounds stubbornly refused to seal, tearing open with every breath. Disbelief slammed Kanako, and she blurted, "Can we use the elixir?" Say it was sweating, terror clung to it. They were going to drain every last drop. They dove headfirst into the quest, just to help Megres. Hesitation wasn't an option. He leapt headfirst into danger, doing whatever it took to help anyone in need. Not even the elixir could budge a single thing. Cruz snapped that the elixir only worked on living beings. The strike landed like a cannon blast, a crushing impact that left no doubt the dragon was gone. Did it blast everyone into total shock? Not even Virgo could come to the rescue. Suddenly, tears burst from her eyes. Weakness crippled him, leaving him utterly useless. Their heart burned with a desperate need to set things right. Silence snapped when Castor leaned in and demanded, "Do you know Lufaso?" She nodded and his smile erupted, understanding slammed into him. He surged forward, tipped the container, and let its contents pour straight onto the dragon. Amrita, a supercharged medicine that could snatch a being back from the clutches of death. It dropped into our hands like a gift, now that he'd discovered a new friend. Poor Cruz teetered on the edge of unconsciousness, knees buckling, as a legend exploded to life before his eyes. Kaneko rushed to him, breathless and grateful, utterly at a loss how to ever repay such a massive favor. Castor finally proclaimed himself the star of Gemini. They gaped, disbelief roaring, as Lufaso snatched them to safety yet again. It unfolded entirely by accident. After ages apart, Castor launched himself forward, sprinting to finally catch up with his master. He still stirred up trouble, but he radiated no bad vibes. Lufasa dared to hope they'd finally snag a normal crewmate. She clung to her sister like a shadow, yet an invisible chasm yawned between them as if they were from different worlds. A strange, electric energy crackled off her, nothing like the woman Lufaso thought he knew. Castor wielded brutal, offensive magic, but his chemistry hit harder with her sister. When the master asked why he looked so wiped, he stammered a hurried apology. He'd sworn to guard the keys to paradise, then the Demon King wrenched them from his hands. The protagonist froze, his mind short-circuiting. He didn't have the faintest clue what that even meant. Instead, she brushed it off and insisted it was all good, and begged Dina to patch her up. It was absolutely necessary. Right after, Virgo shot over and asked for a quick word. She blew the lid off the whole saga, laying bare every dizzying high and crushing low. Sagittarius vaulted aboard the trader train, throwing his lot in with them. Disbelief ripped through Lufaso, this dude actually wanted to team up with humanity and demons. She'd scoff, calling them nothing but desperate. If they got lost like this, it'd be a brutal, gutting blow. The stars laughed as one, branding them reckless fools. Scorpius's jaw hit the floor, Sagittarius threw his weight behind Leo, and Carcinus stood right there backing him. He wanted to shout that a shadowy scheme behind the curtain had forced his hand to help. That keep an eye out note left behind. Stare at it, it's masking a hidden meaning. Next mission, rescue those two. First, they had to hunt them down. Right then, Virgo burst onto the scene. They said the SAZE crew stormed in, cool and flawless, like true aces. Lufaso wasn't there to roast them, she was hunting down one answer. She closed the distance, eyes like fire, determined to unmask whether they were foes. She had to know the truth. She'd swear he was a different dude, calm, collected, and dripping confidence. Her blood ran cold as the plan to unite and crush the demons rang in her ears. Wait, I had to get one question off my chest first. Because the Leo they'd been whispering about was goading the demi-human squad, lighting a fuse beneath them. She burned to stop him, driven by motives that served only her. And the humans were knocked flat, for their own good, they said. They posed almost no threat, and the ruler couldn't bring himself to be ruthless. They were clueless about Lee's whereabouts until Dina burst in with fresh leads. Maybe she was meddling. A battered stronghold that rose to become the Federation, uniting all demi-humans. The map flared red. This place sat smack in the deadliest stretch of human territory. It teetered on the razor edge of demon territory, cut off and miles from either side. A thought slammed into the protagonist's mind. Maybe Sagittarius' crew had already uncovered exactly what happened to him. She snapped at the hero to step aside and let her and her stars handle the Leo situation. They tore into the city, hellbent on unearthing Archer's birthplace and the buried truth of his past. Danger loomed. Virgo and Castor jumped in and rode with them. The two squads broke apart, each charging off in a different direction. They surged upward, each propelled by a burning, personal mission. In the vampiric nation, Bennett's skin crawled as Lufaso's presence loomed close, a cold shadow at his shoulder. Fed up with waiting forever, she stormed over to say hi in person. This time, nobody would stand in her way. She'd cut her down and finish her for good. Unlike the other heroes, she locked her power at its peak. Bennett, the princess of vampires. The protagonist's crew barreled into Turfing, a sketchy district bristling with danger. Where Bennett's shadow fell, vampires claimed the place as their own. If she never locked eyes with them, they'd be in the clear. The instant she did, they'd be caught. Even with Lufaso's black wings spread, they mouthed frantic prayers to stay unseen. After the ruler defeated Bennett, obsession consumed her, and she branded the ruler her rival. The stars and Mazar's comments cut through the haze, and the whole situation snapped into sharp focus. Bennett loomed like a ticking time bomb, the strongest of the 7 heroes and a total wild card. She locked her power at a ruthless 1,000, could still spiral into childish, tangled moods, and the demons hadn't swallowed the tiny human quarter yet, exactly where the vampire prowled. For years, she stood like a wedge between the races, her very existence forcing them apart. Confronted by thousands, the princess tore through the ranks and slaughtered every last soldier in a single night. A cold question clawed at her. What exactly was she? Smack in the middle of the journey. Something slammed onto the vehicle. They barreled over to check it out. Something slammed onto the roof. And then Bennett herself stepped into view. A bolt of truth slammed into her. She'd been alive the whole time. Relief slammed into her the moment her eyes landed on her face. Time hadn't touched her. She looked exactly the same as the last time they met. Bennett couldn't change. Time slammed to a halt, and she stayed the same on the surface even as she reshaped into someone new. Libra lunged, fists flying, but one effortless block stopped her attack dead. The doll's sharp warning froze him, cutting off his attempt to crash her meeting with the ruler. All the stars converged on her in one blazing rush. With just a handful of savage moves, he blasted them all skyward. Vaso watched the whole thing unravel. Her strength slammed into him. He staggered, reeling. She became a blur. One blink later, she'd flung everyone away like they were nothing. Chaos had swallowed the place whole. For the first time, someone's moves outpaced her. Scorpius seethed, every fiber of her burning at having appeared weak before her mistress. The protagonist dove in front of them, shouting, "Don't fall for her bait." Smart move. Bennett knew if they kept brawling, she'd demolish them. Instead, she thrust a palace invitation into Lufaso's hands. She hungered for a perfect one-on-one showdown. She'd trekked all this way just for that, and it was shockingly, utterly heart-melting. Lufaso swore she wouldn't back out. She'd come all this way to call her out. The princess steadied, blade singing in her hand, ready to take her out. She alone deserved that ending. Next time she demanded they unleash everything, no holds barred. The princess spun on her heel and bolted, and a cold shock crawled up the protagonist's spine. They scrambled, clueless what to do. The kid had snapped and gone utterly unhinged. She shut out everyone else, letting them fade into the background. Every gaze locked onto the ruler herself. Even as 12 stars launched their assault, her eyes stayed nailed to her. Lufaso caught wind that she'd spiraled into obsession after getting wrecked, and Lufaso burned to know why. To find that out, they'd have to tear history back 200 years. Before Lufaso seized power, 4 pillars gripped the balance. Demon King Olm surged from the abyss, Dragon King Radon shredded the sky with blazing wings, Lion King Leo shattered the ground with a kingly roar, Vampire Princess Bennett glided forward like moonlit steel. The vampire clan carved through battle with savage combat and devastating sorcery, and Bennett outshone every one of them. Contempt coiled in her voice as she declared her own race weak. She'd always insisted she was the strongest, convinced power was just a glittering badge of status. She surged forward, hunting down fresh challengers. A hunger for an honest duel burned in her, so she carved a path across the continent, growing stronger with every fight. Long ago, not a single soul wielded enough power to bring her to her knees. Exhaustion devoured him. Ben felt unbearably alone. Then boom, a monstrous earthquake ripped the ground open and hurled the world into chaos. The future supreme ruler descended, black wings unfurling, a colossal presence that loomed over everything. Wait was that the moment she charged, headfirst into battle against someone monstrously powerful. For the first time, defeat slammed into her. Bennett swaggered in, certain they were equals, then she got schooled. You raised your arms in victory, while every bone in your body knew the win was hollow. The thrill of battle ignited her, adrenaline surged through her veins, and a wild grin split her face. Bennett couldn't name the electric surge igniting inside her. When the dust settled, the defeat was only on paper. They stood unbroken. Until Lufaso tore through the chaos and forged the world into one. Bennett shadowed her every step, learning the fierce bonds of friendship and glimpsing the secret lives of other beings. It revels in the electrifying rush of combat and the wild, unguarded joy of being alive. Rage coiled in her chest. She'd face Lufaso and win next time, but for now she played nice. Come the next battle, she'd burn through every obstacle and claw her way back to the top. She vowed she'd be the one to take her out, and she'd crush anyone who tried to snatch that from her. She unleashed her first goal. When the dust settled, their clash still raged, refusing to end. At dawn, the battle she'd been craving erupted the instant Lufaso seized the world. The vampire crackled with anticipation, ready to end everything with one devastating strike, and the ruler nodded, green-lighting the all-or-nothing blow. Then bam, the trail slammed into view. Maffel froze, every muscle snapping tight as interference magic crawled over him. Bennett's breath caught. She'd actually landed a hit on her opponent. Rage exploded through her as she ripped into her allies, demanding answers about this mess. Celestial power surged from them, roaring like a living storm. Binding magic snared her mid-step, wrapping her in unbreakable cords and pinning her so she couldn't move. Lufaso's voice cracked with apology. I'm sorry, I'm needed elsewhere. They could settle it all the next time their paths crossed. She scoffed at the princess's desperate voice, letting it die in the air. She grinned and vowed she'd be back. Don't worry, by then her fangs will be honed to a razor edge. After that, bleeding and broken, the ruler crumpled beneath the hero's onslaught. Now that her former rival was gone, the fire that fueled her life was snuffed out. Even strangers flooded in, dropping to their knees and begging to borrow her strength. Bennett booted them out, sending them scrambling from that dreaded place and threatening to become their sworn enemy instead. All interest in the outside world withered, and she crawled back into her coffin, sealing herself away. About 50 years later, a new chance exploded onto the scene. Hissing and hungry, the demons rallied a savage warband, poised to invade the country. The Demon King thundered, just as I expected from the vampire princess. If she'd plunged into the fray, the world might have been remade. Regret slammed into the vampire. Why hadn't he gone all out? Ohm swore Lufaso would return, no question. She'd come back in 150 years to hunt a vampire who strikes in a blink, and he barked for her to cool it. Her shot to make her dream come true was coming. Until that day, she couldn't fathom why the Demon King had stormed in to drop that bombshell. That was all she needed. She lit up and came roaring back. Back in the present, Lufaso sauntered through Mjolnir, every step cool and deliberate. Left alone, the vampire would unleash insane stunts, and a whole squad could crash down on her at any moment. She steeled herself and stormed straight up to the princess alone. She was strolling when a vampire exploded out of the shadows, gloating that she was fearless for daring to be out here alone. Lufaso didn't even sense her creeping up until her voice cut through the air. Bennett bristled, irritation simmered, as she wondered why she hadn't set foot in her castle until now. It was a small thing, but being called by her nickname didn't rattle her. The old ruler had used it too. He cracked a cocky grin and quipped that diving back into a fight after so long would be a total snooze fest. Every time Benny stepped near, an inexplicable chill crawled up her spine. She'd already branded her a threat, but hanging out with the girl ignited a strange, warm spark inside her. They clicked like instant besties. Bennett alone could stand toe-to-toe with Lufaso. Mjolnir, the vampire realm, lay forever drowned in shadow as the princess's magic snuffed out every scrap of light. Crowds surged, the place crackling like a live wire. A colossal arena loomed, crackling with raw energy. A roaring pit where crowds jammed in to watch beasts tear into each other as wagers flew. The two locked eyes and threw down bets, hungry to see who'd come out on top. And then out of nowhere, the result hit like a sucker punch. Nobody saw it coming. Fearless and relentless, the tiny creature launched a non-stop assault until its prey collapsed. This wild custom exploded into life the moment the supreme ruler vanished. Bennell flung open the doors of the mansion she'd built, triumphant. This was the home she'd prepared for the day she'd finally return. They scoured every inch, but it still screamed tourist trap. She yanked Lufaso forward, buzzing to show him more, then sheepishly apologized for being so hyped. 200 years of waiting wore her patience thin until it snapped. If she struck down the princess now, she'd doom all of humanity. Lufaso banked on soothing her to sidestep the fight, but reality ripped that plan to pieces. The vampire crackled with excitement, ready to pounce and kick things off right now. She launched herself at the protagonist and drove a brutal kick into him. She twisted free in a heartbeat, the strike cutting nothing but air. The kick hit like a bomb, raw, bone-shattering power with no magic at all. Destruction ripped through the estate, the scene screamed disaster, and the mansion couldn't survive that unleashed princess power. Pinned on the defensive for now, she coiled like a spring, ready to explode into a brutal counterstrike at the first opening. They slammed their attacks into one another. He unleashed his powers in a relentless storm, again and again. Everything froze until Lufa exploded into motion. A savage blow rocketed Bennett out of the mansion. Strength roared from her just as she'd believed, even though she was sure she'd blocked her earlier. The vampire's arms snapped back together in a heartbeat. Her regeneration roared to life. If that blow snapped her arm, it proved her durability was paper-thin. The princess sneered, dismissing the attack as laughably weak. Her fury would boil over if the ruler kept holding back. It ripped Lufaso straight back to the moment she faced Ohm. Everything had played out the same. She unleashed every last scrap of strength, and they still said she was holding back. She lagged miles behind the former ruler's true power, and that spelled disaster. Even if the vampire matched the original Lufaso's strength, the fight would still be brutally one-sided. She spat the classic villain taunt, "You didn't even try hard." Fine, her falter screamed she wasn't worthy yet. She braced herself, poised to unleash the very power the ruler herself had wielded ages ago. They christened it the World Beyond, level 1000. Lufaso gaped as Bennett rocketed to level 1500, disbelief ripping through her like lightning. Her stats vanished from her sight. Just one look at her hit like a shockwave, pure, terrifying power. She burst in so fast she blurred into nothing. One heartbeat she was there, the next she'd vanished. She couldn't see her at all. When she moved, only a ghostly afterimage flickered in her wake. Ever since she became Lufaso, she swept through battles and claimed victory after victory without even trying. A few fights pushed him harder than the rest, but none ever came close to stopping him. Her speed evaporated. She was getting steamrolled in a merciless, one-sided beatdown. If she lost sight of her, she'd be forced to lock down every step. Seize it and turn it to your advantage. That plan hopelessly naive, like a paper boat tossed into a storm. She unleashed a cyclone of blades and abilities. Bennett plowed through it unscathed. They dubbed it Power Beyond Level 1000. She hadn't even imagined such a thing existed, and the protagonist was getting annihilated. Who would have guessed she'd become that strong by fighting tooth and nail to overcome the fallout of that battle? Confusion clawed at her as she spoke, recounting those moments like they were her own memories. Exhilaration roared through Lufaso. She'd come this far and it lit her up. Her power recalibrated, pulsing on a new wavelength. Bennett cracked an ear-to-ear grin, pure joy radiating off him. She finally unlocked that hidden power, dormant for years, and it burst alive inside her. Certainty coiled in her chest. She'd be the one to wake her after so long. Bennett didn't catch on, no sweat. Lufaso snapped awake when she realized she'd been snoozing the whole time. Entranced, she floated through the moment, while every piece snapped into place exactly as she'd planned. Her eyelids snapped open at last. She'd always assumed the vampire was the one pulling the strings. She owes her a massive thank you for this. She erupted with power. She just surged to level 3000. Bennett had been counting down to this moment, every heartbeat a drum roll. Now she readied herself to unleash her full power. This time everything changed. The ruler unleashed a single, razor-sharp flick of her finger and hurled her through the air. Of course, the princess hurled herself into the fray, never once backing down from a fight. Aluvena slapped a ceiling of 1,000 on the world. Anyone who smashed through it was daring her rule. Level 3000 was only 10% of her true power, and Bennett crackled with pride. Summoning every last scrap of strength, she braced to pulverize her right now. Only that opponent could drive her to the brink, so she'd honor him by unleashing the ultimate quarry, her most powerful soul. If the world crumbled to dust, the sword would still stand, unbroken and unbowed. Its strength was absolute. Lufaso fired a genuine compliment at her opponent. She should just take it. Her swing ripped Bennett's arm clean off. She snapped back to life right after. They slammed sunflare and moonlight together, sparks and shadows exploding outward. Time and again, the vampire got absolutely demolished. She'd always known Lufaso was fast, but now he was shattering every speed she'd ever believed possible. She couldn't even glimpse her. Even after 200 years, she remained hopelessly outmatched. She burned to make today the day she'd finally win and prove she could eclipse her. Her mind raced as she hunted for anything she could use to snatch victory. She sprang into action before Lufaso could stop her. Bennett's breath hitched as the goddess' voice sliced the air, ready to grant her wish. It hit the bullseye, precisely what she'd been craving. A plan to bring her crashing down. She'd fuse with her power, then the vampire could crush her goal. Bennett was always blown away by the staggering power gap among the men who beat Lufaso. She wanted to pin it all on the goddess's power. And she'd snatch that and forge it into her own weapon, too. She flung the power aside. She wouldn't claim someone else's strength and barked for her to scram. She must have misread the whole thing. The goddess had absolutely no clue. She never asked for help, and the mere thought of it left her stone cold. No spark, no excitement. She swore she'd vanquish her rival, even if it cost her life, and the very thought of taking shortcuts made her skin crawl. She claimed this fight, she'd been burning for it, the singular final showdown. Win or lose, live or die, everything came down to her, and her alone. The goddess's only job, bite down on her words and watch the whole storm unfold from the sidelines. Bennett booted the goddess out, sneering she was nothing but a third-rate scriptwriter. She burst in, lungs burning, and snapped an apology to Lufaso for keeping her waiting. She just subdued the intruder. She demanded what's going on with the ruler. What had silenced her? Lufaso sized her up as nothing but an enemy. He'd never once bothered to respect her. She erupted into laughter. She'd always been worthy, and there was a reason she called herself a rival. Now the ruler felt those words slam into their chest as undeniable truth. The princess coiled like a storm, every heartbeat a thunderclap, ready to unleash. She unleashed her ultimate attack, aiming to obliterate everything in mid-guard. He knocked and loosed a magical arrow, a single bolt that could evaporate an entire country. Her heart sank. She knew the protagonist couldn't dodge this. Pulling that off would have wiped Midgard from existence, so he had to swallow the blow and end it once and for all. If she went for a counter, a gap would split open, and she'd pounce, taking her down. Lufaso stopped the attack with a single arm like it was nothing. She froze, jaw dropping in pure shock. She unleashed a power she called transmutation. She unleashed a skill she hadn't even finished testing. She unleashed her power and summoned the winter of wolves. Frustration snapped the vampire, his fangs bared in a low, furious snarl. She actually thought that flimsy stunt would take her down. The wolf lunged again, slamming her hard to the ground. Her vision blurred into smeared shadows as exhaustion slammed into her. She was at her breaking point. Only one attack remained, and she braced herself, pouring every ounce of power into a single do-or-die strike. It slammed into him exactly like the first time they fought. Bennett sprang to his feet. She pulled back, poised to unleash one last, devastating strike to finish it. Lufaso cracked a grin, eyes blazing, daring her to strike with everything she'd got. Her attack never connected. The ruler lunged and dragged her out. He leaned in and asked if she was satisfied, and the vampire's lips curled into a hungry grin. Watching it all end with her defeat ripped her open, and regret pulled her under like a merciless tide. Relief surged through her, a mountain ripped from her chest. It wasn't all bad. Darkness swallowed her sight as blood seeped from her, and she didn't even realize it. Bennett's breath hitched. She knew she was about to die this time. From reigning terror as the vampire princess to kicking back with guys who matched her power blow for blow. Bennett dove back into the memories, and a grin stole across his face. Those days hadn't been half bad. She figured forgiving them would make her look cool, so she leaned in and asked to be held tighter. Lufaso wrapped her in a final embrace on the deathbed, the girl so numb she couldn't feel her own body. The vampire sneered, fangs glinting, and spat at her. You really think you can change the game? She treated Midgard like her playground, and its people snarled and clawed just like the monsters she unleashed in her arena. Always perched on her throne, she grinned, drinking in every clash as they battled it out. Facing an opponent like that, every scrap of hope was crushed, standing a chance felt impossible. Lufaso declared she was still pulling together every piece she needed, and that she was doing great. The goddess hid 1,000 tricks up her sleeve, but that meant nothing. Her ironclad subordinates would shred any obstacle. There's one girl who absolutely steals the show. A wicked chuckle slipped from the vampire. She already possessed everything. She locked eyes with Lufaso and barked, "Don't lose," or she'd claw her way out of her tomb to haunt her. Bennett's breath hitched. She couldn't tell whether her rival actually stood beside her or was nothing but a phantom. But she swore she'd been there. They stuck it out all the way to the end. She breathed a trembling "thank you" as the light in her eyes went out. When she was only a rookie, the world hailed Bennett as humanity's strongest. She'd never even met her, but a fire burned in her to be like her and hurl herself into epic challenges. Bennett wasn't supposed to know this, but Lufaso had already singled her out as a rival long before Bennett even realized. She unleashed her gratitude with that gesture. Had she never shown up, the ruler might never have twisted into what they are now. Lufaso drops to their knees, pouring out thanks to Benny for everything and begging that she finally rest in peace. Not long after, the vampires burst onto the scene. She dropped the princess's limp body into their hands, then sprang away like a shot. Halfway through her frantic sprint to freedom, a jolt hit her. She felt like she'd just snapped awake. Every detail of what went down scorched itself into her memory. She had no clue how she'd pulled that off. The moment she boxed herself in, the true Lufaso exploded into life. She executed it. She slowly drew the original into herself, or the original slowly drew her into itself. It yanked her certainty away and left one burning question in her chest. Who had she really been from the start? There was no sign of a setup. Right from the jump, the odds were stacked in her favor. The curtain rose on Act 2, and the truth slammed home. She had never been an ally. One last razor-sharp deception, and it sealed shut for good. The rest of the crew surged toward turfing. In turfing watched the stars plunge into a wild, chaotic scene. A demon brought Kairos crashing down. Scorpius stared blankly as every second ground into pure, soul-crushing boredom. Scorpius' strike plunged venom straight into his veins. Seconds sprinted toward him. His end was inevitable. Leo the Lion King roared, "You're a total idiot." He had to slam every last one down before the poison took full hold. Moments earlier, Libra's gaze cut the horizon and locked onto lifeforms far off. Leo lounged in the palace's hush, pulse steady and mind razor-sharp. He knew a sneak attack was the best move. They zeroed in and decided to take him out from afar, strike so fast he'd never see it coming. Leo burst from the palace and pounced on them without a second's hesitation. They charged headlong at each other, igniting their battle in a thunderous clash. Scorpius and Ikacara surged forward in perfect sync, a twin assault aimed straight at him. The two cracked into position, ready to put on a show. What fate should befall traitors like him? At that very instant, the lion's savage swipe sent them both crashing to the dirt. Aries hurtled forward, closing on him in an instant. Leo scorned weakness and left the weak in the dust. Libra stood apart, cool and calculating. He smothered his arrogance. Archer could feel it. The most powerful ability among the 12 stars was barreling toward them. A power that shredded every defense, turning every attack into an unavoidable hit. Leo rammed his fist into the attack, and it snuffed out into nothing. It struck, leaving damage in its wake. His current HP had soared past 1,000,000, and it barely fazed him. If that damage wasn't enough, the golem tore through her limits and unleashed every last ounce of power she had. She slammed the full power formation Lufaso had entrusted to her into action. Even Lee reeled at her new form, shaken because he had never seen anything like it before. Several cannon rounds screamed in his direction, thunderous blasts closing in around him. Leo roared for Sagittarius, who knocked an arrow, drew his bow, and prepared to let it fly this time. The arrow screamed through the air and slammed into its target. He sprang into action and handled it himself right away. A single brutal blow sent Libra crashing to the ground. Leo barreled at her and worry clawed at Aries' chest. Carcinus hurled himself forward, leaping into the attack's path and taking the blow full force. He grinned, grabbed it, and hurled it straight back at his opponent. Half the damage ricocheted back and slammed into him. That spelled disaster for Leo. He snapped that the useless crab couldn't land a single strike. He embodied that down to his bones. Nobody but him could pull that off. He could do no more than his own power allowed. With nothing left to do, Carcinus swore he wouldn't be beaten by anyone. He bristled, primed to explode into battle, and Sagittarius thundered at Leo, "Don't you dare lay a hand on him." Undeterred, he charged forward. He detonated into motion, pummeling his opponent with a savage, unrelenting flurry of blows. Leo siphoned raw power straight from chaos. The instant the blow landed, Carcinus' strength roared to life. He forced his opponent to surrender, then crushed them with unstoppable, thunderous might. To Leo, a crab that returned every strike and wrapped itself in ironclad defense was the worst kind of foe. Plus, every hit piled up as strikes from multiple stars slammed into him all at once. They still burned as the 12 celestial stars of Lufaso. Together, they could fuse their powers into a devastating, world-shaking force. That fight exploded into a brutal, pulse-bounding clash. Libra branded him a traitor, but they refused to take him down. The final call rested with his mistress, Scorpius. Ikacaros at his side surged forward first. The scorpion and the lion slammed together in a thunderous crash that shook the air. The blast almost blew out everyone's eardrums. What burst out of that chaos? Leo's brain scrambled. He couldn't grasp what was unfolding. He was getting absolutely steamrolled by puny nobodies. How was this possible? Rage coiled in him. He hated this. Rage roared from the depths of his soul. He loathed every single scrap of it. Long ago he stormed in, convinced he was the strongest from day one. Nobody even dared to face him. He towered above everyone, watching them crawl in his shadow. That iron truth ran his life. Leo stormed forward, convinced nothing in existence could challenge him. Born the ultimate king, he lived for the intoxicating rush of making everyone kneel before him. The vampire princess, the demon king, the dragon king, utterly dwarfed, nothing but small fry. When he heard the dragon king had been toppled by a winged stranger, he scoffed and shrugged, treating it like petty gossip. Then his stomach dropped. He knew he'd just made a colossal mistake. Then it hit them. The angel with black wings was Lufaso herself. Pain slammed into him for the first time. Fear gripped, defeat devoured. He marched in convinced he'd win. His plan collapsed, and the unthinkable slammed into Leo. He couldn't accept it. Losing to a single woman felt absurd. It ripped his pride to shreds. The fight crushed him. He lay utterly defeated. He ascended, seizing his place among the 12 celestial stars. Humiliation crashed over him. Relief at still being alive twisted into a raw, gnawing shame. Standing shoulder to shoulder with Aries, and the others slammed him with the sight of his own weakness. He flat-out refused to accept anyone could be stronger than him. Lufaso's name tasted like poison. He swore he'd never forgive. He'd always burned to take her down, desperate to prove he could crush her and sully her name. For the first time, Leo tasted purpose, dark, twisted goals sparking a dangerous fire inside him. He'd only ever tasted defeat like that at her hands, until now. His lone purpose gone, he flung his 12 stars title and Lufaso's ceiling aside. He sprawled out and let time drip by, not lifting a single finger. Out of nowhere, he dove headfirst into acting. He devoured adventurers like snacks, and demons anointed him their fearsome protector. Back then the crowd knelt, worshipped him like a god, and thundered his name, proclaiming him their king. The rights of the semi-humans blazed like a proclamation. Leo sneered at the idea of being seen as human. If he seized the world, he'd cast Lufaso into shadow. She was gone, and he unleashed exactly what she couldn't pull off before. If she were here, the whole story would flip on its head. He refused to be defeated by the stars. Right then the goddess materialized and asked, "Do you want more power?" She was the fiercest beast. He wouldn't let her be lost. She could grant him overwhelming power. If power rested in his grasp, he swore he'd never lose to anyone. He'd even charge straight at Lufaso. Leo snarled for silence and ordered her to hand over absolute power so he'd never lose. The goddess granted his wish, and a blaze of power tore through him as he rose, roaring to life as the Lion of Nemea. Rewind the clock before Aries crossed paths with Leo. The splintered band of heroes charged straight for centaurs. The hero's crew burst with adrenaline, itching to try the ruler's freshly built ride. Stunned, he realized this was something ripped straight from his original world. He froze, mind racing. How had Lufaso known about that? Earlier, she slid the trailer to him and let slip that she knew secrets about the world he came from. The hero realized the ruler wrapped Virgo in ferocious, almost possessive protection, too, and drove the point home, leaving no doubt. His mind raced as he hunted a way to get them to the goal up ahead. Virgo sprinted over, concern blazing in her voice as she asked if he was all right while his face drained of color. Her nearness shredded his composure, nerves surged through him. It unfolded like a rom-com. My jaw dropped. I couldn't believe my eyes. But just as sparks began to fly between them, it blasted the hero skyward. He couldn't even name what he'd done, but his legs betrayed him and carried him away from her. They raced to the village, determined to pry every secret out of Sagittarius. Castor drops a bombshell. Semi-humans are holed up in the very forest the village calls home. They flat out despised humans, no two ways about it. He wanted everyone to slam the secret brew before they rolled up. Among the water powers, one spell could rewrite faces and forms, cloaking anyone in flawless illusions. Shock ripped through crews. This potion throbbed with the same eerie pulse as a spell everyone thought lost. Every one of them trembled, but they slammed it down anyway. Say convulsed, then burst into a hulking ogre, the classic monster look everyone instantly recognizes. Virgo shed angel wings and blossomed into a radiant butterfly, epic glow-up. Gantz convulsed and morphed into a gleaming rhinoceros beetle, horn flashing, while Jean erupted into a towering centaur, hooves pounding the earth. Even Kaneko morphed into a cat, and the surreal rush hit him like a bolt, blowing his mind. Poor crews mutated into weird, half-human, half-grasshopper monstrosities. The last two were seconds from erupting into total, off-the-rails chaos. Castor blurted sorry and snatched up the gag potions. The gorilla warrior and Fried erupted into a savage mashup of every wild thing you can imagine. Forget how laughably goofy they looked. They barreled into the village to snatch the directions they'd need to get there. Say burst out, can't we just go ask those non-human bees swarming the entrance? Castor threw up his hands and confessed, yeah, I kind of dropped the ball on that one. The hero raked a hand through his hair, stunned that the star stood there utterly clueless. Maybe his bizarre look was all show. Inside, he was nothing but a massive goof. Everyone swore the 12 stars were a squad of walking monsters. When they finally showed up, their terror fizzled. Castor hailed from Gemini, yet every map twisted into a maze beneath their feet. Classic. Moments later, they finally laid eyes on the centaur village, its wooden spires clawing through the morning mist. Maybe it was the forest's wise ones. Elves kept a calm truce with centaurs, and every crew rode that same easy rhythm. They were desperate to keep going, but the odd crew trailed, their footsteps dying as they fell behind. Village elder Dobby stepped forward, voice grating, and demanded to know what Leo's crew wanted there. Gantz said they'd been fleeing relentless discrimination, and it drove them straight here. This shattered the elder's pride and forced him to choke out an apology. He confessed he'd been walking on a razor's edge lately. Jean shot the question out. Would being Leo's crew drag them into trouble? Dobby revealed their chief, Sagittarius, initially slammed the door on teaming up with Leo. They threatened to raze the village if he refused, and with everyone's lives on the line, he had no choice but to give in. They all looked like hostages, and Gantz wondered why no one just bolted and never looked back. It was because Leo's crew shadowed them through the forest. They were ushered into the wise man's crib for a tense, get-to-the-point chat. The first thing out of his mouth was a sharp demand. What did they look like? Dobby's eyes cut through their disguises. He saw right away they weren't the races they pretended to be. It blindsided Say, leaving him stunned. Their disguises crumbled, the truth slamming into the open.